Congratulations on making it through the HTML content. So now we move on to CSS. Now we're not going to leave HTML behind because CSS is all about styling our HTML, taking existing HTML like this form right here, which is just, what it looks like when you make a form in HTML with nothing fancy going on, no colors, no different sizes, no fancy fonts. But using CSS, we can change the way that this form looks. We can change the font and the color. We can change the size here. We can move things around and center them in the page. So we could take this and turn it into this right here. So we have the same text. It's now centered. It's different colors. We have, this rounded circle that wasn't there before. We have different background colors. We have a button with a different color. There's a hover effect. Lots of different style changes happening thanks to CSS. So we're going to learn a lot about CSS and the specifics of how it works, what exactly it is, throughout the next couple of subunits. I want to just tell you very briefly in this video that CSS is important. CSS is really important. As you just saw, it can make a huge impact on what a web page looks like. And it's a natural second technology to learn after HTML because you first need to have something to style with CSS. So we need HTML, which we have. We've learned at least some HTML. Now we add on CSS. So it's a very natural fit for that second technology to learn. And then of course we'll be learning JavaScript shortly, which will be our third tool. So with HTML and CSS under your belt, once you get through the CSS content, you'll have a very solid foundation to go and learn JavaScript and continue learning with whatever path you go down. Now in terms of what we cover in this unit, we start with these CSS fundamentals, so the very, very basics, how it works, the basic syntax. We talk about colors and some different font changes. How do you resize text? How do you change fonts? Some fun things like how do you work with fancy external fonts. Then we spend a whole subunit talking about something called selectors and specificity. I'm not going to go into that now, but there's a lot to discuss when we get there. Then we talk about something called the box model. How do we resize elements to manipulate the border, the size, the spacing between elements? That is all covered in this subunit. And then we talk about positioning elements and something called the display property. So by the end of this entire unit, you won't be a master of all CSS because CSS is a pretty large topic, but you'll have a very solid foundation and you'll know how to manipulate HTML, how to change the way HTML elements display on a page by changing their colors, their sizes, moving them around, some pretty important things. One more quick note before we get started. You should be prepared for some longer exercises. So nothing brutally long, but now that we have HTML and we're adding CSS onto it, there's just more complexity to some of these projects, and that will continue to be the case as we add on more tools and more technologies. So it's a good thing. It means that we can get closer to building projects or project-y-like exercises, but just know up front that some of these exercises are a little bit more detailed. With that said, you're going to do great. Let's go ahead and get started learning CSS.
Stop it, Nana.
All right, welcome back. Next up, we begin our journey into the wonderful, crazy world of CSS. It's not actually crazy. It's pretty straightforward, very friendly to learn once you understand HTML, and it also happens to be one of my favorite topics to teach. It's extremely visual. It's just about the most visual thing in all of engineering or web development. So CSS is a pretty big topic in terms of the number of things to know and different properties, but it's also very simple. So don't be intimidated. We have a lot to cover, but none of it is terribly difficult. Okay, so we're going to start off with a couple basic goals. Of course, we need to understand what CSS is. We'll learn how to write basic CSS rules. We'll start styling some of our content. It's not going to look beautiful, but we'll be styling it. And you'll use the same tools that we cover in order to make something that actually looks beautiful, assuming that you're a designer or you pay a designer or somebody gives you a design. Knowing how to write CSS is very different from knowing how to design a website. Well, this is probably no surprise. At the moment, our web pages don't look all that great, which is a huge understatement. They are hideous, unstyled, bland, janky looking websites. They are websites, but they're just HTML. And of course, we're going to want to change the appearance, the layout, the colors, the fonts of our web pages. So it's time to learn CSS. If HTML is the structure or the skeleton of the page, CSS is the style of that page. This can be slightly confusing. Structure in terms of HTML is not the layout. It's not indicating what's on the left or the right of the page or how big things are or what's on top or what's below. Instead, structure is just the underlying elements, the content of the page. CSS gives us the flexibility to, if we needed to, even move things around or hide and show them. But generally, at least what we'll start with is changing colors and fonts and sizes, adding some spacing in, dictating what happens when the screen resizes and writing different layouts for different size screens, adding in simple animations. There's so much that we can do with CSS. So another way of putting this is in terms of grammar. HTML is the nouns of a sentence. CSS is the adjectives, which, if you don't remember grammar, not that I remember a whole lot, adjectives describe nouns. So we've got, I don't know, what's an example? A hummingbird, that's the noun. And then the adjectives could be a tiny purple hummingbird. Those are both adjectives. So HTML would be the hummingbird, CSS would be tiny and purple. You probably can see where I'm going with this. HTML is the structure. We use CSS to pick out pieces and style them and describe what they look like. So we need to get this out of the way. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Just like how HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, what's most important about HTML is the markup language portion of that of the entire name. With CSS, we're going to start by focusing on the style sheets portion. We're going to ignore cascading. That is something we'll come back to. It is important. It's very important in how CSS works, but it doesn't matter for now. We're going to focus on style sheets. So with CSS, there's a million. There's not a million things you can do, but there are tons of things you can do. We have simple stuff like fonts and colors. We can define layouts and define different layouts for different size screens, even define layouts for print. What should this website look like when it's printed out? Should we get rid of some of these images and these ads? Should we make the text smaller? Make it take up more width of the screen so we can save paper. We can define animations, simple animations, and some pretty complex animations, and way more stuff. This is just scratching the surface. So what I'm going to do now, hopefully this will be kind of fun, is show you a couple examples of web pages that have no CSS, and then I'll add CSS back in, and we should be oohing and ahhing at how night and day the difference is. So I didn't write any of these. These are all examples from codepen.com, which is a great resource just to find inspiration and especially to find cool CSS stuff. So here is the content of the page. It's just HTML. And I'm going to go and reactivate all the CSS. Give it a moment to update. And there we go. Same exact content, same images, the text, these pieces of text, music and career and Facebook, these logos, the Twitter logo, that was all on the page without the CSS. Let's get rid of it. It's all here. Music, career, Facebook, Twitter, this guy, Chris Gerbinski, the tweet here. All that stuff is here. but it doesn't look great. We add that CSS back in. We have colors. We've got dimensions or sizes of these, whatever these are, probably divs, images. They have sizes. There's these little animations when I hover. These effects. Here we've got a color change when I hover. It's all centered. It doesn't take up the entire screen. Lots of stuff going on, all thanks to CSS. Here's another example. This is a credit card form. It is not terribly attractive. It looks very janky right now. But it has things like card holder, full name, expires month and year. It has the inputs, card holder, card number, card holders, expiration date, the security number, a button, and these images. Now, if I activate that CSS, this is what we end up with. Now, there is JavaScript powering this. There's some logic here to validate what you type. So there is JavaScript here. I'm just hiding it. But the styles are all coming from CSS. So it's pretty nice looking input, and it's all centered, right? There's colors for the buttons, and there are different dimensions. These all look nice. The inputs are wider than normal. The fonts have changed. We've got this shadow around this image. The image itself has been turned into what looks like a credit card number. These hash symbols, those were all there. If I go back and just delete it, the CSS, those hash marks are right there. So CSS makes a massive difference in this web page. Here's another one, no CSS. We just have an image here. This is a musician named St. Vincent. And I'm going to add in some CSS. Drum roll. Ooh, look at that. Pretty cool. We get a fancy looking font down there. We have some gradients, a hover effect, these cool shapes that are morphing, and circles in the background. I was going to try and show you. If you look at this little circle right there, I can't mouse over it because it's triggering it. It's turning into a rectangle. So this is all pretty cool stuff, and it's done mainly through CSS. There's no JavaScript. It's all CSS. Wow, pretty cool. And I've got one or two more. Here is a Calm Breeze login screen. No CSS. This is our login screen. Not very calming or breezy. Just a form and a bunch of what looks like empty LIs. Now let's see what happens when I add that CSS back in. Okay, there we go. I'm not sure why there's a bunch of, I think, are those the LIs being animated? Well, we haven't talked about animations. That must be why, yeah, that's why there are these empty LIs. They're being used to create these animations. Anyway, that's all CSS. Remember what it looked like just a moment ago? Nothing. Well, not quite nothing, but very little. And then here's one more. Probably should have started with this one. It's not the most impressive out of all of them. Here's some content. We've got text, and then I will reactivate the CSS, and it looks a lot better. Different colors, fonts, things are centered. There's a layout here. There's space now. There's a hover effect as I hover over each individual piece. There's a lot of stuff going on. So that is all thanks to CSS. Each one of these, well, I undid that, but each one of these web pages that I showed you has some cool CSS going on that radically alters the style, the layout of the web page. The content is all HTML. The CSS is going to describe what that HTML looks like, how large it is, what color it is, where it is on the page, what animations it has. There's a lot to CSS, as I've mentioned, so don't get too bogged down or too freaked out. There's a lot to CSS, but fortunately, as I've mentioned before, it's pretty straightforward. So hopefully this excites you a little bit to learn more about CSS, which is exactly what we're going to do in the next video. Before we can go any further, we need to talk about how or where we actually write our CSS. In a CodePen, it's super easy. You don't have to do anything. There's just a magical CSS window where I can start writing CSS without having to connect anything. I don't have to do anything fancy. Here's a little preview of some basic CSS. It connects them for me. My HTML is automatically styled by this CSS. But in the real world, outside of CodePen, we need to actually include our CSS and there are a couple options for how we do this. There are 3 ways that I'll cover. There's really 3 ways in general. First, using a style element. Second, we can use a external style sheet and use a link element to connect that style sheet. And third, we can write inline styles. So I'll talk about each of these 3 options in this video and why we should prefer option 2. Let's start with option 3, which is by far the worst possible option to use. Alright, so I have a simple HTML file. It's just content I've taken from Wikipedia about one of my favorite musical instruments, the hurdy-gurdy. Whatever the content is, it doesn't really matter, but we've got paragraphs. There's a little logo here that's far too large. There's a nav bar that does not look like a nav bar, it's just a bunch of LIs, different headings, images, more headings, some bullet points, a footer. There's a lot of stuff here. So I want to write some styles. So the first option we'll talk about are inline styles, which are the most basic, most primitive, and probably the least useful. What we can do is on every single HTML element, we can add in an attribute called style. So I'll do it for the main H1 here, style, and then instead of quotes, I can write some styles. But we haven't talked about what you can do with CSS and what these different properties are, but I'll just set color to be purple in here as a quick example. Inside of those quotes, I'm going to refresh my page, and now that H1 is actually purple. So that does work. Why is this less than ideal? Well, for one thing, usually we have a lot of duplicated styles. For example, I might want to style all of these anchor tags the exact same way. So if I wanted to make them all purple, I would have to do this one, style, color purple, this one, and this one, and every single anchor tag on my page, I would have to duplicate that code. That's really obnoxious, and then if I decide I need to change colors to be pink later on, that's a lot of code to change. And then if I have a different file that I want to style the same way, a different page on my website, I have to repeat the same process for every anchor tag. So inline styles are not at all popular. I don't recommend them at all, but you should know that they exist. So the next option is this one right here, using a style element inside of our HTML. So in an HTML file, in the head is the conventional place for this. We can add a style element, just like that, opening and closing style. And then we can write CSS inside between those 2 tags. We haven't talked about what goes in here, but once again, I'll just do the same thing. I'll make the H1 have a color of orange this time. I'll refresh, and that works. Now, why is this better than inline styles? Mainly, I can write declarations like make all H1s orange, which you should only have one H1 per page, but if I had 2 of them here, you can see that both of them are orange. So already I have reduced duplication. If I was using an inline style attribute, I would have had to write that twice. Now the downside of using a style element is that we can't share these styles between files. I can't have a second page for a different musical instrument like the washboard or the lute or something. I would have to duplicate this style if I wanted the exact same styles, the same colors, the same fonts, the same layout, same logo size. I would have to duplicate that style element and basically copy it over to whatever the other page is. So if I want to, update the size of my logo on all pages on my Wikipedia clone, I would have to update that in 4 or 5 or 100 different places if each page had its own style tag. So instead, we're going to go with our third option, which is actually listed as the second option here, an external style sheet. This is by far the most common, for good reason. We can write our CSS in a complete separate file that is not an HTML file. It will be a CSS file. We can reuse that file across any other HTML documents, which means that if we want to change something across our entire website, across 20 different pages, we change it in one place. So, to do that, we need to make a file that ends with .css. Usually, I like to call mine app.css or main.css, or if you split your code up into a bunch of CSS files, like if you're working in React later on, you might have something like navbar.css that will contain the styles for navbar. But I'm just going to do app.css right there. This is my CSS file. I'm going to add the same thing in, h1 curly braces, color, and I'll set this to be, what's another color we haven't done? I like Rebecca purple. Okay, so I'm going to save. If I refresh, nothing will have changed because I'm not connecting this file to my index.html. I don't have, so far at least, any connection. I'm not telling this HTML file that it should be using these styles, which is where the link element comes in. To link to a style sheet, we need to create a link element that has an href attribute, similar to an anchor tag, but this href should point to the path where we can find a style sheet. And then we set rel equal to style sheet. There are other things you can include with a link tag. You can include fonts, just as one example. But we want to say this is a style sheet, and here's where you can find it. Typically, we put this in the head element, and not just typically, that's where it should go. In the head element, it is not content that shows up itself, it is information or it's a resource that we're including to manipulate existing elements in the body. So in this case, homepage.css would need to exist in the same folder as whatever this HTML file is. So for my example, I'll add in my link. I usually just do that link tab. It gives you the style sheet or the rel attribute set to style sheet, the empty href, and it needs to be app.css. Now if I had some other folder, like I might have a styles directory, I would need to access app.css in that directory. But they're in the same folder, index and app, so that should be great. Let's refresh. And now I have that Rebecca Purple H1. Okay, so we're able to connect an external style sheet to our HTML file. I could have another HTML file and do the same thing. Use app.css, I would get the same styles. This is what we'll be doing from here on out with our CSS. A separate style sheet, include it with a link tag in the head of your HTML document. All right, so now we need to learn more about what actually goes in those style sheet files. That's next. All right, so now that we have our style sheet created, let's talk about what goes inside of it. Regardless of the complexity of your styles and the website that you're styling, every bit of CSS we write follows the exact same pattern. And that pattern looks like this. Here's a generalized version. We have some selector. There are many CSS selectors, and we'll spend some time talking about them. Then we have curly braces, and then we have properties and values that we're assigning for some set of selected elements. For example, to select the body element, technically we're actually selecting all body elements on a given page, but there's only supposed to be one of them. So we're effectively just selecting the one body on our document. Give it a background color of purple. So the terminology again is the selector is the body in this case. We are selecting a body or all body elements. Then we have our style or our CSS declaration, which is that right there. Then we have our property name, and then the value for that property, which is purple, background color purple. So why don't we try this very quickly in my app.css. We will set the body to have a background color of purple. Refresh my page, and it's very beautiful, nice purple color. Now there are many different CSS properties. Here's a list of some of them on MDN. We have things like background color, background image, background origin, background position, background repeat, background size, background attachment. Then we have things around borders, colors, text color, font size, the actual font that we're using, spacing, padding, margin, drop shadows, box shadows, different filters. You can make images look black and white. There's just so many different things we can do. And by no means are you expected to learn most of these or to memorize them. There's just way too much. What you do need to memorize, or I wouldn't even say memorize, but what you need to get comfortable with is this basic pattern. We have different selectors, like body, or I could replace that with P for paragraph elements. Refresh my page here. Now each paragraph, all paragraphs on the page, of which there's, I don't know, what is that, 8 or so, they each have a purple background color. So what are we selecting and what are we doing to it? What are the properties we're setting? Property name and the value for that property. Now these selectors can be a lot more specific or more complex than just every element, like every paragraph. So we can do things like make every LI have a background color. And this is something that we will come back to. So I'm just demoing this right now. This is not something you're expected to follow totally. Let's give every LI this background color of yellow-green. And then I'm going to actually change this up and say I want every LI nth of type 2n. This is saying every other LI to have a background color of olive green. So I can get more detailed and say I want every other one to be this color. I could even get further detailed and say I want every other one, when you hover over it, to have a background color of orange-red. Orange-red. There we go. So we don't see that until I hover over every other LI. So not this one, but this one. Anyway, we have a lot more besides background color that we can style, different properties that we can set, and we have way more that we can select or select based off of, other than just the name or the type of an element. So we'll be learning these throughout the next couple videos. We'll be starting to learn some of them at least. It's a relatively large topic, but everything we do in CSS follows the same pattern. A selector, it might be simple or it might be long or detailed, curly braces, and then at least one property. We can also have multiple properties. I can do things like font size, 40 pixels. Now we'll have every other LI be much larger. So that's the basic pattern. In the next few videos, we're going to detail some of the common properties that we'll work with, like color and how colors work, background color, font sizes, different units for width and height, and then we'll pick up more properties and more selectors as we go. Alrighty, so to recap what we've seen already, we have selectors, we have curly braces, and then we have properties and values. And we've started relatively simple, or simply. We've styled paragraphs or the body element using color or background color. And that's what I want to focus on in this video, are the values that we can use for those properties. So I'm going to comment all of this out or delete it, but to comment it in CSS, comments are these slashes with the stars, or I don't think I've ever typed that manually myself. Just hit Command/ in VS Code, the standard commenting shortcut. And let's start with selecting all paragraphs, or maybe all H2s, and setting a color. Let's do color of green. Sure, green, yellow. I like that one. I'll refresh the page. And we get the text color set to this green, yellow. And then, of course, background color is a separate thing entirely. Background dash color. And I'll set that to be, I guess, purple. Okay, so two different properties, both accept a color as the value. Now these are named colors. These are built-in colors in CSS. There's 147-ish. I'm not positive how accurate that count is because there are a couple that are aliases. For example, we've got gray with an A and gray with an E. They're the exact same shade. They both work. I don't know if those are counted as 2 or as 1. They look identical. Anyway, these named colors, I guess, are useful when I'm teaching, but outside of that, I'm not sure if anyone really uses them. They are predefined, you can't change them, so you're using the one version of blue or green or red. If that's the color name that you're going for, I can't change this shade or this version of purple. Now there are different named purples. There's Rebecca purple, there's, I think there's lavender or lilac, I can't remember which one. Anyway, there's different shades of purple, but there's really only probably 10 of each color, and we're stuck with them. So most of the time, this is not what we use for colors in a real professional website, especially if you're working with a brand and you have your own brand colors, you know, Facebook blue or Twitter blue, I guess. Whatever their specific shades are, they are very precise colors. It's not just a generic blue like that. So instead of using these English named colors, we have a couple different options in CSS. The first option is to use an RGB color, which stands for red, green, blue. RGB is a color model that has 3 different channels, 3 different pieces, the red, the green, and the blue. Each one is a number, going from 0 to 255. Now before we see it in CSS, just talk about RGB in general for a moment. The RGB color model is what's known as an additive color model. So the idea is that we have 3 channels of light, and as these different channels of light interact, they form new colors. You can see the 3 different channels, red, blue, or blue and green, and if you take green and red and you add them together, you get yellow. If you take blue and green and you add them together, you get cyan. If you add all 3 together, you get white. This is a little bit different than, it's very different than mixing finger paints or colors that you would learn in primary school or something. This is how light behaves. And this is actually very similar to the way that our eyes work, the rods and cones and the different cells that perceive different colors, red, green, and blue. I think, I'm not really a biologist, but I seem to remember something about that. Anyway, your laptop or computer monitor uses RGB. Each pixel has 3 little pieces, a red, a green, and a blue, and they each can turn on independently, and that allows us to create a whole bunch of different colors. Now, the standard RGB color space on, in CSS and also on most monitors gives us 16,777,000 something, I can't remember the rest of the number, different colors. So with named colors, we're talking about 147 give or take colors. With RGB, where we don't have nice names, but we have numbers representing the red, green, and the blue channels, we have 16.7 million options. Now, if we wanted to use an RGB color anywhere in our CSS, we write RGB with parentheses, and then 3 numbers going from 0 to 255. So here's our CSS. This is what it looks like at the moment. Let's comment that out too. And let's just change the background color of the body, since it's very obvious. So background color will be an RGB color, and if we set all 3 channels to be 0, we end up with black. There is no light, so it's just black. If we set all of them to be 255, Alrighty. So to recap what we've seen already, we have selectors, we have curly braces, and then we have properties and values. And we've started relatively simple, or simply. We've styled paragraphs or the body element using color or background color. And that's what I want to focus on in this video are the values that we can use for those properties. So I'm going to comment all of this out or delete it, but to comment it in CSS, comments are these slashes with the stars, or I don't think I've ever typed that manually myself. Just hit Command/ in VS Code, the standard commenting shortcut. And let's start with selecting all paragraphs or maybe all H2s and setting a color. Let's do color of green. Sure, green yellow. I like that one. I'll refresh the page and we get the text color set to this green yellow. And then of course background color is a separate thing entirely. Background dash color, and I'll set that to be, I guess, purple. Okay, so two different properties, both accept a color as the value. Now these are named colors. These are built-in colors in CSS. There's 147-ish. I'm not positive how accurate that count is because there are a couple that are aliases. For example, we've got gray with an A and gray with an E. They're the exact same shade. They both work. I don't know if those are counted as 2 or as 1. They look identical. Anyway, these named colors I guess are useful when I'm teaching, but outside of that, I'm not sure if anyone really uses them. They are predefined, you can't change them. So you're using the one version of blue or green or red. If that's the color name that you're going for, I can't change this shade or this version of purple. Now there are different named purples. There's Rebecca purple, there's, I think there's lavender or lilac, I can't remember which one. Anyway, there's different shades of purple, but there's really only probably 10 of each color, and we're stuck with them. So most of the time, this is not what we use for colors in a real professional website, especially if you're working with a brand and you have your own brand colors, you know, Facebook blue or Twitter blue, I guess. Whatever their specific shades are, they are very precise colors. It's not just a generic blue like that. So instead of using these English named colors, we have a couple different options in CSS. The first option is to use an RGB color, which stands for red, green, blue. RGB is a color model that has 3 different channels, 3 different pieces, the red, the green, and the blue. Each one is a number, going from 0 to 255. Now before we see it in CSS, just talk about RGB in general for a moment. The RGB color model is what's known as an additive color model. So the idea is that we have 3 channels of light, and as these different channels of light interact, they form new colors. You can see the 3 different channels, red, blue, or blue and green, and if you take green and red, you add them together, you get yellow. If you take blue and green, you add them together, you get cyan. If you add all 3 together, you get white. This is a little bit different than, it's very different than mixing finger paints or colors that you would learn in primary school or something. This is how light behaves. And this is actually very similar to the way that our eyes work, the rods and cones and the different cells that perceive different colors, red, green, and blue. I think, I'm not really a biologist, but I seem to remember something about that. Anyway, your laptop or computer monitor uses RGB. Each pixel has 3 little pieces, a red, a green, and a blue, and they each can turn on independently, and that allows us to create a whole bunch of different colors. Now, the standard RGB color space on, in CSS and also on most monitors gives us 16,777,000 something, I can't remember the rest of the number, different colors. So with named colors, we're talking about 147 give or take colors. With RGB, where we don't have nice names, but we have numbers representing the red, green, and the blue channels, we have 16.7 million options. Now, if we wanted to use an RGB color anywhere in our CSS, we write RGB with parentheses, and then 3 numbers going from 0 to 255. So here's our CSS. This is what it looks like at the moment. Let's comment that out too. And let's just change the background color of the body, since it's very obvious. So background color, will be an RGB color, and if we set all three channels to be 0, we end up with black. There is no light, so it's just black. If we set all of them to be 255, it's not going to be terribly exciting. It will be the same as our default, it will just be a white background. Now if we change one of these to be 0, or both of them to be 0, let's do this, we will end up with a bright full red. 255 is the maximum value for the red channel, and then the minimum for green and blue, so we end up with pure red. Now if I add in pure green, or I add in full green in addition to that red, we end up with yellow. And then if I instead go back to 0 for green and I add in 255 for blue, we end up with magenta. And I won't go through all of these colors, but just so you have a basic understanding of how this works, 3 channels, each goes from 0 to 255. But the thing is, most of the time you're not crafting these colors from scratch, you're using some sort of a color picker, or at least I do. So there are lots of color picking websites. You just go to Google and type color picker. In VS Code, I have one that just pops up. It's an extension you can install. You can see the RGB color up here. No, come back. As I scroll around, we get the corresponding RGB up top. And let's go for a lovely light purple. Maybe something like that. Sure, that will be our background color. So I would never be able to type this from scratch. I could figure out how to make a purpley color, but I could never figure out exactly what shade or hue I wanted, purely based off of the 3 channels. We use a color picker, and there's our nice light purple color. So that's RGB, which is super common for colors in CSS. Way better than having to use these named colors where we're very limited. The syntax is slightly longer and it's not as easy to read, which is why I like to use VS Code and get these little previews of the colors. If you were typing this in a different editor, just like a standard text editor with no code features, it's very hard to understand what color that actually is until you see it in the browser. So that's one option for color. Next up we have RGBA, which is the exact same thing as RGB, but we have a 4th channel, which is the alpha channel. Think of it as the transparency. This is a number that goes from 0 to 1. 0 would be fully transparent, and 1 means not transparent at all. So in order for us to really make sense of this, why don't we give a background color or a text color to an H1 so that we can see the transparency with this purple coming behind it. So H1 will have a background color, and that background color will start as RGBA. Let's go for full, should we just do white? Sure, 255, 255, 255, and then if I do 1 as the alpha channel, it's full white. It's the same thing as RGB without that 1. They're identical. But now if I go back to RGBA and I go to 0.5, which is halfway transparent, and I refresh, we now get this see-through color. It's hard to tell, but it is transparent. I mean, we're seeing that purple come from behind. And if we had other stuff behind this, you would see that as well. If there was text back there or some other colors or information, this is 50% transparent, this background color. I can go down to, well, I could do 0, which we won't see a thing for, or I could do 0.1. Very difficult, well, it's not that difficult to see, but maybe in the screencast software it may not pick it up very well. Basically, that's RGBA colors. So it's the same exact process, 3 channels, RG and B, 0 to 255, but there's the A channel, the alpha channel that goes from 0 to 1. It's a bit of an outlier there, and it allows us to set the opacity of the color, the alpha channel. Okay, so those are 2 options for color. We have 2 more that we'll cover in the next video, or I guess technically 3 options we just saw. Named colors, RGB, RGBA. In the next video, we'll talk about hexadecimal and HSL colors.
Hey Junior, can you take the baby? To pee pee poo poo. Oh, I see, Mama.
All right, next up, two more color systems. This will be relatively quick. First off, hexadecimal colors. These are probably the most common that you'll see in other people's code, tutorials, documentation. It's the shortest syntax. Hexadecimal is just 6 characters. Well, I guess 7 if you count the hash sign, which is mandatory, but then 6 characters for the actual color. Now, what's a little bit tricky is that we're using hexadecimal numbers, which are different than regular old decimal numbers that we're used to. So hexadecimal means base 16. In the world, at least in the Western world and most countries around the world today, we count in base 10. Although it's a whole interesting topic. There are many civilizations in different parts of the globe that don't count in base 10. But the standard in the Western world is base 10 today. Anyway, what that means is that for every position in a number, let's say we have a 2-digit number. We have 10 different options for each digit. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So if I put a 9 there, that is the maximum I can have in that one digit. And then if I'm making a 2-digit number, the maximum I can put there is another 9. I add one more number to this number, 99 plus 1. All of a sudden, we roll over to 100. So we have 10 choices for each spot in our number. In hexadecimal, base 16, we have 16 choices. But the problem is that we run out of numerical digits once we hit, I forgot my 0 at the beginning. Once we hit 10, we go 9, and then 10 is now a 2-digit number. So because we run out of those numbers, we switch over to letters, A, B, C, D, E, F. So we go 0 through 9, and then A is 10, B is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 0 through 15 gives us 16 choices. The reason we use hexadecimal is that we can store bigger pieces of information, a wider range of possible
CSS on my
colors,
tablet in the
in fewer
fundamentals. I can
spaces
repeat
in
a little
memory.
bit in Java
So it's not a
today.
huge difference,
I just
but with
recorded,
these
but we
6
need to do the
digits, every
exercises.
hexadecimal color is 6
I just
digits.
click.
We can store 16.777
Exercises the one, and we need to make we
million
mentor so we can do the
colors.
exercises faster.
So that's just 16
I wish to walk
times
though.
16 times 16, which I can't remember the exact result there. But here's the official number, 16,777,216, 16 to the 6th power. So that's how many numbers or how many possible colors we can store with those 6 hexadecimal spots. So you'll see hexadecimal a lot. For example, on the Google color picker, if you just search color picker, the default, or at least the biggest piece, is the hex code. So if we pick some color that we like, let's go for full red. Let's see what we end up with. Well, if you look at this, we have FF0000. Now what this kind of illustrates to you is that hexadecimal is just another way of writing RGB colors. Full red is going to have no green and no blue and full red. So a hexadecimal color consists of 3 pieces. It's 6 characters, but there are 3 color channels. We've got the red channel, the green, and the blue. And each one of those channels has 2 hexadecimal digits. So 00 means no green or no blue. FF is full blast, all red. And if we were to use this, let's do, I guess we can play around in the picker, it's a little easier. If we added in green, FF, we get full yellow. If we add in all blue, we get white. If we have 000, 6 zeros, I lost count, we get black. And if we have FF at the end, That's going to give us blue. So this is just another way of writing RGB colors. How would we rewrite this color right here, as an RGB? Well, it would be RGB, and then 0 red, 0 green, and then 255 for blue. So why don't we use a hexadecimal color for our background of the body? I'll comment this one out, and we'll do background dash color. And then what color should we go with? Usually I'll use a color picker if I'm working with hexadecimal colors. Let's pick like a, I kind of like that color. Like that right there. You find the color you like, and then you copy the color code. And then we'll move that over here and just paste it in. And that's pretty standard workflow. So 1BF, 7B5. I also have a color picker and VS Code that I like to use. Totally just changed color, but close enough. Now let's go refresh our page, the hurdy-gurdy page, and we get that bright greenish seafoamy color. So that's hexadecimal. We also have a alpha channel that we can use at the end. So unlike RGBA, where we have to indicate RGB or RGBA, or at least historically we had to, these days in CSS you can leave off the A, and the browser is able to figure out what you're doing. With hexadecimal, we have 2 more hexadecimal digits we can add after our color, meaning we go up to 8 digits, and those 2 last digits will be the alpha channel. So if we do FF here, that means full color, no transparency. Doesn't look any different. If I do 0, 0, we get totally transparent, you can't see it. And then if I do something like, I don't know, 9, 5, it's partially transparent. It's kind of hard to tell because there's nothing behind it, but you can trust that is working. Usually, though, I don't like setting transparency or an alpha channel using a hexadecimal like this. It just isn't very intuitive.
I see you guys.
Calling out the alpha specifically. And now we get to my favorite color system, which is very underrated, HSL. It stands for
What?
hue, saturation, and
Hurry up, Dad.
For some people,
Hurry up,
I think
Junior.
HSL is intimidating. A lot of students shy away from it, but it actually makes a lot of sense once you learn how it works. So there are 3 pieces: hue, saturation, and lightness. Let's focus on the hue portion first. So unlike RGB or hexadecimal colors, where we have 3 channels of light that we are specifying, R, G, and B,
Okay, baby.
what we do here is specify a hue. Think of a color on a color wheel. This is our base tone. Think of actually, if you've ever done any painting before, you get a set of paints. You have like 1 yellow paint, 1 red paint, 1 blue paint, and then you use that as your base tone. You can add gray to it to desaturate it. You can add black to it to darken it, add white to it to lighten it. That's the idea behind HSL. So we have a number from 0 to 360, a degree, a position on a wheel that specifies the hue. So 0 will be red, 60 is yellow, anywhere in between. You can pick any degree from 0 to 360. That's our base hue. Then we have the saturation level, and then the lightness. So we'll take each of these one piece at a time. Let's go with the H1 this time, and set the background color to be an HSL color. Let's go with a hue of 0. Saturation will be 50%, and lightness will also be 50%. We'll start in the middle with those 2 values. So this goes from 0 to 360, and then these 2 are 0 to 100%. And this is what we end up with. If I refresh, it's a middle range red color. So the hue is red. And if I change that, if I did 180 degrees opposite, this is on the other side of the color circle, or the hue circle, we get this bluish cyane color. Let's go back to 0 for red. And then let's play around with the lightness first. So if I decrease this lightness, I go down to 20%, we get a darker color. And if I go up, let's go to 80%, we get a whiter or a lighter color. And then we have our saturation. So saturation is going to be grayer as I decrease it. Let's go to 10%. It's going to be almost gray, just a slightly pinkish gray. And then let's go all the way up to 100%, and we get a very saturated color. And if I bring that lightness back down to 50, we get full-on just red. This would be like RGB red, 100% red, 0 green, 0 blue. Okay, so the reason I like HSL is that you can easily take some color, like let's find a color that we like here. We can still use a color picker to find this. Let's maybe this color right here. We'll look at the HSL, so 254, 95, and 57. 254, 95%, and 57%. Let's go back to hurdy-gurdy. Okay, so there's that. And what I can do now that I have my HSL color is I can decide, I want the text color to be basically the same thing, the same hue, but I want it to be a lot darker. I don't want it just to be black. I want it to be the same hue. It's very easy for me to generate different shades of the same color. So I'll just duplicate this and make it text color instead, just color. Same hue, same saturation. But I'll bring that down maybe to 20%. And it's kind of hard to see. Didn't make a huge difference, but it's not black anymore. I could even lighten things up significantly. I could go with the same color, but lighter. How about 70% lightness? So it's the same hue, but I can darken it and lighten it. I can do things like find the complete opposite on the color wheel, the complementary color. So all I need to do to find the complement is find the color exactly across the color wheel. And that just means adding 180 or subtracting 180 from the hue. And let's see, 254 plus 180 is 434, is that right? And I'm going to make this the same percentage, so 57% light and 95% saturated. We now have our complementary color. Not super beautiful together, but we can mathematically, pretty simply generate colors that are, a third of the way around the wheel or a quarter of the way around, and find certain palettes and build things out. We can darken things, lighten them up, saturate, desaturate, much easier using HSL compared to things like RGB. Because if we have this color right here, this pinkish color in an RGB, and I want to darken it, how would I do that? It's not a matter of just decreasing the red or increasing the green or the blue. We need to change all three of them most likely. With HSL colors, you change one piece, or change all of them, but it makes it really easy. So as a quick example, imagine that we had some sort of image or a piece of text, and I wanted that text to cast a shadow on a background. So that background is like a woody color, like a light brown wood color. And I want the shadow to be just darker. That's the way most shadows work. A shadow's not black, it's just a darker version of whatever the surface is. So I could take that brown HSL and just darken it up and have a shadow cast on it and set that color using HSL. It just makes things easier. Okay, so that's HSL. There's also HSLA, the alpha channel. Same idea, goes from 0 to 1. So if I set that really low, like 0.2, this is a almost completely transparent piece of text there. That background is showing through, and if I set it maybe like 0.9, it's much less transparent. Okay, so two other color systems that we saw in this video, HSL and hexadecimal. By far the most common, at least in my experience, is hexadecimal. It's the shortest, it's the most compact. I like HSL, though I probably won't use it very much in the next couple videos because it is more work, and if we're just trying to get some basic colors going, just go to a color picker, pick a color, and copy the hex. That's pretty much all I do. So find that color, copy it, and paste it over here. So now we can represent a whole bunch of colors without having to use color names and limit ourselves to 147-ish built-in colors. We can really customize things. We get 16.777 million different options. Okay, so we've seen the basics of different color systems in CSS. We can use these colors to set actual text color, which is color. We can use them to set a background color. When we get to things like borders and shadows, box shadows, you can use these colors in creating those shadows. You can use these colors to make gradients. There are different places to use these colors. Okay, so that's colors. Next, we're going to shift focus to talk about text properties. There are lots of different things we can style for text. Obviously, a lot of our applications and websites will have a lot of text. So in the next few videos, I'll cover some of the most common, the most important things that we'll want to do. including changing the font size, changing the actual font, text alignment, the height of lines, the spacing of lines, the spacing of words, even how big an indentation is in your text on the first line. There are many different properties we can style. Now, font size is something that we will actually come back to in a separate video because there are many different units that we can use. And the same goes for font family. We'll have a separate video on that because web fonts and using fonts that are browser safe is something that we need to explain. So let's focus on some of the easier ones, like text align. Text align is a simple property. We have a couple different values: left, right, center, and justify. There's also some other ones I have never actually used, like justify all or match parent, but the most common ones are left, right, and center by far, and then justify if you need justified text. So let me show you a couple examples of using that. We've got our H1 here. It's really not attractive. The default is for it to be left aligned. I can do text align center, and now it's center aligned. So an H1 is a block level element. It takes up all this space here, and it's center aligned inside of that space. Now, if we take something like this li here, or that anchor tag, so let's just select all anchor tags and do text align. Let's do right. Watch these links right there. Nothing changes. So they don't really have any space to move within. So we're talking about alignment within the element, not alignment just on the page in general. We can't say, this image is aligned to the right. There are ways to move images to the right, but not using text align. But if I do align an entire paragraph, for example, or all paragraphs, text align right, and refresh the page, everything moves over to the right if there's space. All the paragraph text is aligned internally to the right of that paragraph. So each paragraph is a block level element. It goes all the way across the page. So we end up with right aligned text. Okay, so that's text align. I'll probably get rid of that one. We've got center, right, left, and justified, or justify. We also have font weight. So font weight is how we control the boldness or the lightness of a font. It does depend on the actual font you're using and how many different weights you have available. But using the built-in font, the default font in our browser that I have not changed at any point, this default font, this is bolded, right? And the H1 is bolded. I can set the font weight to instead be a couple different options. I can set it to be lighter. I can set it to be bold or bolder, or I can set it to be a numeric value, going from 100, which is the lightest font weight, up to 900. Now, not every single font you work with will have all of these values, but let's just see with the built-in font that I'm using what we get if I do font weight 100. Okay, so it's lighter. Now, I don't know if that's actually 100 as the font weight. If it can't find 100 specifically, it usually finds just something lighter weight, the closest thing possible. I could also make, let's say, all paragraphs. I'll make them bold. So I can just use the keyword bold. So I think that's the most obvious way of doing this. So I'll do all paragraphs and then font weight bold. Refresh, and all of our paragraphs are now bolded. I don't recommend doing that, but we can. There's also these relative words, bolder and lighter. Now these are going to be bolder or lighter relative to the parent. So if the parent was, 100, we could make something bolder without having to make it all the way bold, 700. Anyway, this is something we'll revisit when we talk about fonts, and Google Fonts in particular. We can pick out some font that we want to work with online, a free font that we can include, and select the particular font weights. Generally, we don't need to include all 10, or is this 10 different, 9 different weights? They each have to load as separate fonts, and it gets expensive, it gets slow, or it can. So usually we just have a couple different weights. All right, so that's how you can make things bold or unbold things, make them normal weight if they are bolded, using font weight. Next up, we have line height. I don't use this one all that often, but if you do have text, multiple line text, like a paragraph, you can set the line height, basically the distance between the lines. There are quite a few different values that you can set. We have yet to talk about font size values, but here's one option. It's called a unit list value, where you add just a number, and this number will be multiplied by the element's font size. So whatever the font size is of a paragraph, I could say line height, not break, but line height. If I set it to, I don't know, 3 and refresh, there we go. This spacing here is 3 times whatever the font size is. So I don't know what that font size is. There's a default, we haven't set it, whatever the default is for paragraphs in Chrome. We've multiplied it by 3, but we can also set it to be some explicit value. I can also set it to be a percentage value. We can use EMs, something we have yet to discuss. We can set it to normal, which is the default, which it says is roughly 1.2. Interesting. It's not 1, but it's 1.2. Okay. And that's kind of it. That's line height to make the height of lines bigger or smaller. We also have letter spacing, which is the spacing between letters. And similarly, we can use a pixel value. We can set it to be normal. We can use EMs. Again, I haven't talked about that. So I'll reset our paragraph back to, I don't know, let's do 2. Still a little bit more than normal. Now on our H1, I can set the letter spacing to be something large, like 20 pixels. And there we go. We get very spaced out text. Now this can be used, not with these colors in this font, but you will see this sometimes on relatively trendy looking websites where heading text or some text on the page, not like a paragraph of text that you have to read a lot, but some part of the header will be super spaced out and it's all modern and fancy looking. So that's letter spacing. And we also have word spacing. So we can space we can add space between words. So the size of that space between words, like, I don't know, let's do something very large, 40 pixels. And there we go. On all paragraphs between every word, we get a lot of space. All right, so that's word spacing. It looks horrible, so I'm going to undo that. There's one more I'll show in this video, which is text indent. It allows us to set the indentation, the first line of a paragraph or some block of text. So we can set it to be a percentage, we can set it to be a pixel value. Percentage will be based off of the width of that block of text. So why don't we do it on a paragraph or all paragraphs? So we'll set text indent to 50 pixels. And now you can see each paragraph, that first line of that block of text is indented 50 pixels. I could also do 50%, and we'd have a very large indentation going all the way halfway across that block of text, whatever that paragraph size is. Okay, so I don't use that one very often either, but it's good to know it exists. We've got line height, word spacing, text indent, letter spacing, text align, and font weight. Those two are by far, out of what we've seen so far, the most commonly used. Text align and font weight. Okay, next up we've got some more text properties. Next up, we're going to focus on the font size property. So font size itself does exactly what it sounds like. It changes the font size, the size of text that we select. So we could resize H1s or paragraphs or the size of links in a nav bar. It's really useful, but I made a separate video to talk about font size because there are quite a few different units that we can use to specify the font size that we want. So if we go to the documentation on MDN for font size, you'll see that it doesn't seem like there's that many. We've got a couple options. I have really never used these. It seems like these would be nice. These absolute values, extra small, small, medium, large. But I don't think that's generally precise enough. And you still have to set whatever your normal font size is. Basically, I would ignore these. I don't know if I've ever seen those in use. However, if we look closer, we keep scrolling down, we have length values. And they mention things like EM, EX, REM, percentage values. We've got things like pixel values. I'll actually show you that there's an article on MDN called Values in Units. Is that what it is? CSS Values in Units. And there is a section that talks about different units that are valid in CSS. I did not even know you could use centimeters or inches in CSS. Really, the only one that's commonly used in this section here is pixels. And we've already seen pixels, px. And they actually write that here. The only value you will commonly use is px. But it is kind of interesting that we can use centimeters or millimeters or inches. And I'll demonstrate that. Let's make our H1 have a font size of 1 inch. Now that inch is the font size. So that's not the dimensions or the width, but it's the font size. So that is allegedly an inch tall. We could do, 1 centimeter tall. Okay. And there are other absolute length units here, but really the one that we use the most is pixels, px. So I could make it 1 pixel tall. I don't know if I've ever done that before, but there it is. There's my H1, that purple line, or we can go for 100 pixels font size. And I should be clear that when we're setting the font size, we're not actually explicitly setting the height of the entire H1 here. It depends on how we perceive or how we define height. When we talk about the box model, we'll learn about things like padding and border and margin. We're defining the font size itself. So we could have this purple box extend further or go higher up or lower down compared to the text itself. We're simply setting the text size or the font size. Okay, so that's 100 pixels. These absolute units, px, are pretty common, but a lot of the time, you may want to set your font size relative to other stuff on the page. Or, if I shrink this down, I'll just open up the DevTools. This font size might be too big on a smaller screen. Imagine we're on a tablet, a mobile device. This is a little bit large. So absolute values are not going to scale or change. They're just always set to be 100 pixels or whatever I specified. That brings us to the next set of values, or units rather, relative length units, of which there are also quite a few, although there's really just a couple that are important to know about. The first two we'll talk about are VW and VH. These stand for viewport, or I just say view width, and view height. So it's the view or the height of the web page, the current size of the web page. So right now, this would be the viewport, the entire green area. But if I open up the DevTools, the viewport now has scaled down to, 720 pixels or something. So we can use VW units for that view width and VH for view height. And this can be very useful. If I wanted to set the font size to be something that scales based off of the width of the screen, I could use VW on a scale from 1 to 100. So if I do 10 VW, I'm setting the font size to be 1/10 of the width of this screen. So let's see what happens as I open up the DevTools. My text shrinks down. So it stays 1/10 the font size. We're not talking about the width or anything like that. We're talking about the size of the text. That font size scales down depending on the width of the screen. And you can do the same thing for the height of the screen. So this can be really useful not just for font size. We can use VH and VW for things like the size of images, for the amount of spacing that something has, where we might want less spacing on a really tiny screen and more spacing on a large screen. So those are relative units. I won't show VH, but it's the same idea,
She
but
said,
for
meet
the
me in the
height.
parking lot. Like, I'm
So
not
if I
staying
did
here
something
for
as
you. I need to
100
go.
view width,
I was like, I was
my
in two
text
computers after
height
me.
here, the font size, each letter, if you take a look at
It was
H
UIN
there,
to put me
it
upside
is basically 100% of the width of the
Put you
screen.
upside down. It was
So
me.
as I resize that,
And I was thinking, I will call them.
see.
I say, send me outside. I'm sick and tired about what
Okay,
to read.
we go
Waste
down,
my
and
time
it's
here
still
twice.
the width of the screen.
Get
That looks about
outside.
right.
Find
That
outside
height
a
of the
good
font there is the
apologies.
same as the width here. So that's VH and
Bobby.
VW. In the next video, we'll talk about M's and REMs or REMs, two of the more useful units in my opinion, but they also take a bit of explaining. So that's coming up next. In this video, we're talking more about font sizes and the units that we can use. Specifically, we'll start with percentages, and then we'll talk about units called M's, spelled EM, and REMs or REMs. So percentages are another relative unit that we can use, like VH and VW. I'll just demonstrate it first. I have a new, pretty slim HTML document just to make it easier so we don't have a million things where the font size is changing. I just wanted to slim it down. So I've still got that original hurdy-gurdy web page. Now I have a font demo HTML with a font demo.css. I've added the link tag. I don't have any styles, but they are connected. Okay, so what I can do is use a % sign as the unit to set the font size on any element. Let's do the H1. So all H1s, I'm going to set font size to be, how about 100%? Now, percentage needs to be a percentage of something, right? 100% of what? Well, let's just see what happens here. Here's the default H1 without that 100%. I refresh, and it shrinks down a ton. The way that these percentage units work is that I'm saying 100% of whatever the parent font size is. And what is the parent of the H1? Well, it's the body. And by default, I think in Chrome, the default body font size, if we don't specify anything, is 16 pixels. We can inspect and look at the computed value. Right here, computed font size. Oh, it's 18 pixels. Okay. So 18 pixels is what we end up with for that H1. Now, if I change the body font size, let's say body font size is, I don't know, how about 10 pixels? We shrink it down. You'll see that everything goes down, but here what we had as 100% is going to be 100% of whatever that body font size is, 10 pixels. So if I get rid of that, we go back to 18 pixels, just comment that out for now, and I make the H1 font size 400%, it will be 4 times larger than the base font size of the entire body. Okay, so that's percentages, and it works relatively well, although it can be a little bit annoying to have to type, 400%, 500%, 100%. It's a little bit longer, I guess, and there's another option to get a similar result, which is using the M units. EM, usually it's just pronounced M. The origin of the name kind of has nothing to do with CSS. It's an old typography term as far as I can tell. Let's see. Originally, the M was equal to the width of the capital letter M, which is where its name originated. It just is a typographical unit of measurement, I guess, and it's been adopted as a unit in CSS. So an M is the same idea. It allows us to set a font size relative to the parent element's font size, but instead of using a percent like this, 400%, if I wanted something to be 4 times the font size of the parent element, it's 4M. So it's a little bit shorter. Let's refresh, and nothing changed. I have now said I want this H1 to have a font size 4 times the font size of the parent, which is body. I can do 1M, which is saying I want the same font size as the parent, and we go back to, I think, 18 pixels. So that's the basic idea behind M's, but it's not the end of the story, because if I have some other element that I set a font size on, for example, let's style the H2 here. Let's say that I want my H1 to be 6 times the body font size, and then H2s will have a font size of maybe 3 M's. Let's see how that looks. Okay, well, it's quite extravagant there. A lot of spacing, a lot of font size there for the H1. This is 3 M's, this is 6 M's. But then, what happens if I set a font size on the section element here, or on all sections? So if I do something like section, font size, and I could set this to be anything. How about I set it to be, 30 pixels, just as a demonstration here. Let's see what happens. My H2 grows a lot. It looks like it's basically the same size as this H1. So M's are relative to the parent element, whatever the parent is. So when we only have an explicit font size, it's not even explicit, but when we're relying on the body font size and no other element has a font size set, then everything is relative to the body. But as soon as I added in a font size to the section, right here, this H2 is now 3 M's. It's 3 times the font size of the parent, which is this section. So this can be a little bit frustrating to keep track of, what is the parent, what is the parent's font size. And for that reason, a lot of people prefer another unit called the REM, or the REM, the root M, which is the same concept, except that all REM sizes are relative to the root HTML element's font size. So they are not going to change based off of some parent element. Like if I change the section's font size, if I make the section 2, or how about 0.5 M's, now this H2, which is inside of that section, is going to have 3 times the font size of the section. So it shrinks down quite a bit because I shrank down the entire section. But if I instead use root EMs, or root M's, I'll set a font size on the HTML element, or I can rely on the default. So if I just switch this to be a REM, REM, and REM, we'll see a significant difference here in the H2. You'll see that it grows quite a bit. All of these font sizes are now relative to the one root HTML element. So whatever that size is, and I can change it, this is going to be 6 times that size. This will be 3 times that size. This is half that size. I don't have to worry about how I've nested things and the fact that I have an H2 inside of a section. I can say that I want all H2s to be 3 times the root font size, all H1s to be 6 times, all sections to be half the size of the root font size. And if I change that HTML root font size to be, how about something larger, like 20 pixels? How about 40 pixels? You'll see that everything scales. This is now 6 times 40 pixels. This is now 3 times, and this is now 0.5 times. So with M's and REMs, we can use fractional or decimal sizes. So we're not limited to just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can do 0.87 REMs if I wanted to. And if you watch this, it does grow. Okay, so these are all relative units. It's just what we're relative to that changes. With REMs, we are relative to the root, no matter what element we're styling and whatever the hierarchy is, and regardless of the font size of our parent element, we are setting the font size relative to the root font size, the HTML element's font. So if I were to set the HTML root element's font size to be, how about based off of the view width? Let's do 10 VW for view width. Let's see what that looks like. Way too large. How about 1% of the view width? Sure. All right, so I've set this as 1VH, the root font size. And if I open up my DevTools just to shrink the window down, you'll see all of my text scales It's not ideal the way that it's scaling, obviously, but it is scaling and it's keeping that exact same shape, the same root or the same relative font size to that root font. So here we've got 6 times whatever the HTML element's font size is. Now, setting it to be 1VH is not really advisable, or VW in this case, but it does demonstrate that whatever that root font size is, these are always going to stay in proportion. 6 times, 3 times, half the size, whatever it is, root EMs or root Ms are pretty useful.
I made you good
And we also
food.
have
Why don't
Ms, you just have to watch out for the fact that they are relative to whatever their parent font size is. And if you're not careful, you can end up with things growing or shrinking quite a bit. So that's Ms and Rems. We've seen VH, VW, those are all relative units. And then we have pixels, which is an absolute unit, just like Arnold Schwarzenegger's, and he's an absolute unit. And then there are other absolute units like centimeters and inches. I've never ever seen anyone use those in a website, but you can. Usually it's just pixels, px, and then these relative units we've been talking about. Alrighty, so we've seen a bunch of different font-related properties, except for actually changing the font. So that's what we're going to focus on in this video. The property name is font family. So on one hand, font family is super simple. If you have a font that you want to use, you just set font family to the name of that font. But where things get a little more complicated is browser support. We don't have access to every single font on a Mac that we might have access to on a PC, and vice versa. So we have to consider what fonts are web safe. And there's a little table on MDN, I think it's on this page here, that shows some of the common web safe fonts. So kind of slim pickings. Arial, Courier New, Georgia, Times New Roman, Verdana, Trebuchet MS. Although even some of these have notes that say they're not widely available on mobile operating systems. So this is something that you have to consider. You can't just, you can use some font that exists on your machine, maybe even a custom font you've downloaded. However, that definitely does not mean other users will be able to see the same font. So if you want to have a cohesive or consistent experience across different platforms, you need to either pick from some of the fonts that are standard or common across different platforms, or if you want to use something a bit more outside the box, a fancier font, you need to include that font as part of the HTML document, and we'll see how to do that as well. But for now, I'll show you this webpage. It's called CSS Font Stack, and it shows us some common fonts in different families or groups. So we've got sans serif, and then serif, monospaced, fantasy fonts, and script fonts. So let's take a look at
He's 17
let's do
and a half
serif
right now.
fonts. You can see that there's quite a few that have okay support on both Mac and Windows. Where's one? None of these. Okay, here we go. Georgia, 99.4 on PCs, or on Windows 97.48 on Macs. So we can use that font. We could use something else like a sans serif. Let's do Arial. Yeah, sure, let's do Arial. So if I want to use Arial or Arial Black as the font, the syntax is very simple. I need to select something that I'll style. Let's do it on the H1 right here. Let's give it a font-family of Arial or Arial, what would we say, Black? Arial Black, let's see. That might be problematic. Now, VS Code thinks it's a color name. It is valid CSS, but it's just the extension for those little colors. It's not super smart. Anyway, there is our Arial Black H1. So that's working. I can also apply this to some parent element. For example, if I did this on the HTML element or on the body, refresh the page, everything now becomes Arial Black, unless I set font family explicitly, like on this section. If I set this section here that has an H2 and a couple LIs instead of a UL, if I set font family to something that, let's Let's do something super obvious. Maybe, how about, what even is this? Brush script M7? Okay, well, we can try that. Let's see if it works. Brush script M7. Did I get that right? Is it an uppercase M? It's a T. Okay, well, that explains that. Let's try that again. And I refresh. There we go. We are getting that script, that cursive looking font on that one section and everything inside of it. So fonts are inherited. I did not set the font for the H1. I did not set it for this paragraph here. I set it on the parent, the HTML element, or the parent, grandparent, and we inherited it here and there. And then I set a font on the section, which the section has no text itself that displays, but it has children, including the H2 and a couple LIs inside of a UL, and their font changes. Okay, so that's the first bit of using font family that you need to understand. We can specify a font using font-family and then some font name. One thing that's important to note is that if you're using a font that has things like numbers in it or punctuation characters, you do need to use quotes around your font name. You can always use the quotes, it doesn't hurt. But you can do things like Gill, Sans, extra bold. There are spaces, but that's fine. You don't need the quotes, but if you've got numbers or punctuation characters, you do. Now there are other things we do really commonly with font family. We'll specify some font, and then we can also specify another font and another font as backups. So I'll show you an example of that. Let's pick a font that does not work on most Macs. For example, let's see, Monaco is very Mac heavy, and Lucida Console does not exist on Macs, it looks like. So let's try setting something to have font family of Lucida Console. Lucida Console. Okay, so it's not showing up. That is not Lucida Console. If I get rid of that, same font. Okay, so I can set a second choice.
Because he's on
Basically,
medication,
if you
he
can't
might
find
not
this
qualify
font,
for hours like.
then use this font instead. And I could do, what did we say, Monaco? Yeah, Monaco seems to be standard on Macs. And we get Monaco. But if you download this and you run this code on a Windows machine and you have Lucida Console, you will see Lucida Console. So we can specify multiple fonts if needed, but we can also specify a generic backup type, including sans serif, monospace, serif, and there's a couple others, cursive, and even fantasy as a backup font. So these are not particular fonts. These are families or groups of fonts. Things like all of these here. These are monospace fonts. These are serif fonts. So your browser will pick one that it thinks is appropriate based off of the category that we tell it. So if I did Lucida Console, which won't be found, and then the backup is just any fantasy font, I think we'll probably end up with Papyrus. Yeah, that looks like Papyrus. Hard to miss. If I set this to be a serif font, well, that's going to not be all that exciting. Let's do sans serif. And what is that? Georgia, Arial? I'm really bad with fonts. We can inspect. Let's look at that H1, look at the computed font. Looks like it is Helvetica that it ended up choosing. Okay, I said I was bad with identifying fonts. So it went with Helvetica. If I use some other family, if I wanted a monospaced backup, it picks some monospace font. So this is really common. So if you can't control the exact font, you don't know what your end user will have on their machine, you can still try and set up a hierarchy of what you want and then a backup generic type. And you can set up multiple choices, right? You could do Times as your first choice, then Times New Roman, then Georgia, and then as a backup, just any serif font. So that's the basics of font family, and that's really all there is to font family. But when we're talking about adding custom fonts, there's more to it. Usually, I guess we can work within these fonts. Some of them can look okay, but if you want to be sure that all users will have access to the same font, your website will look the same across all platforms, and you want to use a fancier font, a non-standard font, you can do that. You just have to go and find that font. You either buy it, but usually these days people use free fonts online, I'll show this in the next video using a tool called Google Fonts, and then we include that font as a link, something that we include in our HTML file, so that every single person who loads this page will automatically have access to that font. We're not relying on their system fonts and what they may or may not have. So that's coming up next.
UAE more when they're Georgia. No. No. No.
Next up, we get to talk more about fonts, and this is kind of fun.
So he
We'll
can
see how to
become a
include
veteran.
some nice custom fonts that are free and very easy to use. So we saw that there really aren't a whole lot of fonts that are web safe
Learn something. They
that we
educate
can
him in a
definitely
way
use
to be more,
across all platforms. There are some definitely, like Arial.
Some part of
I
military
guess
is
there are
not that
some
bad.
Macs, a very small percentage of Macs in Windows machines that don't support Arial. But for the most part, there just aren't a lot of fonts that are web safe. But that doesn't mean we can't use more interesting fonts. For example, if we look at a website like Stripe, these fonts here, there's at least one or two fonts going on. I'm really bad with typography, but if we inspect this
You are
element,
tired. You don't feel like coming
we'll
here.
see
and-
that, let's see, it's an H1. It does not have a font set specifically on it. But if I look at the computed styles, remember that font is inherited. So if a style is set on the body or on the HTML or something like that,
We'll see if you
we
don't
would be able
qualify
to
for this one,
inherit
you
that
can go in
font
public
in an
health.
H1 or in some other thing. And here
They
we
have
are.
ITVER
Font
or,
family is set
FIBA.
on the body,
Or
and it's set
depending
to
on
a whole
clean energy.
hierarchy, a whole list.
have
Cam4,
corps too.
Open Sans, Sego UI, Sans Serif. All right. Well, my browser does not have any of those. If I copy that, is it going to let me copy it?
They do.
Trying to
Surgeon
copy it.
General,
Let's
they
paste
do
it
their
in
boot
here
camp,
and
in
use
Gettysburg.
that as font family on my webpage. And make sure I copied it. Okay,
They learn how
cool.
to salute and
So
give us the summer
Cam4,
around
Open
here, anyway.
Sans, I'll refresh my page, and it does seem
That's their
to
boot camp.
work, but that's because of this backup here, right? This worst case or the last ditch effort. Just use any sans serif.
I think so,
But if I remove that, we
is
just
better
go
than
back
FIMA
to,
for him,
what is
for
it,
some reason.
Helvetica?
have
I
a
can never
feeling.
remember, but the default font.
I
So
see
this
many
is having
people
no
really come
effect,
from
and that's
Surgeon
because
General,
I don't have
like,
any of
in
those
position
fonts.
of policy
We don't
and
see
what
any
they-
difference whether I have this commented out or if it's active. So how does that work? How does Stripe.com use a font that my computer does not know about or does not have
He is
access
better
to?
probably
Well, if we look at the
policy
very
and
top
he likes
of
to
the
research
HTML
things and
markup
his
here in the
papers
Elements
are
tab, we've
pretty
got our
good,
head.
man. I'm
And in the
always,
head,
like,
we usually
shocked.
link to, our CSS files, eventually with JavaScript. Sometimes we include scripts in the head. Other times we don't. We have other information,
more for
meta
engineers
information,
who put their
resources.
hands
There's a
down.
ton of different link tags here.
He needs to be
But
a
somewhere in here,
boss
we'll
with no
find
hands
at least
because
one font that's being included.
less
Let's
bacteria,
see.
less fungus.
There we go. Link, and then we have a font. Oh, this is for the stripe
I think
icons.
you need
Then
to
here
be
we've got
18.
Cam4. This is a font, and there's actually the lightweight, so 300 font weight, and then 400 font weight, 500 font weight, 600 font weight. So each one of these is a separate
Well, he
font
will apply
that
to
has to be
both, but
loaded.
Like I said, he needs
Think
to
of
be
it
in,
like including a style sheet
let's see.
or including an image that you're linking to or that you are referencing from inside your HTML. So right now we have two
never know when
separate
you will
links
end
that
up.
I'm including, one for each font. If I go and find some other font to use, let's look at
Anywhere
display
served,
fonts.
like
I'm
you
just going to
said,
find something, probably will be hideous, but very clear and obvious that it's working. How about, I know there's one on here that's like dripping blood or something. Oh yeah, there we go. I don't know if it's blood, but it reminds me of something I would have used in a Halloween school dance poster back. I used to make those. Anyway, so I'll take that, no cipher, I'll add it, select this style, add it to my fake shopping cart. It's not really a
If you
shopping cart.
realize 20 plus
And Google
20,
Fonts will
you are
spit out
40.
a
At 40 you
single
can
link that
retire
I can include,
from
and
particular
this link
whatever.
is going to
It
reference
can be
multiple
even the
fonts,
post office.
so I
How
don't have
much
to have
money
multiple link
he makes
tags.
in post office retire
Also,
after 20
one
years.
nice feature about Google Fonts is that you can see common pairings. So I don't know
It's a
if anyone
civilian,
really
it's
uses
still
this,
something.
but apparently it's commonly used with Roboto, which is what we're seeing right here. Roboto is a super common font, but you can switch it over and, whoops, you can change that display so that now we're seeing Nocifer and
Good pension from
Lobster. You
Rare
can
or
swap
Mystique.
them
Oh,
and
my son is
play
gonna.
around and see what
They
looks
have
nice. I don't know about that.
cyber
How
in.
about this? None of these really look nice because
What
this
cyber
font
do
is
you
so
guys
ridiculous.
play? I
But
don't
there
know,
are
but
some nice
I'm the
tools on
guy
here if you are
with the
typographically challenged
traffic
and you need
controller.
help trying to find something that looks good together. It's pretty common to have a different
Yeah,
font
he
for
was
your
a traffic
headings
controller.
and then some other font
have
for the
good
main
pension.
body
I'm getting out
or
now.
for the
Is he
paragraphs
kidding
and
me right
the
now?
content that people
And he's a
read.
veteran too now.
Okay, so if we look at this URL, it has IBM Plex Sans or Sans in there, different font weights,
So they have
and then
good
Nocifer,
railroad. It's
which just
federal.
has a single font weight. A lot of these
I
big
didn't know it's
display
federal. I thought
fonts,
it's by the state.
like dripping blood or
Nobody
like
realized
super
railroad.
computerized looking ones
I
or
don't know.
crazy fonts
They
that
had
look
some
like
problem in
they're
the
made out
past.
of
I don't
brick
remember
or
what problem
billboard or
was.
whatever it is. They often only come in a single font weight. So we have both of them, and now I'll just go over to my CSS file and include that font on my H1. I will set the font family to be
They
Nocifer.
have computer
Refresh,
science people.
and there it is. All right, it's working. We have a single link tag.
Probably.
Thanks to Google Fonts, makes it super easy for us to
Who
include
does their
crazy fonts, but also some nicer
internet
looking, less crazy fonts, like this one here, IBM Plex Sans. There's also a
They
whole bunch of
probably-
articles on here that will try and talk about different pairings that work together. There are blog posts that are actually pretty interesting, very well done, about choosing web fonts. What about fonts for different languages? Fonts in terms of accessibility? What about fonts for languages like Arabic that
It's
are
the
right
full
to
stack
left instead of left
bootcamp.
to
I
right?
need to finish it
So there's a
in
lot of
August.
cool
I
posts on
kinda
here,
stopped
but generally Google Fonts is one of the most useful tools, probably the most useful typographical tool, both
I need to
in
finish.
finding fonts that you like, but then also being able to use them for free. It's pretty nice. Find the fonts you like, add them to your shopping
Is
cart
it
thingy over
CSS?
here, go to embed, click on this and copy it. I should mention you can also import fonts through CSS, which is much less common, but I can copy that URL
Do my flower.
and in my CSS add this, so it's an @import.
No, you
Very
know what I'm
different
saying? What I'm
syntax,
talking
the
about,
same
yeah,
URL that we're importing. Instead of a link tag in my HTML, I'll comment that out.
Yeah, right, you right now.
And I'll comment this out just so you can see. Right now we have no fonts loading. I'll add that back in,
What do you want to
refresh,
do
and
outside?
it works just as it
It
did
was
before.
windy.
I don't like doing this as much because I don't know. I like to have all the assets, the fonts, any icons, CSS files. I like them all centralized in the head as links instead of having stuff going on in my individual CSS files. It's easier to
So I
see
have
what I'm
such a
actually
bad day, it's not
including
even funny.
on any given web page if I centralize it in the HTML.
So
But
they
you
put me
can
in
do that.
interviews, stupid
But there's a
interviews. So
reason
next week
that
from
they
Monday,
suggest
Tuesday,
link as the
for the
default. It's
core
far more
1
common.
to 11, 12, 13.
And that's it. Google Fonts, great resource. Have fun
I
with
find
it.
someone, but I don't know if she
Find some really
applied. She
interesting
was
fonts, and
better
you can
than
make your
my
websites
mentor.
look a whole
Because
lot
she wants to
nicer,
leave
and you don't
VA,
have
she
to
wants to
worry
come to
about
VBA
support
as a front of the
or
door.
system
So
fonts
she'll be
on
1
Windows
year.
machines versus Mac machines. You don't have to limit
No,
yourself.
so she can become
Although it's still a very
just
good idea to
17
make sure you
under
include a
Tiffany next
backup, a
time.
worst case, which I have not
Just
been
a
doing
stepping
here.
on.
It's possible that Google Fonts will be
Because
down
she's
or something
friend
goes
of
wrong with
Tiffany,
it.
which
So
she
we might
moved
want to set
in,
something here like I
GS15
don't even know
now.
if this
She
is
was 14 now, she
okay.
moved
It says
GS15.
sans serif, so it's definitely sans serif.
I
And
don't know
then
how
for
these
something
people, they
like
help
this,
each other,
maybe we
and
would
I
set
cannot find someone
fantasy
to
or
help me with
cursive or
GS14.
something as the backup font. Let's do fantasy. Okay, that's Google
I don't
Fonts.
have friends. They are black. I don't have black people. White people don't help each other. I observe that. If I was black, man, they would help me right away. And yeah.
All right, so far
She's
we've seen
smelling
quite a
yours.
few different text properties. The basics like font size, text align, font family, other things that control spacing like word spacing,
want
line
what you
height,
eat.
letter spacing, and quite a few others that I can't even recall at this point. There are just a couple others I'd like to point out. They're not as common. Certainly, the most important ones are font weight, text align, font family, that sort of thing. Font size,
So
definitely.
until what's his
But there
name
are some that I'd like to
becomes the
highlight.
chief,
The first one is called
become the
text
chief
decoration. And
right
I'm actually
away, or
showing
he
this to
needs to
you
do the
for
stupid
two reasons.
course?
One is because it's just good to know about. But also the
They
way
should
that
put him
text
right away so
decoration
you don't
works
bother.
is
I see you,
it's something called a
since you do the
shorthand
chief.
property, which we'll see more of when we get to the box model and borders and certain other things later on. So text decoration allows us to set an underline or an overline. Do they have any examples of that?
So you'll be
Like
till
this
he
is an
gets, or he
underline
already
here.
gets.
This is an overline, and it's also wavy. You don't see
Well,
that very
he
often.
better
You've
become
got
the
a
chief
strike
fast.
through.
So you,
You
so
can
you
do a
have less
dotted
problems.
or a dashed. Dotted? Is that
Less
dotted
issues
overline?
and less meetings.
Anyway, so there are different text decoration styles that we can set. Most commonly, I use this to remove a default underline, like on a link,
No,
for
I was
example.
thinking about
We
meetings,
get a lot of,
less
well,
meetings.
the default styles on links will be underlined. So if I had a little nav bar, this will just be a very simple nav bar. Let's do a nav here with an li, or a ul rather, and I'll just put an anchor tag that goes nowhere. Nowhere, and then let's just say home, and then contact or something like that. I'm going to refresh the page. We get that underline on there. And often I
It's
want to
not
remove
less
that,
meeting, yeah.
especially if I'm actually making this a nav bar and I have some
When
other
you are
styles going on, or maybe
policy,
it's
is
a
it
button.
easier?
I'm trying to
I feel
style it to
policy
look
is
like a
easier.
button. I can remove that if I
No?
select those anchor tags. Anchor tag, text, decoration, none. Refresh the page, and now we don't have that underline. Okay, so that's a common situation, but we also can add in an underline on something that doesn't have an underline, or set an overline even, and a strike through effect. So what should we do it on? I guess maybe here, meet my chickens, we'll add an underline. So that's just an H2, text, decoration,
Well, this is
underline.
not time sensitive.
And there we go. We also can do an overline.
You're changing policy based on a new law that came down.
Not
Oh,
that
yeah.
common. And we can do strike through. Is that what it, or line through?
What about education?
There we are. I always think it's strike through. It's
Is
line
it an
through.
easier?
This can be useful, not in this sort of situation, but if you're making a to-do list app or a game or tutorial or something where there's different steps that you're
I
crossing
remember
off,
that guy
or
who was like you, and he said,
a
you see,
recipe guide
they wanted me
where
to be
users can
SES,
check
and I
off
said no,
each ingredient
and I went
you want to cross it off,
education,
strike
and
through
he
the
was
text.
educating.
This is
GS,
actually
he stayed
relatively
GS15
common to
and
see.
education. I don't
So
know,
those are
here.
the most common situations. I use text decoration, line through,
They are
underline
like
maybe, but usually I actually
strategic,
use it to
educational,
remove the
whatever.
text decoration and set it to none. So I mentioned text decoration is actually a shorthand property. And what that means is that it synthesizes four different, in this case, four different properties that you can set individually. And those properties are text decoration line, which is what we've been doing so far. So I can set that on my own. Instead of text decoration, I could set text decoration line to be line through, and it works exactly the same. I can set it to be underline. But we also have other
Oh my God,
properties
what a
like text decoration color.
Crazy.
I can set
day
the
I had
color to
today.
be red. I'll do that
And
here.
I didn't
Text
got my.
decoration color will be red. And I can control the color of that underline. I also can control the style of it,
What?
which is pretty rare to do, but we can set it to be a double, a dotted, a dashed,
I
a
didn't have
wavy.
production
Let's try
coming
wavy.
courses.
Text decoration
Next week I have production.
style wavy. Just gonna look like a spell check or something. All right, so that's the third property.
518.
Text decoration line, color, style, and then we have text decoration thickness.
This is the
Now thickness
full style.
does what it sounds like. It adjusts the thickness of the line, whether it's an underline, a line
this is
through,
not
an
the
overline.
course in the morning.
However,
I finished that at
it doesn't work in
3:30.
Chrome. This is the first example of a common pain point in web development. Anytime we're writing code to run in browsers, we have to worry about browser compatibility. And you'll see that Chrome does not support text decoration thickness. It just doesn't. Firefox and Safari do, Edge and Chrome and Internet Explorer don't. So I can attempt to show it to you, but you'll see it just doesn't work. VS Code's not even going to like it. Text decoration thickness, it won't autocomplete, and it's going to give me my own wavy line in a second. Let's set it to 2 pixels. There we go. It says unknown property. And if I refresh my page, nothing happens. It's completely ignored. So that doesn't mean
Is it
it's
tomorrow?
not a CSS property. It
Oh
is
God, I hope
part
so.
of
I hope I'm lucky.
CSS
Maybe that guy
in
didn't
the
show up. There's a
specification for how
problem
CSS should work.
in the
But
family. He
not
was
all
kind of
browsers
young.
support it. It's up
Maybe
to
he goes to
browsers
his
to actually
girlfriend, he don't
implement
wake
these
up.
features. Anyway,
Did he
it's
say
not
what
that
time was
common
it?
of a thing to really have to worry about. If you really needed a really thick or thin underline, there are
Maybe
other
it's
ways
too
of
early
achieving
for
that. You
him
can
and
use a
he
border,
don't.
a bottom border, and adjust that and move it up and down. You can space it more if you wanted
I
it.
was lucky one
If you
time.
wanted
Maybe the
space
second
between
time I will be the
the
same.
text and the underline here, it's not that easy to do. But if you use a border, it's easier.
None.
Anyway, that's thickness. Those are
they're
4
that bad?
properties: text decoration, line, color, style, and thickness. And then we have text decoration itself, which is the shorthand property, where we can
Commonwealth.
set all 4 of
Where
those
it
in a
comes
single
from,
line
Commonwealth?
or
What
a
that
single
means?
property. So to use it, the property name is text decoration, and then we just add in the corresponding values that we would use for text decoration line or color or style. And this might be a little bit surprising, but the order doesn't actually matter. So I can just do underline or none, as we've seen already, but I could also say underline dotted, but I could also do dotted underline. All that matters is that I have some value. I just need to make sure that whatever keywords I'm putting here are valid for either text decoration line, color, style, or thickness. So I could rewrite these 3 lines, comment them out, and I'll go with a different color, and maybe instead of wavy, we'll do a dashed line. So I can do text decoration, the shorthand version, not style, just text decoration. Let's go with a underline, dashed, and then orange red. Save, and there we go. We get the dashed underline. I could also decide I want an overline too.
Underline,
Very
underline.
common situation at all, but I can do it. I could totally reorder this and start with a color, about olive, underline, overline,
I
dash.
told you about my recycling.
And
I
that
don't have
works
time
too.
for that.
So the order is
Washing
not
and that
significant,
and that.
although I
Oh
usually,
God, too much for me.
personally, not that I do this very often anyway, adding an overline and underlined in olive color,
Oh,
that
don't make
is
me feel-
dash. But if I were
Don't
doing
make me
this,
feel
I
bad.
would just probably set the line first, and then the style, and then the color. So overline, dashed, pink. Let's do wavy.
Stop making me be guilty.
Okay, so that's it for text decoration. You can provide the thickness, but it's not going to work in my browser. And it's a shorthand
Baby,
property, the first of a couple
tomorrow
shorthands
the
that
last
we'll
patient is
see. When we
11:30.
get
So
to
if I
things like
finish at
border,
12:30, I'm
you'll
leaving.
see we
What
have
is it,
a border
11:30?
color
My
and a
last
border
patient.
thickness and a
I
border
can't
style,
come with you.
and we also just have a border shorthand, very similar to this shorthand here. Same thing for other properties we'll learn
So
about,
what happened
margin,
that
and
last month
padding.
was not so
So
busy?
it's a common pattern in CSS. So that's text decoration.
You change
Maybe
the
not
boss,
that
don't
common that you'll need to do most of this. Honestly, most of the time it's just setting underline or setting none to remove the styles on a link, strike through or line through to make something crossed off. I don't know if you'll really want a wavy overline, but you can do it.
Upgrade of the, we're having to upgrade several iterations of the SharePoint
Oh.
for the enterprise. And that is coming.
Next up, we've got 2 more text properties that I'll cover. These ones are pretty quick. Just want to be comprehensive here. The first one is text transform. And we use this to specify how to capitalize or change the
Integrate multiple
casing
what?
of some text.
Okay, so
So we could make some text in all caps, or we could take text that is in all caps and make it all
20?
lowercase. We can capitalize things.
13.
So I'll show you a simple
13
example.
years old.
I'll add an
Do you
H3 in
think
here.
how many-
And
how
in this
many
H3,
versions
I'll
do you
write
think
I love
SharePoint has been
cats.
through between now and back
And
then?
then over here, I will
We're gonna
select
have
that
to
H3.
just-
Let's just see what it
we
looks
have
like
to,
for now.
take
I'm going to make
to
it a bit larger.
2016
Let's do
or
font size, maybe
2019
3 rems.
we have to migrate it step by step.
Okay.
And get it to
And then I'm going to
the
set
current
text
subscription edition on the
transform
cloud.
to be uppercase.
So,
This is a way for me
does
to
that sound like an easy thing
stylistically
to do?
change the casing
Oh,
without
God.
actually changing the markup. So it's all caps. I
I
also
don't understand
have
why you guys you are in
lowercase, although
this
that's not going to make
problem.
much of a difference here. It will stay in lowercase.
I
And I have
inherited it.
capitalize
Wow, man.
which will capitalize each letter
Because
at
of
the
the
beginning
money?
of each word, or
I
the
don't
first
know.
letter of
I
each
don't know
word.
what was going on that drove
Because
that.
IRS
That's
is the
pretty
same.
much
I don't
it
know.
for text transform.
I don't
And then
know
the next one I'll show you
why this
is
isn't
a bit
made,
more fun. It's
or
called
not
text
made.
shadow, and we can use this to add shadows to text. So there's also another type of
didn't
shadow in
work with me
CSS
if I-
called a
yeah,
box
yeah,
shadow,
2013.
which is a shadow based off of the box of some element. So like we haven't talked about the box model, but there's a box, an invisible box around all this text. But a text shadow allows you to add a shadow to the actual text based off of the characters there. So none of these look particularly nice, but let's just walk through how it works. There are a couple different pieces. There's something called offset X, offset Y, a blur radius, and a color. So that offset X and Y will dictate where the shadow is in relation to the text. So let me try and find another example. Here's a 1 pixel X offset and 1 pixel Y. So you can see it's kind of to the right and down. And then here is a 5 pixel and 5 pixels. So we go to the right 5 and down 5. So I'll show you some examples here. Let's style this H3.
I hope you guys you have everything
Let's make the font
back
weight
up.
wider first.
So do I.
I'm using
Back
that
up.
So do
Google
I.
font
And
from
don't lose the
earlier.
CIA
What is it?
papers.
IBM
So do I.
Plex Sans Sans. So I will
I'm telling you.
use the 100 font weight. Or maybe I'll just do 400. Just normal, because an H3 is bolded by default. Okay, so let's add a text shadow in. Text shadow. And let's start with 5 pixels, 5 pixels. So X offset, Y offset. And then we'll also do a color. How about, what's a good color? Maybe just teal for now. Let's refresh. Okay. So you can see that our shadow is 5 pixels to the right of the text and 5 pixels down from the text. I could also, do something way more extreme, like 20 pixels. And I can also go the other direction with negative values. So I could have it negative 20 pixels for the Y offset. And so now it moves up above our text. So it's 20 pixels to the right of our text. That's the X offset, 20 pixels up
Did you have to
because
go
we
anywhere
set
tonight?
Y offset to be negative 20.
Where?
Okay. Then we
To
also have the
college.
blur radius,
Como que
which is going to dictate
Why, it's
how that
Wednesday, not
shadow
Thursday.
spreads out or how large
Oh.
the shadow itself is. The higher
Does
the
that
value,
change
the
it?
bigger the blur,
He
the
was
shadow will
yesterday.
become
No,
wider
you're right. He
and
don't go
lighter.
nowhere.
I'm not
And
right.
if not
I'm
specified, it defaults
you're right.
to 0.
asking. I'm not right. I'm asking.
So let's do a brighter color here.
No, he's
Maybe,
not going today, baby.
what would be a good color? What's a very bright? How about magenta? Okay.
Did you see my
Right now there's no
freaking
blur
hand?
radius. We
Secret
just
stash.
see a duplicate
Oh,
of
it's
our
another
text.
one came.
And let's
That's
bring
the
this
one that
down
has
a
to be
bit.
returned.
Well, I guess I'll leave it where it
How
is
do we
for now,
return
but
it?
then add in my blur radius. How about
Let them to
5
come and
pixels
pick
to
it
start?
up.
What are the instructions?
Oh,
They emailed
There you
them
go.
to
It's blurred, more spread out, and it's
The
not it's
email?
not as bright.
Amazon.
Let's
They
do
emailed the instructions
20
to you, don't
pixel
they?
blur
No,
radius,
it's in Amazon. Let me look.
and
Oh,
you
so
can't even
we
really
gotta
tell.
let
Well, I
him
guess
get
you can
cold?
tell it's following the shape of the text.
Oh wow,
but
no.
it's a very
Maybe
spread
we can
out
come
shadow.
here. Let's see.
What are the instructions
So
in
we
your
could
email?
adjust that back to how about maybe
I don't
5
know.
pixels offset X and Y, and then a 5 pixel blur.
Why you didn't look
Oof,
yesterday?
does not
I
look
don't
great,
have
but
your email.
yeah, it's
It's not in
a shadow.
the email. It's
Now
in the
let's do another
orders.
They said
example.
they emailed it
Let's
to
do
you.
something slightly more fun.
No
They-
instructions
I'm going
where to
to
take it or anything. Just say,
try and
"Print
mimic
this out."
those 3D glasses
You just
that
print that
effect
out and
from
you'll
back
see.
in the day,
And then what?
where
It tells you in the
let's see if
print
they have any
printed
examples
paper.
here,
Let me look.
where you
What
would
it says.
see
what?
like
Where
one of
do
those
we take
3D
it?
books. See,
Where
3D
did you
glasses
want
books.
it?
I used to get these
It didn't
dinosaur
say.
books from my school
Obviously,
library.
you got a choice
Yeah,
where to take it,
like
don't you?
that right
Yeah.
there, where
strange.
everything inside had a green or a blue and a red
And they
shape to it.
charged us-
There's
they
like
said
a
they would
double
give us
image
fee
on
for
everything.
shipping, for
So let's
UPS
try
or
and do something, a very simple version of that with text shadow. So we've got a red, I think it's red and cyan are the two colors. So let's make our text red. So color, red, and then let's make a text shadow cyan. So text shadow, I will do maybe 5 pixels to start offset, and then no blur radius to begin with, maybe no blur radius at all, and then cyan will be the color. Okay, so that's a start. To make it a bit more interesting, I think I would change the colors to be to have an alpha channel value, maybe 50% transparent. And I'm going to use HSL. HSL here. We could also just use RGBA, hex A, hex alpha, whatever we call that. So HSL 0 for the red, and then 50%. No, we'll do 100% saturation, 50% lightness. We just get back to regular old red. But then I'm going to give a 0.5 alpha channel, and then I'm going to copy this. Cyan is the polar opposite of red on the hue wheel, so it's 180 degrees. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Hey, that looks a little bit better. It's not beautiful, but it kind of looks like, vaguely, like what I was talking about. We can even add multiple text shadows. If you add a comma here, we can specify another, how about 2 pixels? Let's see what that looks like. And let's do a yellow. So an HSL, I think yellow is somewhere around like 60 on the hue wheel. 100%, 50%, 0.5. Let's see what that looks like. It's kind of interesting, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. It's a little bit better than this. So that's text shadows. There's a lot that you can do with them. I'll make that a bit larger. How about we go with 4 rems? It looks kind of trendy, maybe. And then you can set the blur, which I'm not doing here. All that you need to do is add that third blur radius value. Let's do maybe 2 pixels on each of them and see how that looks. It might look awful. Yeah, I mean, it is blurring, but okay, we'll go back to what we had there. Not that this matters at all anyway. We're just playing around with text shadows. Okay, so that is a wrap on the basic text, not even just the basic ones, but on most of the text properties that you can change and work with in CSS. There are definitely others that we left off, and some that we probably went into too much detail on. So really the most important ones are things like font size, font weight, font family, what else? Not text decoration, not text shadow or text transform, although those are useful to know about. But most of the time, you'll just be changing the font size, the font itself, and the font weight. Oh, text align, that's another one too. Alrighty, in the next video, we're going to do something a bit different. We're going to focus on how you go about approaching CSS when there's hundreds of properties, and what your mindset should be when you're trying to learn it, and if you need to memorize and master every property. And I'll also introduce a kind of fun property there to demonstrate my approach, at least. So that's coming up next. All right, so we've seen quite a few properties so far in CSS, but we're nowhere near done just yet. But you may already be feeling slightly overwhelmed. Looking at this CSS reference, there are just so many properties that you might need to know, so many different things that you can change and configure using CSS. It just seems kind of crazy. But don't panic. Please don't panic. What's really important to understand right now is that CSS is very large. There are many, many properties, but you really don't need to know them all. There's a core set of them that you'll come to learn just by using them. Color, background color, once we talk about border and margin and padding, font size, font family, that sort of thing. But then there are so many niche or less commonly used ones, like a text shadow, honestly, or even text decoration, knowing the syntax to set a wavy underline. That's pretty rare. You don't need to know that. You don't really need to know any of these weirder ones. I'm going to show you an example of something and how I would go about finding information out. You don't need to spend time studying or memorizing. The vast majority of them, the ones that you use the most, you'll just naturally memorize. But really, use Google, Stack Overflow, and MDN whenever you're not sure how to accomplish something in CSS. So as an example, this is real. I can never remember for the life of me how to make gradients in CSS. Now I know that you can. So in a situation like this where I'm trying to do something in CSS and I just don't know or I don't remember how to do it, which happens pretty frequently, not just with gradients, but there are lots of things you might want to do in CSS that are just not that common from one project to the next. So Google is 100% your most important tool alongside MDN. Let me find gradient somewhere on here. All right, here's gradient on the CSS reference. And then there are multiple types of gradients. I do remember that. We have a linear gradient, a radial gradient. We can do repeating linear, repeating gradient, repeating radial, and then conic gradient. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Let's say I just want a linear gradient. So that looks like that's the basic syntax. To make a vertical gradient, we just specify 2 colors. That's easy enough. Why don't I add a gradient to the body maybe? Sure. So body, and it's not a property for the record. It's kind of a replacement for a color or for something that we would set on the background. So it is not itself a color. This is something that we set using background, not background color. We'll talk more about background later. You can set an image to be a background. You can set a gradient, a pattern. There are things that you can do that aren't just background color. So we set the background property to be a linear gradient. And let's go from, I don't know, cyan to purple. Refresh the page. Well, there's my linear gradient. Now, that part's not too hard to remember, but the thing is that you have a lot more control over gradients. You can have multiple colors, but you can also specify what percentage each color takes up of the gradient and the direction of the gradient. And I can never remember that. So we'll look at linear gradient, the specific docs, or the specific MDN page for it. It looks like we can start off with a, what do they call that there? 0.25 turn? Let's scroll down and look at the keywords. Here we go. We've got a side or a corner that we can specify. So 2 bottom, 2 left, 2 right. Interesting. Or we can write specific degrees, like 180 degrees, 50 degrees. Let's try 2 right to start. So it looks like that's the first parameter to this, 2 right, cyan purple. Well, there we go, that's to the right. We can do 2 left. And it looks like we can also set a degree, specific degree. Let's do 45 degrees. Okay. And we can probably do negative 45, or do we have to do, yeah, there we go. We can also, let's see, set a linear color stop. So after, is that how it works? After a color, we can specify the percentage. So in this example, a gradient going from bottom to top, starting blue, turning green at 40% of its length and finishing red. All right, so let's try that. Let's do cyan for 80% and see what that looks like. Okay, so it starts cyan 80% and then right at the end, it turns to purple. So there's quite a bit more that you can do with gradients. You can do crazy things like that, I guess, but you can also set up your repeating gradients, a radial gradient, repeating linear, repeating radial, conic. The moral of the whole story here is that you can find this information whenever you need it. There is no reason to worry about it and memorize it. Usually, if I ever need a gradient, actually my first stop is a tool like this. It's called cssgradient.io, where it lets you visually make the gradient that you want. You can pick the colors or enter the colors in here. So let's see, this color, What do I want? Maybe a greenish. A light, I don't know. I don't want to waste your time. We'll find some color that I like there. Like a very light blue. And then maybe this color will be a super light pinkish color. Maybe a light purple. How's that look? And then this one can be a light pink. And I might end up with something like that, I guess. Sure. And if I want to use that, do I want a vertical gradient, angled gradient? Should be radial. Who knows? Well, whatever I decide on, I take this and then I just copy the pre-made gradient they give me right there, and then I'll replace this gradient with that. Refresh the page, and there's that gradient. So you do not need to memorize, you don't need to freak out about all the properties. There are just so many, and some of them, like gradients, you may not use all that often. So focus on the basics, focus on the stuff that you use day to day or that you'll need to use day to day, and you'll pretty quickly figure those ones out. I wouldn't stress about making flashcards or trying to quiz yourself. I mean, it won't hurt, but you definitely don't need to do it. Okay, so we do have a lot more to cover with CSS. You're going to do an exercise. We've covered a lot so far, and I'll see you shortly. More CSS up next. All right, welcome back. So we have a lot more to cover with CSS. One of the most important pieces we have yet to talk about are CSS selectors. And then a separate topic is specificity. We're going to talk about both of those here. So our main goals are to compare and contrast some of the most important common selectors, element, ID, class, and then we'll also see some more complex selectors, and then we'll talk about specificity in CSS. So these are two very important topics, selectors and specificity, and we'll get to the bottom of the name CSS, cascading style sheets. What is the cascade? But for now, we're going to begin with CSS selectors. So in CSS, we have lots and lots of options for how we actually select particular elements or groups of elements. With what we've seen so far, we don't really have many options at all. We've been selecting based off of an element type. So over here, I've got a relatively simple web page, totally unstyled. I've got a couple images in there, some links, some paragraphs, some text. That's pretty much it. I'm going to make a style sheet very quickly. I'll just call this app.css. I will add my link tag, app.css, and now we can start writing some styles. So what we've seen so far is using the element selector, where we select based off of the type of element. So body, we could set the height of the body, or in this case, I've got images. I could scale down these images, all images, and give them a width of maybe 300 pixels or something. I'll refresh, and both images now have a width of 300 pixels. This one looks smaller, but it's actually, there's some white space on both sides of it, so it is 300 pixels wide. So I can do things like, make all H1s have, or I guess there's only one H1, but give it a color of purple, and all H2s will have a color of teal. And there we go. We are impacting every H1. There's just only one of them on the page. Here I'm impacting all, or selecting all H2s. That is the element selector. Now I said that is the simplest selector. Technically there is a simpler selector, but it's really not all that commonly used. And that selector is the universal selector, which we write using the star character or the asterisk, and it will match all elements of any type. So not that common that you need to style everything the same way, but if you needed to, I'll do a really obvious example here. We could do something like select everything and set text decoration to be a underline. That is, what's the obvious color? Magenta. How about a wavy magenta underline on every single element? Now this is only a text property, so if we add that to an image or something, we won't see it. But all of the text on the page, whether it's an H1, H2, paragraphs, anchor tags, more anchor tags here, they all have that underline. Or to make this even clearer, we haven't talked much about border, but if I do a border here, 2 pixels, solid cyan, refresh, you can see a lot of borders there. Every single image has a border. Every anchor tag here has a border. Every LI has a border. The UL has a border. The nav does. It's a little bit over the top, but this does demonstrate that we are selecting everything. Text, images, even the whole body itself has a border around it. So I am not going to do that. I'll leave this here commented out so you have a reference. That is the universal selector. It is occasionally used to reset browser styles. So each browser has default styles that we may want to remove. So we wouldn't add a border or text decoration, but once we talk about things like margin and padding, sometimes you will see the universal selector used to select everything and set margin and padding to 0. But we're not doing that now. Just wanted to show it to you. So those are two pretty broad selectors. Select every single thing, or select every single image, every single H2, every single H1. But a lot of what we do in CSS needs to be more targeted, more specific. So coming up next, we'll see a few more options for selecting where we can be more detailed or have a bit more control over what we're selecting. All right, welcome back. So we have a lot more to cover with CSS. One of the most important pieces we have yet to talk about are CSS selectors. And then a separate topic is specificity. We're going to talk about both of those here. So our main goals are to compare and contrast some of the most important common selectors, element, ID, class, and then we'll also see some more complex selectors. And then we'll talk about specificity in CSS. So these are two very important topics, selectors and specificity. And we'll get to the bottom of the name CSS, cascading style sheets. What is a cascade? But for now, we're going to begin with CSS selectors. So in CSS, we have lots and lots of options for how we actually select particular elements or groups of elements. With what we've seen so far, we don't really have many options at all. We've been selecting based off of an element type. So over here, I've got a relatively simple web page, totally unstyled. I've got a couple images in there, some links, some paragraphs, some text. That's pretty much it. I'm going to make a style sheet very quickly. I'll just call this app.css. I will add my link tag, CSS. Now we can start writing some styles. So what we've seen so far is using the element selector, where we select based off of the type of element. So body, we can set the height of the body, or in this case, I've got images. I can scale down these images, all images, and give them a width of maybe 300 pixels or something. I'll refresh, and both images now have a width of 300 pixels. This one looks smaller, but it's actually, there's some white space on both sides of it, so it is 300 pixels wide. So I can do things like all H1s have, or I guess there's only one H1, but give it a color of purple, and all H2s will have a color of teal. And there we go. We are impacting every H1. There's just only one of them on the page. Here I'm impacting all, or selecting all H2s. That is the element selector. Now I said that is the simplest selector. Technically there is a simpler selector, but it's really not all that commonly used. And that selector is the universal selector, which we write using the star character or the asterisk, and it will match all elements of any type. So not that common that you need to style everything the same way, but if you needed to, I'll do a really obvious example here. We could do something like select everything and set text decoration to be a underline. That is, what's the obvious color? Magenta. How about a wavy magenta underline on every single element? Now this is only a text property, so if we add that to the image or something, we won't see it. But all of the text on the page, whether it's H1, H2, paragraphs, anchor tags, more anchor tags here, they all have that underline. Or to make this even clearer, we haven't talked much about border, but if I do a border here, 2 pixels, solid cyan, refresh, you can see a lot of borders there. Every single image has a border. Every anchor tag here has a border. Every LI has a border. The UL has a border. The nav does. It's a little bit over the top, but this does demonstrate that we are selecting everything. Text, images, even the whole body itself has a border around it. So I am not going to do that. I'll leave this here commented out so you have a reference. That is the universal selector. It is occasionally used to reset browser styles. So each browser has default styles that we may want to remove. So we wouldn't add a border or text decoration, but once we talk about things like margin and padding, sometimes you will see the universal selector used to select everything and set margin and padding to 0. But we're not doing that now. Just wanted to show it to you. So those are two pretty broad selectors. Select every single thing, or select every single image, every single H2, every single H1. But a lot of what we do in CSS needs to be more targeted, more specific. So coming up next, we'll see a few more options for selecting where we can be more detailed or have a bit more control over what we're selecting. Next up, we're going to talk about the ID selector. So here's a quick scenario for you. I've got this HTML document. I have two images, this image down here and this image up here. And with what we know right now, I can resize both of them at the same time. That's really all I can do. If I want to resize one, the other one is going to be resized as well. We're selecting all images. So if I want to make this a logo-sized image, like, I don't know, maybe 100 pixels, let's see how that looks. Maybe even a little bit smaller, 75 pixels or something. I'm also really shrinking down this image down here that I probably don't want to be that tiny. So how can I select a single particular image, one image, and not all of the others? Imagine I have, 5 or 10 or 20 other images that I want to be full-sized or larger images. Next up, we're going to talk about the ID selector. So here's a quick scenario for you. I've got this HTML document. I have two images, this image down here and this image up here. And with what we know right now, I can resize both of them at the same time. That's really all I can do. If I want to resize one, the other one is going to be resized as well. We're selecting all images. So if I want to make this a logo-sized image, like, I don't know, maybe 100 pixels, let's see how that looks. Maybe even a little bit smaller, 75 pixels or something. I'm also really shrinking down this image down here that I probably don't want to be that tiny. So how can I select a single particular image, one image, and not all of the others? Imagine I have, 5 or 10 or 20 other images that I want to be full-sized or larger images, maybe in a grid, an image gallery, and then I want this one image to be tiny. This is where an ID can come in. An ID is a particular attribute that we can set on any HTML element. Well, I say any, I actually don't know if you I don't think you could add an ID and use it if you added it to like I don't know, a link tag or a title tag. Usually we only add them to elements in the body, elements that show up. We add an ID using the ID attribute, so ID equals and then some name in quotes. Totally up to you. It's basically a label, a name tag that we're setting that in our CSS we can hook into. We can refer back to main heading and style it in some way. So I can add a ID or an ID to my image here. This is the image of the cat for my logo. And I can call it, what should I call it? Probably just logo would be a simple enough name. So logo should be good enough. We put it between the quotes just like any other attribute. And on its own, it does absolutely nothing. It simply is a hook that we can come back to in our CSS, or when we get to JavaScript, we'll eventually use JavaScript to select based off of IDs, or sometimes we can. So it's a way of singling one element out. If you have ever worked with a database, as an example, every row in a database has a unique ID. So no two rows have the same ID. The same should be true of elements in your HTML. An ID should be used one time and one time only per page. So we should have one logo. We should not have anything else that has ID of logo. Now we can have multiple IDs. Generally, I try and minimize the number of IDs that I have. That doesn't mean you shouldn't use them, but we will see some other ways of selecting elements. This is not something you should be abusing, but if you have one thing to call out, it's a great solution. All right, so that is how we add the HTML, the attribute for ID. Now in our CSS, we need to select based off of that ID. So I'm going to start by setting all images back to like 300 or 400 pixels wide. It's a little small, maybe 500 pixels. I'm just looking at this one down here. Sure. Now I want to select by the ID, and the syntax is to use this little hash symbol. I don't know what the origin of it is, why we use the hash or pound or octothorpe. There's another term for this, but I can't remember what it is. Anyway, pound symbol, and then the name of your ID, it has to match exactly. And mine was logo. So I'm going to do a pound sign, logo, and then I can do whatever I want here. I could do, well, I'm here to do width, so why don't I do that? Width is exactly 75 pixels, only for that one thing that has that ID of logo. Refresh the page, and there we go. All of my other images, there's only one, but if I had more, they would be completely unchanged. These styles apply to all images. This applies only to the thing that has ID of logo, which is that one image. So that's the basic idea of an ID. It's something we add to any element using the attribute called ID. And in our CSS, we can reference that ID using the hash symbol or octothorpe, and then set our styles. Just keep in mind that every ID should be unique on your page. If this section has main heading as its ID, there should be nothing else with that ID in the same document. Or there should be nothing else with the ID of logo in our document. So why would you use an ID? Well, first of all, as we've just seen, it's an easy way of singling one thing and only one thing out. It's something unique that you want to be able to select by. There's another reason, which we will come back to. I'll just show you briefly right now. We would use an ID to be very specific. If you noticed here, I have two conflicting styles for this one image. I'm saying make all images 500 pixels and make the thing with the ID of logo 75 pixels. And this is winning, even though it's still an image and it's still getting this style. So what's happening here has to do with specificity. That's a topic we will be talking about shortly, but that's just a quick preview. Basically, if there's a battle between these two things, an ID selector is going to win. It is stronger. So we end up with a smaller logo because that was what we set in our ID styles. All right, so that's IDs. Next up, we'll see another way of singling out a group of elements instead of just a single element at a time.
nice when I agree with you?
You better be nice.
How is that not being nice when I agree with you?
Good dog.
Are you finished with your class?
No, I have like 6 months of class.
For tonight.
It's a full stack.
Selecting
For
by
today.
element name, by ID,
No.
and by
How
class
much longer
name.
is your class
But
going
there
on?
are other
I need
selectors
to
that I'll show
recuperate
you.
5 months.
We're not
I've
going
been
to
not
see
done.
every single CSS
Oh, this
selector,
is
but
tape?
I'll highlight some of the most important ones. And the
Yeah.
first one we'll talk about is
And
called
I
the
forgot I need to
descendant
do the
selector.
page.
We'll also see
Yeah,
adjacent
Junior, we need to do
sibling,
the page.
direct children, and I'll show you some pseudo elements
I'm
and
trying to
pseudo
record
classes.
Nicola.
But we're going to begin with the descendant selector. The descendant selector allows us to select elements
But I need to
based
do the
off
exercise.
of what sort of elements they're nested inside of. So here's an example. This is kind of a trivial example, but I'm selecting all paragraphs that are inside of the body element, or a body element. Now, every paragraph on your page should be inside of a body element, so this is kind of the same thing as selecting all paragraphs. Let me show you another example. So over here, first of all, I've updated my markup a tiny little bit. I added in this early works section for some of these Yeats poems. And this new section is just a bunch of, it's not even a bunch, it's a couple of anchor tags inside of LIs, inside of a UL.
Well, maybe
Just
runny
like what we
nose, but
have
not
up here,
your skin.
which eventually might be a nav bar. It's supposed to be navigation links.
All right.
So if I wanted to style these differently than these right here, I'm not going to select all anchor tags. That would also give me these anchor tags too. So let's say I want to remove the underline from these 4 links. One option that we just saw would be to add a class to each one of them. So I could make multiple cursors, class equals maybe nav link, something like that. And then in my app CSS, select nav link and set text decoration to none. As we saw earlier, that will remove the underline. And then I could also change the font size or do whatever I needed to do. That's one option, but there's a better way that doesn't involve having to write a bunch of markup. Not that adding a class is a bad thing overall, but if we can avoid it, if there's still an easy way to select our elements, we should go with that first. And there is an easy way. If we look at these 2 ULs, here's one. This makes all of the early works. And then we've got this other one up here, and there's one clear difference. This is nested inside of a nav element. So I can select all of the anchor tags nested inside of a nav. And that would allow me to style these separately from every other anchor tag on the page. Now, if I had multiple navs, then I would have to consider how to do that. I might add an ID called navbar or header nav or something to the nav element. But instead, for now, what I can do is select all anchor tags inside of nav elements. And you do read this right to left. So anchor tags nested in a nav. And then I'll do something like maybe font size will get a little bit bigger, 1.5. Let's see what that looks like. Sure. And I don't know if I want to remove the text decoration. Maybe I'll change the text decoration a bit. Text decoration, underline, what should I do? Underline, what's a better color for our anchor tags? How about steel blue? Maybe we'll just set my underline to 1. And there we go. So we are selecting only the anchor tags nested inside of a nav element. Now this could be anywhere inside of a nav. Notice that these anchor tags are not direct children, right? They're not right here. They're nested a couple levels deep. There's a UL and then LIs in between. And this would also apply if I had any other nav on the page. I don't, but if I had one down at the bottom and I had anchor tags in there, like that, this is also going to get those same styles. As you can see right there. That is my anchor tag. So I'm going to get rid of that. So this selector can be super useful because the structure of our page often is linked to how we want to style things. We might want to style, well, anchor tags inside of a nav element differently from anchor tags inside of a paragraph. I don't have to make a class for each one of these. I don't need a nav length class. I could. There's nothing necessarily bad about that, but I don't have to do it. Another example are these paragraphs here. For each poem, I want to italicize the text. But what I'm doing right now is italicizing the entire poem section. And if we look at the poem sections, each poem, which is a section element of the class of poem, has an H2, an H3, and a couple of paragraphs. And if all I want to do is make the paragraphs italicized, right now I'm not doing a good job of that because I'm also, got some collateral damage, I'm also italicizing the H2 and the H3 for each poem. I'm just making the entire section italicized. So if I get rid of that, and I'll also get rid of the color gray, this is what we end up with. And if I only want to target 1, 2, 3 paragraphs and then 1, 2, 3 paragraphs here, but not these paragraphs, it's not going to work if I just say all paragraphs, font style, italic. As we already know, every paragraph is affected. But all I have to do is say every paragraph inside of, and I could say inside of a section. However, we still have a section up here. This whole thing is a section, so that doesn't really help me. Instead, I can say every paragraph inside of something with the class of poem. Just like that. So paragraph elements anywhere nested inside of something with the class of poem. And now, this is non-italicized, but these 6 paragraphs, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, are italicized because they're nested inside of a poem. And I could change their style or their color. I don't know if I like the gray, honestly. Let's see. Sure, we'll go with that. So this is the descendant selector. It's a space, and that space indicates this element or this thing nested inside of this element or thing. So it doesn't have to just be an element, as you've seen here. We selected based off of paragraphs inside of the poem class. But if I had some other class inside of a poem, let's say I had an author class, this is saying anything with the class of author nested inside of something with the class of poem. And I can actually continue to chain these on. So I could have written this, not that it makes sense to, I could have done body, poem, P. Any paragraph inside of anything with the class of poem inside of any body element. And we won't see any changes. It's redundant to have to write that body there. But I just want to show you that we can continue to use these descendant selectors. We can continue to use these descendant selectors and combine them to make more complicated selectors. So that's the descendant selector. It allows us to select based off of some parent element somewhere up the hierarchy. So it's not a direct parent. It could be a great-great-great-great-grandparent with the class of poem, or an anchor tag nested 1,000 levels deep inside of a nav. Although that would be a horrible nav bar if you really had 1,000 levels deep, this still would apply. So we'll see another example or another selector where we can be more specific and say this anchor tag has to be a direct child of a nav. It can't be a grandchild. But that's not the basic descendant selector that we just saw. The next selector we'll take a look at, technically, this is actually called a combinator. It doesn't really matter. Everyone just calls it a selector. The adjacent sibling combinator / selector. The syntax for this is the plus sign. And this example here, H2 plus paragraph, what this is going to select is any paragraph that comes immediately after an H2. So this paragraph comes right after that H2. It is adjacent to that H2. So they have to have the same parent. They've got to be on the same level, if that makes sense. So this paragraph, you could say, comes after an H2, but it is not adjacent to it. So back in our example, we have a couple different things that we could play around with. First of all, we've got this H3, and this is the only H3 that is immediately adjacent to a paragraph. These other H3s come after an H2. So let me just show you a couple examples. If I select all H3s and I give them a color of, how about orange? Orange red. It's a little better. Okay, so all 3 of these are orange red. there's only 3 H3s on the page.
That
But
works.
now if I say
I don't-
any H3 that is immediately adjacent to a paragraph, so I have to use the plus sign, and once again it's a right to left. So once again it's right to left. The thing that will be styled here is an H3 that is adjacent to a paragraph, not a paragraph that is adjacent to an H3. Okay, so now if we refresh, the only one that is orange red is this H3 right here because it comes immediately after a paragraph. And if I updated my markup to add another H3 right there, this one will not be styled. Yes, it comes after a paragraph, I guess in the flow of the document it is after it, but it is not immediately after it. Yes, they have the same parent, but they are not considered adjacent. The H3 needs to come right after a paragraph in order to get this orange-red color. Next up, let's reverse it a little bit and select the H3s that are adjacent to H2s.
Yeah.
So just like this, H2 plus H3. Now we end up with both of these H2s with an orange-red color. They are immediately adjacent. They come right after an H2. So H3, H2. I might have mixed up the numbers there, but this is adjacent to that. Versus this here comes after a paragraph. Honestly, I don't really use this selector or combinator all that often. I find it sometimes confusing or just not that intuitive. But there are situations where, if you have a pattern, a bunch of stuff, I'm trying to think of a good example, but you might have some pattern like this, I guess, where you have an author after each poem title. You might have 20 or 100 different poems on the page. Each one follows this format. And then you might also have other H3s scattered throughout, like we have here. Then it can be nice just to say every H3 that comes right after an H2 needs to be treated this way. So it's not something you might use on every single page, but it can be useful. That is the adjacent combinator. By the way, the reason we call it a combinator, this is technically a combinator too, the descendant combinator, is because we're combining two different selectors. Just like with the descendant combinator slash selector, I don't have to use element tags here or element selectors. So I could do something like selecting this image right here based off of the fact that it comes immediately after a poem section with the class of poem. So I could do .poem plus image. And maybe I'll just make it wider with 400 pixels. Refresh the page. Oh, I guess I made it narrower. So 500? Okay, well, I still changed the size of it. Let's do 900. Okay, so not that you would do that in this situation, but we can combine using the combinator. This one is the adjacent combinator. This is the descendant combinator. We can combine multiple selectors, whether they are element selectors like image or H3 or H2, a class selector, an ID selector. We can combine them together using the plus sign, the space.
Summarize
We'll also
and,
see another
some,
example after this
beef.
called the direct descendant combinator.
Beef tips, how you call those?
Hairy little beast. You're a woolly little beast. You're a woolly booger.
Yes, she is.
A woolly booger. I think she's converting to Rastafarian. You don't know why that's funny, do you?
She is.
You know what a Rastafarian is? Those people with dreadlocks. Their hair matted together and
We need to. Can you make an appointment for her to cut her hair for tomorrow?
When are we gonna do this?
Tomorrow we can come back. I can come back and go with Junior if you make the appointment. But I think I have the account.
Is there a little doggy in the kitchen? Uh-huh. You okay, Cliff? You okay? Yeah. Oh. Snap back. Oh.
Next up, we have another selector. Technically, it's another combinator. It combines multiple selectors in a special way. It's called the direct child or direct children combinator or selector. So to illustrate why we would use this, I've made a small, relatively minor change to the markup. This UL right here that contains a couple different works, early works for Yeats, used to just be a couple LIs, but now I've nested some content. You can see it here. So I've got my LIs, and then inside this LI I have another UL with 3 LIs. Same thing down here, I have 4 LIs. So these are supposed to be particular poems within some collection. And I'd like to make the top level LIs, the actual collections, the anchor tags here, I'd like to make them larger compared to the nested LIs here. So I might give them, I guess we could use M's, maybe 1.5 M's or something like that. I could start by selecting all LIs, set the font size to 1.5 M's, but that's going to be a problem for a couple reasons. First of all, I'll be selecting and styling these. Those are also LIs. But also, I'm not differentiating between this level and this level. So if I refresh, not what we want. Now, why do we have extra large ones here? I said all LIs have a font size of 1.5 M's. Remember that M's are relative to the inherited font size. So these LIs are going to have 1.5 times the font size of the UL font size, whatever was inherited here. But then we have a nested LI inside of this LI, which is already 1.5 times the font size inherited. Then we're multiplying it by 1.5 times again. So this is not at all what we want. It's the complete opposite, actually. I wanted these to be smaller than these. So I could narrow this down. I could use the descendant combinator. I do have an ID I've added to the particular UL. It has an ID of works. So I could select based off of that ID, works, and only the LIs inside. But that still gives me this problem here. Up top, this will go back to what it was before, slightly smaller. But I still have this issue where these guys are getting much larger. And even if I wasn't using M's, if I was just doing, how about 30 pixels, everything is going to be 30 pixels. And I only want these guys to be 30 pixels. These should remain their original font size, the smaller font. So instead of selecting every LI that's a descendant of the works ID, whatever has that ID, I only want to select the direct descendants. The children, not the grandchildren or great-grandchildren, only the direct children. And that is where the direct child combinator comes in. We use the greater than sign, and in this example, we would be selecting all H2s that are direct children of a section element. So this one would be styled, it's a direct child of a section. This one would not be. It is a descendant of a section, it's nested inside, but it is not a direct child. So here, all I need to do is add that greater than sign. And now if I head over here and refresh, it's not going to be exactly what we want, but it is a start. Because right now, as we've already talked about, our font size is increasing every level we nest. Every LI in this nav, or in this UL rather, has a font size of 1.5 M's. So this is 1.5 times the inherited font size, and then this is 1.5 times that. But now if I refresh, they're now the exact same font size, and that's because these LIs are inheriting their font size from this LI, but they're not multiplying it anymore because they don't have 1.5 M's as their font size. So to illustrate this a little better, I could start by selecting all LIs inside of that ID works and give them a font size of, how about just 15, 16 pixels to make this easier to see. And then I'll refresh, and you can see now how it's working. These are 16 pixels, these are not. So if I get rid of this line, I'll comment it out. We're making all of these LIs 16 pixels. I'll zoom out. But then I'm going back in afterwards and saying, actually, the direct descendants of that ID should be bigger. So we made all LIs in here 16 pixels, and then we selected these ones that are direct descendants of the entire UL, not nested down, not just general descendants, but direct children, and we made them larger. All right, well, I wasn't terribly thrilled with that example, so here's a second example of when we could use the same direct child or direct descendant selector. I've updated the markup once again, so now each poem, the section, the class of poem, now includes a description as a paragraph. The very first paragraph is not actually part of the poem. First published in 1893, When You Are Old is one of Yeats's most famous love poems, blah, 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 blah. This is not the poem. Same thing right here. But our styles are targeting all paragraphs instead of anything with the class of poem. So the way the markup is structured is that we have a paragraph that is directly nested inside of that section, and then the actual poetry, the poem paragraphs are nested in a separate section. So these are all in a section. This is not. They're in this section, but that section has the class name of poem. So I could use that to my advantage. I can select that class poem, and instead of selecting all paragraphs, I'll select direct descendants, and I think I'll go with a color of black. And now you'll see that this paragraph is going to be black because it is a direct descendant of that section with that class. These ones are not. They're further nested. They're grandchildren. So I'll also make it unitalicized, font style normal. Okay, and that's good enough. So that's just one more example of using the direct descendant combinator / selector. Okay, so next up we've got a couple more, and then we're going to talk about specificity. Next up, we've got a pretty quick one. If we have different selections that we are styling the same way, for example, here I have 3 different selectors, H2, the class of main section, and the ID of top heading, and I'm making them all have a color of blue. Rather than duplicating that 3 times, I can join them together using a comma. So a comma here is going to indicate select all of this, and then select those, and select these, and give them a color of blue. So as a quick demonstration, right now my H1 is purple. And if I wanted to make all anchor tags purple as well, anchor tags color purple, I now have duplicated that code. It's not a whole lot, but if I did have shared styles, I wanted them to have, I don't know, a shadow or a border or something, 3 or 4 different properties, I would be duplicating it. And if I had other things I was making purple, with this approach, I would have to duplicate it again. But I can combine them with a comma instead into a single CSS rule, just like that. You don't need that return. By the way, that's just my VS Code preferences, adds that return in there, but you can put them on the same line. I could also select things like the class of poem and the ID of, what was that? Can't remember what IDs we have. We have ID of works and logo. All right, well, let's do works. Okay, so we don't see a whole lot except these change as well, because they're part of that UL that has the ID of works. I could also add more complex selections in, so I could do this right here if I wanted to. I'm probably not going to want to, but I can. I'm just chaining together multiple selections. Now I'm just going to go back to H1 and anchor tags. One thing to consider is that you don't want to do this if you anticipate having different styles eventually for H1s and anchor tags, or you have something you want to differentiate between the two, because whatever styles I put in here will be updating both of those selections, right? So if I change them, let's do a better color, maybe olive, and if I give them a font size, for example, of 50 pixels, that could be problematic. Maybe that's what I want for the H1, but not for my anchor tags. So you only want to do this in situations where it makes sense. I guess that goes without saying. And you could always start like this and then split things up and just make your own separate anchor tag selector. Or you can do this and give them their shared functionality or their shared styles. H1s and anchor tags should be olive. And, by the way, H1s separately should be bigger, font size of 50 pixels. And there we go. So we can reduce some duplication while still leaving room for separate individual styles. And that's it. Next up, we get to talk about pseudo-classes. So pseudo-classes aren't exactly selectors on their own. They are things that we chain on to a selector to specify some special state or condition of that selected set of elements. So a simple and really common example is to apply some style when a button or some element is hovered over. And to do that, we use the hover pseudo-class. So a pseudo-class has a colon to indicate it's a pseudo-class, and it needs to come after some sort of selector. So here's a simple example. All buttons, when you hover, make their color blue. But this could also be an ID selector. It could be a combination of, an ID with a direct descendant selector, and then an element, colon, hover. But whatever the selector is, we then add the colon hover, the pseudo-class, to indicate we want this to apply when something is hovered. So we can start with that one. We can start with hover, although there are quite a few others. Some of them are useful, some of them I've probably never touched in my life, but we'll start with hover. So why don't we do the nav links up here? When you hover, it's pretty common to have some sort of change when you hover over a nav bar link. So those are all, if we look at our markup, links inside of the nav element. There's only one nav on this page, so we could just say any anchor tags inside of a nav. And I think I'm already styling that right here. Nav anchor tag. I'm going to do this down at the bottom just so that you can see sort of the order we went in the last few videos. So nav anchor tags, and then we'll start with just color of, I don't know, maybe orange red is what we'll go for. So right now they're all going to become orange red, but I only want that to happen when we hover. So I add that right here. So this is saying when you hover over an anchor tag inside of a nav, anywhere in a nav, make its color orange red. And I'll refresh. Let's hover. There we go. So that is our first pseudo-class, the hover pseudo-class. We could do something slightly fancier if we wanted to. Text, decoration, underline. It's not going to look great anyway, but there we go. It makes it a little clearer that you can click this as a link. So that's the hover pseudo-selector. You can change all sorts of things. It's totally up to you. You can change the font size. Generally, you'll want to add some animations or some transitions, which is something we have not talked about at the moment. You know, if you do font size and I suddenly make this 40 pixels, it's kind of a terrible experience. Everything shifts on the page, and I wouldn't recommend doing that. It's very janky, but you can. Okay, so let's take a look at some other pseudo classes. Now remember, all of them have to do with specifying a special state of some selected element or elements. So some of these states include things like focus. Focus applies on an input that is being focused on. So I don't have any inputs, do I? But why don't I just add one at the very bottom of the page? Input, we'll do a type equals text, give it a placeholder, email. Just refresh the page. We've got our little input right there. Okay, so what I want to do is add some styles on that input when it is focused. So this applies to all inputs when they're focused on. And what should we do here? How about maybe a background color of lavender? We're not going for looks. And now let's focus in there. I probably shouldn't have gone with lavender. It's kind of hard to see, but hopefully you can see that. Maybe I'll do pink. Refresh, focus, and now it turns pink. So that would apply to any input that we have on the page. When we focus, the background color will be pink. Let's take a look at a couple more. Here are two that go hand in hand, last of type and first of type. So this pseudo class is something we chain on like every other pseudo class, where we can select the first element of its type among a group of siblings. So as an example here, let's do paragraph first of type. Let's just see what happens. So paragraph first of type, and let's do a color of magenta. And what you'll see here is that every first paragraph among its siblings, so that first paragraph here, that's the first paragraph in this group. There's a section around this whole thing. Then here, we've got another section right here, and the first paragraph is right here. But then we also have a second section around the actual poem itself. You go back, where are you? Right here. So here is the section, our first paragraph. And then we have another section there's the first paragraph in that section. So this is a way of styling every first paragraph in some context, but we can also whittle it down a bit. I could say actually only the first paragraph in a poem. And now it is these first paragraphs. Or I could even whittle it down more and say the first paragraph in a section inside of the poem. And now it's only these paragraphs. Now, I don't know why we would want those to be magenta, but we can do that. I could also do something like every first LI rather, and we'll give them a background color of, how about cyan? I'll refresh, and there you go. First one, here's the first one, and then here's another first one, and another first LI. So that's first of type. We also have last of type, so I'll just quickly swap that out. And now it is the last LI. That's the type that we're selecting. So the last LI among some group of siblings. So here's a group of LIs, the last one. Group of LIs, here's the last one. And then this is the last LI. This whole thing is the last LI, so it gets that background color. So that's last of type. And then the one that I find most useful is nth of type. So this is more flexible. It allows us to select the first or the second or the third and so on, but I can also select every even number paragraph or every odd number LI. So I'll show that here. Let's get rid of the last of type styles. And I'll select all LIs to begin with and give them a background color of lavender. All LIs now have that background color. Then I can say, actually, I changed my mind. I want the nth of type. And if I pass some number in, like 3, this will be the third LI among every group of siblings. So there's the third one. And then in this group, first, second, third, first, second, third, and so on. But if I instead did something like 2n, this is the notation we use to specify every second. So not just the second one, but every second. I'm going to refresh, and it's a bit tricky to see down here because we have these nested LIs. But you can see right here, first, second, and I could shift that if I wanted to by doing 2n plus 1. So if you pay attention up top, now we have the first one and the third one instead of the second and the fourth. So you can use this in all sorts of ways, but I'll just give, how about alternating background colors to each one of these LIs? I'll ignore this. So I'm going to say LIs inside of the nav. Nth of type 2n plus 1 will be lavender. And then 2n will be maybe light, what do we have? Light coral, light pink. We'll see. None of them are going to look great. Yeah, it's a little dark. But anyway, we have this alternating pattern. And you could do 4n, 5n, 10n, whatever you want. It's just a general nth of type selector, or pseudo-class rather. So if we just passed in 2, or just passed in 1, we are selecting the first or the second only. You put that n in there, we're selecting every second or every odd number, as we have here. Okay, so there are some other similar ones, like last child, nth child, nth last of type. We're not going to go over those. I just wanted to give you a brief intro to these pseudo classes. I'd say the most commonly used one is definitely hover. At least, yeah, I'd say it's probably hover. The nth of type stuff can be useful, but there's not a whole lot of situations where you need alternating colors or alternating styles. Maybe if you're doing a table and you want a striped background. I'm trying to think of what else there is here. Things like checked, so you can style the checked checkboxes differently from the not checked checkboxes or unchecked. We've got focus, as we've seen. We have visited, so you can style visited links that a user has already been to. You can make them a different color or change them. And I think that's good enough. So next up, we're going to talk about pseudo elements, which are kind of similar to pseudo classes, but they serve a different purpose. Next up, we have pseudo elements, which are add-ons, kind of like a pseudo class. We add them on to the end of some selector, but they work a bit differently. Their overall goal, what binds them together, is that all pseudo elements allow you to style some part, a specific piece of the selected elements, whereas pseudo classes are based off of some state, like hover or focused or visited. So there aren't very many pseudo elements. I'll show you a few examples. Let's look at first letter. So first letter allows us to style the first letter of whatever we're selecting. So every paragraph's first letter. We could do something different. We could make them larger. So what I'd like to do, I think, is, we could do the first letter of every paragraph, although that might be a bit annoying. But we could start there. First letter. Generally, we should use 2 colons for a pseudo element and 1 colon for a pseudo class. Browsers these days don't really care, but you can read about it here. Originally, there was just the single colon notation, but nowadays we use 2 colons to distinguish pseudo classes from pseudo elements. It doesn't really matter, but it's just worth bringing up. So I like to use the double colons just to make it clear it is a pseudo element. So why don't we do font size and make it twice as large. Now every paragraph, this one and this one here, that one there, every single one has a large first letter. So maybe, what would be better to apply that to? I don't really know when you would use this. Generally, I think it's the first paragraph on a page, maybe. Let's just do it for the first paragraph within, how about actually the first letter of each poem? So not the biography or the little details, but the first line of the poem itself. So we can select that by selecting, let's see, what is it? The ID is, or the class is poem. Then there's a section inside, and then we want to select paragraph. And if I just did that, first letter instead of a section inside of a poem, and I do font size 2 Ms, that's now going to style every paragraph inside that section inside the poem, and nothing else. But if I just want the first one, well, we've seen how to do that. I can chain on first of type. Try that again. And now we're changing the first letter of the first paragraph of each poem, the actual poem text, not the little detail section. So that is chaining together a couple different selectors, right? We've got class selector, and then descendant here, combinator, section element, paragraph element, first of type, pseudo class, first letter, pseudo element. We also have first line. So you can style the first line differently. And there's a couple that are still considered experimental, like placeholder. I think those will just be the 2 we look at. So first line is going to apply to the first line of some block level element. And there are some restrictions on what we can use with first line, because we're only styling a portion of an element, so you can't do things like, setting the border, for example. The border goes around the entire element. So if you're only styling the first line, it's a little bit difficult to make that work. So just as a quick example, let's do the first line of every paragraph. So paragraph, first line, and then set color to be, what should we do? Yellow? Maybe that will stand out. Yellow, green? Sure. And there we go. First line of every single paragraph. Now, just to show you this, I can leave off the 2 colons and just do 1, and it still works. It's just a better idea, and you're supposed to use 2 colons now. Most browsers support the 2 colon notation so that we can indicate this is a pseudo element, this single colon is a pseudo class. Alright, so the last one we'll see is placeholder, which we can use to style the placeholder text in some input element. So if I wanted to change the appearance of that placeholder text in there, it's a little hard to see, but if I wanted to make it white or black or something, I think the default is just a grayish color. We'll select all inputs, 2 colons, placeholder, and then set color to be black. We could even increase the font size maybe. Let's see. Okay, well, we didn't increase the height or the dimensions of the actual input, so maybe I won't do that, but you can see the text color has changed. Although black is actually not a great choice, because it looks like there's something in there, that there's text already. So maybe we'll go with, let's see what white looks like. Well, and this is what it looks like. Nothing until I focus and the background changes to pink. So we can do one last thing. We can combine these together, placeholder and focus, which we used here. So when you focus on the input, so instead of just doing placeholder is always white, I'm now going to say when it's focused on, the input is focused, I want the placeholder to be white. Otherwise, it will be the default gray. Now it's white. Okay. Alrighty, so that's a quick couple examples of pseudo elements. Definitely not as common to see as pseudo classes. Maybe first letter sometimes, first line, placeholder, but overall not as common. Pseudo classes are a lot more useful. We've got things like hover, visited, focus, all of that stuff. So those are pseudo classes and pseudo elements. That's kind of it for now. We chain them on to some other selectors. They are sort of add-ons. We chain them after some set of selectors that come first.
Go. No dog in the kitchen.
Next up, we get to talk about a very important part of CSS, which is specificity. So before we talk about what that means, let me show you an example. Right now, I'm making these H3s for each author name. They're the same, just W.B. Yeats. Both of them are orange-red, and I also have an H3. I think this is an H3, not an H2. If I wanted to change all H3's colors, I want to make them all magenta or cyan. Let's go with cyan. I'll select all H3s and set color to cyan. Then I'm going to refresh the page, and did it not work? This is orange-red still. Oh, but this one's cyan. So what's going on here? Well, we have a conflict. We're setting this to be cyan, but we're also setting it to be orange-red. And for some reason, well, not for some reason, but for a reason we're about to talk about, orange-red wins out. So this is what we're talking about in this video. What happens when there are conflicts? How does CSS decide, or how does the browser decide, which properties or which styles will apply to each element? It's easy if we're just saying all H3s are this color and all H2s are this color, but it's more complicated when we have classes and IDs and conflicting styles going on. So the way that this works is that CSS actually is going to assign a specificity value to each selector that we write. So that value is not something you need to calculate. I'll show you how it works. But in general, here are the rules that you should understand. I'm going to order things from least to most specific. And in CSS, the most specific thing wins if there's a conflict. So the least specific thing we can select by is an element, H3, H1, paragraph, button. Then we have classes. Then we have IDs. And then we have some other stuff we haven't talked about. Well, actually, we have seen inline styles, but we haven't talked about important. But let's focus on these three right here. We have IDs, which are more specific than classes. Classes are more specific than elements. So let's go back to our example. I was trying to make all H3s cyan. Now, where is this red-orange color coming from? Because these did not turn cyan, but they are H3s. Well, let's see. I'm pretty sure there's an ID involved. Where are you? Or a class? Nope, there was not. Well, I'm totally wrong. It was just H2 plus H3, make them orange-red. Every H3 that comes after an H2. Now, why does this win? I'm just going to duplicate it down here so we can compare them. Well, if we were to score the specificity, we have one element, and here we have two elements. Don't worry about the combinators, just the actual selectors. So this is more specific, and it wins. But if I were to select instead based off of an ID or a class, in addition, that's going to up the specificity even more. So we do have, if we take a look, each one of these, H2, H3, they're inside of the class of poem. So I could select based off of that. If instead of just H3 cyan, I did H3 inside of the class of poem, like that, and then I give them a color. Let's do magenta here instead of cyan. Refresh the page, and they do turn magenta. So this shows that this is more specific than this, which was more specific than this. So we have a class, which you can kind of think of, in a rough ballpark, you can think of it as 10 times more specific than an element selector. Again, you don't need to be able to calculate actual numeric values. Just know that a class is far more specific than element selectors, even if we have a whole bunch of selectors here. I'm trying to think of some other things we could add on here. We could say that they're inside of a section, and that's inside of the body. It's still not going to win. It still stays magenta, because that was done using a class. Now, just to show you that there is still some nuance here, if I added a class to that H3, let's just pick one of them. Let's go with the first H3 right here. I'll give it a class of author. And if I select that author class and I give it a color, how about yellow? Yellow, sure. Let's refresh the page. Where's our author? It's still magenta. Why is that happening? Well, let's compare these two. Here we have a class, here we have a class. So they're equal, except for the fact that we also have an additional element selector here, which barely makes it more specific than this. So if I got rid of this here, now we would see it turn yellow. Because we do have a class, and that beats out this, and it beats out this. But because here we have a class plus one little tiny element selector, it is more specific. And in VS Code, if I hover over the selector, I can actually see the specificity. See how it says 0, 1, 1? So the far right, I'll just type this out very quickly, 0, 1, 1. This is the number of element selectors, this is the number of class selectors, and this is the number of ID selectors. So if we were to calculate the specificity here, we're looking at 004. So read this from left to right as if it were just a number, 4. This is 11. This is 10. This is 1. So as we talked about previously, IDs are more specific than classes. So if I use an ID here, I'm trying to think, how about ID equals author instead of class? And then I'll update this to use the ID author. If I hover, you'll see the specificity is 100. So that is going to beat out anything with a class. Let's refresh, and it stays yellow. So an ID beats out any number of classes. A class is going to beat out any number of element selectors. But if we have 2 element selectors versus 3, 3 elements is going to win. If we have 1 class versus 2, 2 classes is going to win. If we're selecting with an ID and a class, like what do we have? Author inside of a poem versus just author. Let's do color yellow, or what should we do? Color purple here, and then color turquoise. Here we have ID. Here we have ID and class. So we have 110 specificity if we were to read that as a number. And here we just have 100. So it's going to be turquoise, as you can see. Okay, so that's the basic rules of specificity. If you ever have questions or you want to learn more about it, there are a couple of these calculator tools where you can write some selector, like our ID of author that's inside of a paragraph or inside of a class, how about poem, inside of a section, and you can see a specificity score there, and then compare it to another one, and it will highlight, in red or whatever color that is, ID, class in blue, and then in green we've got any element and pseudo elements. But you can also use VS Code, which I really like this feature, selector specificity, just see it right there as you hover. And there's kind of a fun demo here, or a fun chart. I'm not really big into Star Wars, but if you are at all, this is kind of a fun thing to check out. It's a diagram showing specificity in terms of Sith power, ranging from a single stormtrooper up to the Death Star. So speaking of the Death Star, let's talk about these other 2 things, inline styles and important. So inline styles, which are generally not a good idea, are styles that we add directly inline on our element tag itself. These styles are more specific than any ID or class or element. They will always beat them out. So if we, I guess we could just style this thing again, which is, where are you? Right here. If I give it an inline style attribute and I set color to be, we'll just go with black, I guess. Not very creative. It turns black. So inline styles are more specific than anything we've seen so far. But you shouldn't use them. At least for the most part, you should avoid them because they clutter your markup. And if you're working in your style sheet and something is not going how you expected it to, for some reason this is black and we don't have black referenced anywhere in here, it can be very confusing. And it might take a moment for you to realize, oh, actually, like 2 years ago, I wrote an inline style here. So generally avoid that, but I'll leave this here just so you can see it. And then lastly, and most specifically, we've got this very powerful important, which is another one of those things that you should try to avoid using. Think of it as the nuclear option. It is going to override everything. It's a way of just saying, I win. Like slamming your fist down, I'm most specific. And it can be tempting to use that when things are going wrong, you have a conflict, and you can't figure out, why is this thing not styling the way I expect it to? Why is this other selector beating it out? Well, you could use important. All you do is chain it on after your property, so color green important. So if I wanted that to take effect, I want every H2, or what are we doing, H3s. I want all H3s to be some color. Right now we've got magenta, we've got black, that's coming from an inline element, or an inline style. Let's just do all H3s. Color is going to be, What's another color we haven't used? Red, orange, green, a bluish color? Sure, blue, violet. If I do that, we're not going to see a whole lot. One of them changes, but that doesn't change, and that doesn't change. But if I add important, like that, and refresh, now every H3 is that color. This one here, and wait, where's the other one? This one here. So important is the trump card. It is the most specific thing that you can use, but it's a nightmare if you overuse it, and really using it at all is pretty much overusing it. I never use it. There are maybe some very rare situations where you may need to use it if you're using a library, some CSS styles that someone else wrote that you can't edit or you don't know anything about, you don't want to touch. Sometimes if you need to override something, you can use important, but generally you don't. And the reason it's obnoxious to use is trying to fix or change or conflict with these styles later on is really difficult, especially when you have a really long style sheet with thousands of styles and you can't figure out why something is not taking effect, and it turns out that you spammed important everywhere. You're going to hate your previous self. Future self will hate previous self who used important. So don't use important, but it's good to know that it is the most specific thing. And then lastly, we've already seen this. If we have selectors that tie, they have the same specificity, we can rely on the cascading of CSS. Basically, whatever is applied second will take effect. So whenever there's a conflict, period, whether it's these inline styles, the important to make this purple, class with an element selector to make it magenta, whatever it is, this element here has 4 or 5 potential colors, 4 or 5 different styles that are being applied to it. Only one is going to win, in terms of color at least. So which one wins? Well, those calculations are made for specificity. But if we had some tie, for example, if I selected these anchor tags that are inside of LIs, inside of ULs, inside of the nav, let's say I did it 2 different ways and I changed their color. So I'll just say anchor tags inside of LIs. Let's just start there. Color should be, how about light salmon? And then if I also had anchor tags inside of a UL, color should be green, yellow, sure. Okay, so the specificity here is 2. The specificity here is 2 as well. Which one wins out? It comes down to the order. This one is going to be applied second. So this will be applied, and then this is applied on top of it, if that makes sense, or overriding it. And we end up with that green, because it ties specificity, but it came second, so it wins. This also applies if we have multiple style sheets, so if I had a different style sheet coming after this first one, and if there's a conflict or anything more specific than the styles already applied up here, in that second style sheet, those styles will win. It's all about order if there's a tie. But otherwise, it's all about specificity. All right, so we've seen a lot in the last few videos. We talked about different CSS selectors, element selectors, class, ID, attribute selectors, different combinators like descendant and direct child or direct descendant adjacent selectors. We covered pseudo elements and pseudo classes. Then we talked about specificity and how CSS is going to calculate which style should be applied if there's ever a conflict. We talked about inline styling and how you should avoid it, and also important, and how it is the most specific, but also something you should pretty much never use. So this stuff that we've just talked about is going to haunt us for the rest of CSS and really the rest of this course. These selectors are the basis for everything that we do. Now the properties that we style are going to be different. We're not always just going to style colors and make things look hideous. We'll move them around, we'll resize them, we'll make them responsive, we'll add borders and shadows and animations, but we still have to be able to specify what we're adding those to, which is what we just learned, all these different selectors, classes, IDs, that sort of thing. Okay, so this is an important foundation.
say, sweetheart? Yes, okay, baby.
Welcome back. Next up, we have a couple important properties we need to cover, and then we can move on to JavaScript. So, of course, we're not covering every single part of CSS, but there are some essentials that you should understand before moving on. And they include the display property, which is what we'll begin with in this video, the position property, and then we'll do an overview of responsive design and CSS transitions, which is a pretty fun topic. And then we'll talk a little bit about production level CSS. Remember, CSS is massive. There are hundreds and hundreds of properties. You definitely don't need to know and certainly don't need to memorize them all. And this course is really just an introduction to CSS to give you the basics that you need, the absolute essentials. And two of those essentials are display and position. So we're going to begin with display. Okay, so I've got a empty HTML document. Here it is in all its beauty. And I'm going to add in, how about an H1? I am H1. And then I'm going to add in another H1 down below. Actually, you know what? That's not a good practice, even if it's easy. I'm going to have one H1 and one H2. I am H2. Okay, so before I refresh my page, imagine what it's going to look like. Where will those H1s and 2s be relative to one another? Are they going to be on the same line, on different lines, that sort of thing? Here we go. And, surprise, surprise, they are each on their own line. Even though the content, the actual element text, is really small, and we could fit probably 10 of these H1s in terms of the text on the same line, they don't share any space. Added in a couple anchor tags in here. I'll just set some random href, hello, and then I'll make maybe 5 or 6 different anchor tags. We know, we've seen this already, that they behave differently. By default, they are not block level elements, and they share that space. They have no problem sharing space and cramming together onto a single line. So these have 2 different default display values. H1s, H2s, and many other elements like divs, they all default to block. These guys, anchor tags, spans, they default to an inline display property. So there are some very important differences to understand. Inline elements, like a span, an anchor tag, they only take up as much space as needed. We cannot set their width and height. We also can't set their margin top and bottom. And the next inline item is going to be side by side. They share space. They don't boot elements off to the next line. Block elements like sections or divs, forms, H1s, that sort of thing, they take up 100% of the parent container width. Unless we set that width or a max width ourselves, we can also set a height, a width, a height. We can set margin top and bottom as well as left and right. They respect all of the properties that we set. And if there is a next item, it's not going to share the line. It's going to be booted off to its own line. Like we've already seen with our H1, that moves everything after it onto its own line, and then H2 is a block level element as well, so it boots off those anchor tags onto their own line. But these guys are inline, so they share the space. Now there's a third value called inline block, which we'll come back to in just a little bit. So right now we are working with the default values for display. We're not changing them. And just to reiterate how this works, if I go to my CSS file, I've connected here, app.css, and on my H1, I set a background color, if I can spell it, and then give it a color of, how about light coral, and then I set a width. Let's do 50% of the parent, which is the body. Scroll out or zoom out. Yes, the color only goes 50% of the way across. That's the width of this element, but it has margin. It basically is forced to take up the rest of the space and boot everything off. So even if it only goes halfway across the screen or halfway across the container, other elements are not going to share that space. Even if I added in an inline element like an anchor tag right here, that anchor tag is not going to show up on this line. There's a force field from this H1. It's a block level element. It forces everything off this line. It does not want to share anything. But we can set things like margin. We can set a height on it if we wanted to. Height 100 pixels, and let's do margin, something obvious like 2 ems on all sides. And there you go. We can see that margin and we can see the height taking effect. Now if we try the same thing on our anchor tags, if I give my anchor tags a background color of light, let's do light sea green, and then a width of 300 pixels. That should be very obvious. Nothing happens. Well, they change background color, but the width does not change in any way. If I give them how about a height of 300 pixels? Nothing will happen. And if I give them some margin, how about 2 ems on all sides? We will see left and right margin take effect, but if I inspect them, there is no top and bottom margin. You can see that here. It says margin is supposed to be 32 pixels top and bottom, but it's not actually being used. There isn't any space. There's nothing above that we can really determine that from, but if you look at the H2, it has some margin, but our anchor tags don't, not on the top and bottom. So elements that we set as inline will respond to margin left and right, and to padding. We can change their font size and all of that, but we can't set the width or the height, unlike a block level element. So we can change these values for any element. Let's take my H1 here and set it to have a display of inline. So I'm going to do display inline and refresh the page. Oh, there he goes. Now we've got this tiny little H1, same font size, but much smaller in terms of the background color, and it's sharing space. Would you look at that? It finally learned how to get along and share space. This anchor tag is also inline, like all anchor tags are by default,
Hey,
so they
Lily,
share
how are
that
you?
space. Now my H1 does have some margin, 2 M's,
I'm,
but that
I'm
margin
like,
only applies on the left and
I'm
right,
sort of,
just like
you
our
know,
anchor tags.
but I'm tired.
Also,
I
we
do
have a
too
height.
much, like too many
It is
things at
not
once.
being
You know
respected.
how
If
it
I
is.
set that to be 300 pixels,
You did too much
nothing
today.
happens.
Well,
In fact,
they
my
want me to
editor,
do the
VS Code,
interviews
is
for
going
the
to
core.
complain,
They
or it's going
want
to
me
warn
to
me.
present
If
the
I look at
briefing.
width
You
here,
know what? I'm
it
not
says
even
property is
just
ignored
14.
due
Why I'm
to the
doing the job of
display.
14.
With display inline, the width, height, margin top,
know how
margin
it is.
bottom, and float properties have no effect.
My
Same
my
thing for
boss
height.
is
It's telling
moving
me that
up.
height will be ignored because
you
display
watch,
is
they
set
will
to
give-
inline.
They
Now,
don't
with my
want
anchor tag,
the lead
let's
don't
do the
want to
opposite.
take the
Let's make
position
all
of
anchor tags have a display
unit chief.
of
So
block.
there's too much work.
Refresh the
He wants
page.
a non-supervisory 14
Ooh,
only.
take a look at that.
So
Each anchor
they
tag
will
now
probably between
is on
me
its
and
own line.
him.
It's a block level
I don't want
element.
to take it anyway.
They are 300 by
I
300
don't even
pixels,
qualify.
and they
I'm
have
not
margin
14
on all
anyway.
4 sides.
So that, but I will never.
So
take
very
it.
ugly.
I
But
will
this
not. I will
demonstrates the
never take
difference.
the unit
These are
chief
now
anyway.
behaving very differently.
So you worked
So
for
aside
King
from
before,
inline and
right?
block, we
I
have another option
was
for
13
display that we'll
before. I was
cover in the
not.
next video. There are actually quite
I
a
always
few other
was
options,
13
but the
step.
big
I
three,
remember as a
inline
family
block
nurse
and inline
practitioner
block, are what
for
we're going to focus on for now.
4 years.
So next we'll talk about
Okay.
inline block.
So and now I was 12. They did not give me 13. I said, well, that was a different series. I was like, you kidding me, right? So they started me at 12. And after 1 year, he gave me a bonus, and he put me like 13. And I will be 1 year in December the 1st. After that, I am leaving. I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I am like a chicken, like we leave and say bye-bye.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Where you going?
I don't know, probably home. Probably I'll go anywhere where I make money.
That's right.
If I stay in, if I get a job in civilian like a 14, I'm so obsessed about being a 14, I don't know why, recently. For 1 year, I want to prove it to myself. And after that, probably, I don't know. I don't know if I stay. If I find someone appreciating me and don't take advantage of me. I'm a very nice person. I help you. I told you I help you. I do 3 jobs in one. But you know what? Don't take advantage of me, because that's not me. I don't like that.
That's right.
This is how I am. Like,
That's right.
if I see someone take advantage, I'm very nice. I give away. But when I take advantage of me, and man, hold on out here. I'm a nice person, but not.
So me, I try to help everybody, but when I see that people is taking advantage of me, I just
Yeah.
I'm like, I say, don't take my kindness as a weakness.
Exactly. And people do that, and I help them so much in any way I can since I don't know, since day one I put my foot on this planet, in this United States of America.
So this third value for
And you
display,
know how these
inline block,
Americans
is
are.
basically a hybrid. It is going
Let's
to
do a
allow
gossip
content
here.
to share space.
You are
It
like
won't kick the
you are
next element
American.
onto
You are
its own
American
line.
too. Oh.
But inline block
you are
elements
not
will
American, you are
respect
Puerto
width
Rico.
and height
No.
and other properties, margin top and bottom, so that we can
You are a
change their
territory. They
size
took
and
advantage.
change that
They
spacing with
took
margin
your land.
and have them
Your
share space like
culture.
an inline element would. And this can be pretty
These
useful.
people here, they think
Imagine
you are
that I
American.
had
Yeah,
a
right.
couple sections and I wanted to do a side-by-side, maybe 2 paragraphs side-by-side.
Oh my God.
So I'm going to just
I don't know.
comment
I
some of
laugh
this
all
out
day
since it's
because,
so ugly for the
when I'm
moment.
like
And add in,
exhausted,
how about just a section
so I
here,
don't get
and
pissed off.
inside of
I
that,
start
we'll add a
laughing.
paragraph with some lorem ipsum text,
So when my boss
and
told
then I'm
me,
going to duplicate that.
Sigrid,
have
next
another section.
you'll have 11
Sure.
interviews.
So 2
What?
side-by-side
I'm not
sections,
interviewing for no
and I think I'm going to put
position,
them in
14, 17.
another container. Why don't I
No,
just
you
go with
interview other
div
people.
here with
Isn't
the
this a
ID
job
of
of a unit
container.
chief?
So so I would like for each of these sections to take up 50% of that container div. Right now, they're block level
he said, I appreciate so
paragraphs
much, you're
inside
helping
of
me so
a
much.
block
I
level
learned so much
section.
from you, Ziggy.
So if I
let me
take
alone
my
with your BS.
container element, let's just start there and add a border to it. Border,
You,
1 pixel
I
solid
shut up and I
black, just
said,
so you
you
can
too,
see
I
it.
learned a lot from you. I learned that I would
And then
never,
let's give it a width
I would
of
never,
100,
ever
or no,
say,
how about
I will help you,
50%?
Dorian, as much
That
as
might
I
be
can
too
with
small,
everything
let's
I
see.
can. Man, he took advantage of
Okay.
everything I
So then I want to center it horizontally, and we saw this trick earlier, margin 0 and then auto, or left and right.
Don't
Now
ever
it's
tell your
centered.
boss
And then
he
what I'd
will
like to
help you
do
forever.
is take each section, there's 2 of them in here, and have them share the space, or even just have them, I don't know, maybe 30, what am I saying, 30, 300 pixels and 300 pixels. I just want them to be on the same block together. I don't want them to be block level elements.
I just wanted to be
So I
nice,
could
didn't
begin by
mean
just
to.
saying all sections, or all sections inside of the
But
container.
he gave me,
idea of
so
container.
I
want you to
helped
have
him
a
for
width
2 years,
of
and he gave
400
me a
pixels. We'll
2,500
hard code it,
bonus, and I
and
ended up
we'll give them a
with
border so we can see
I
it.
don't know how
1
much.
pixel.
No, he put a bonus for
solid
2,000.
red.
No, it was 3,000
And I
and
set
something, and I ended up on
And it
like
works because they
2,500 or
are
something.
block
So
level
what kind of
elements.
bonus is this?
The section, 2 sections are each block level, but
I
they're
thought the
block
bonus
level,
is
meaning that they're not
$500.
going to share space.
Oh,
So then
he
I can
give
set
like
display to be
$10,000. What
in
about
line.
500? He give me 2,000 and
But as we already know,
750. How
if
he
we do that,
calculated, I
they
don't know.
completely ignore the width portion, the width style that
So
we
can
add.
you give me a
But if we set it to inline block,
$2,760?
we're now saying I want you to behave like an
It's still
inline element where you share a line.
Oh my
You get
God, I'm
in line
laughing,
and you
but
don't
it's
take
not-
up a whole
oh,
line
no.
of space yourself. But
Anyway,
I
so
also
let's
want you
come to your
to
problem.
respect width and margin. So I'm going to refresh.
Okay,
And there we
you
go.
don't have no problem.
We now have them
your
sharing
problem will
space.
be that you retire
So I can set the width, I can set the height.
No problem. I
Say
don't want
height
to hear
is
you.
400 pixels as well.
I still need to put up with these people.
And
I
I
still need
can
to put
manipulate
up with
that
these people
space
for another
while
20
having them
years.
share
You will
the same
retire
line
the second
of
time.
content. Now, I have them at 400 pixels. I could set them to be 50% if I want them to share that space
VA once,
evenly.
like my husband. He's
But we've got a
retired
couple
from
issues.
military. He's retired
First
from
of all,
VA. And
my
he don't want to
border
retire from
is
the
1
VA. He said, why
pixel,
you are still stationary?
and
No,
I'm saying that
I'm
the width
working till
itself of
70.
each
I
section
will
should be
have
exactly
4,500
50%.
every month.
So that width is only going
you
to
see
apply to the
3,000
inside of the
if I
content. So when
She
we
said,
add
it's
that
only
border on, it messes
$1,000.
everything
You
up.
work another 10
So one
years,
option is
8
to get rid
years
of the
for-
border, or the other, as
She's
we've
very
seen before,
calculated
is
calculation.
box
So
sizing,
you think
border box,
so you work for 8 years
and refresh, and now they share that space
and the only
evenly.
thing you get is $800
There is a really
more a
annoying
month.
gotcha though.
Or no,
If
maybe
you don't
more,
have
like
these on the
1,200 a
same
month.
line, if you have white
She's
space in there,
Is it a good
this,
deal? But he's
that
so,
white
I
space
don't know,
character
he's into
screws
very
everything
strange.
up. So there's lots and lots of Stack Overflow posts
For
about
me,
how to
I
solve
will-
this, but
I
the
will
easiest
go
way
outside
is
of,
just to put them on the same line.
I
It's
will
kind of
go,
hacky. But for now, just
subject
to
matter
demonstrate inline
expert.
block, that's good enough. So while we're
I
here,
will go
maybe
and
I'll give
there
them
are so many
a text
contractors
align
around
center.
here. They will hire you for 500 grand. With your for 30 years and
And I
never
think
force
we
you
can
to everybody
stop there.
satellites
That's pretty good
everywhere.
for now.
You say, okay, this is what you need
So
to do.
inline block is
Go ahead.
kind of a hybrid between
this is
inline
the
and block.
plan. This
Our
is the
elements that we
framework.
set to inline block,
And
these
call
two
me when you have a
sections,
problem.
are going to respect
500 grams
width
a
and
year.
height. I can set margin. I can set margin top and bottom
Why you
specifically,
have
which
a
I
problem?
couldn't do
Let
on
me
an
tell you how
inline
you're
element.
doing. Call me
But they're
next
not fully block level
Another-
elements because they are willing to share space.
Oh,
They'll
yeah.
compromise, and they
But
won't kick their
he's
neighbors
just
off onto a
killing
separate
himself
line.
in stupid idea.
So that's inline block.
I
Now
don't know what's
display
wrong
is
with-
actually a
I
much
don't know
more
what's wrong with him. I
complicated
told
property
him,
than
I
what
don't
I've
know.
shown you so far. I've shown
See,
you
you
3
are so
different
valuable.
options.
So what
Inline
are you
block,
doing in
inline
Libya?
block. Here's a little chart to
They fool around
demonstrate
with
their
you like a puppy
differences.
dog.
But there are many, many other values.
Honestly.
One is display of
But
none.
he's so.
If we set display
Some
to be
people are
none,
like.
it turns off the display
they
of an
don't like
element
to
so that it
change it.
has no effect on layout. The
He don't
document
like
is
to
rendered
go
as
for
though
run
the element
around,
does
me
not
either.
exist.
I see
So if
these
I set
people
display of none to this
in
This first paragraph, well, it might be a
VA
little
and
difficult to
VBA
tell
like
because
I
they're
don't
identical.
think
But if I set
like
display of none to any of
if
these
you
things,
are
just
2 years
do
in
that
the same
here.
job, there's something wrong with you.
No, nothing is there. We still have our section.
Or,
of the
or
container
you
element
are,
has
or you have the
but
miracle
it has no
job.
content in it. It has no height.
They
It does
never
have that
leave.
1 pixel border,
Or you
so we
have
see
a
it.
miracle
It's just-
job.
It
They
looks
never
like a line.
leave.
The whole thing's collapsed down.
Or
the
is
actual
something wrong with
sections
you
are
if you,
not
if you
showing
don't
it.
leave after
So
1
that's
year,
one
2
option.
years, something
But there are
wrong.
many other options for display. You can see there's a bunch
need
that have
to
to do
move
with
on.
tables. There's a bunch that have to do
Actually,
with list
my
items.
boss,
And there's a lot
so
more nuance to it. We're not going into that right now at all. We're just focusing on those basics, which were inline,
kind of hurtful
and then block,
people.
and then inline block.
And
Okay.
he was saying, If I tell him tomorrow I go into detail, he will say, okay, he's okay. She's like, how we kill so you let me leave? So you, why? Because he wants me to learn other things. VA, like VBA, I don't know how you guys you are, but VBA it's into learning things and whatever. It's just is who you know. That's a problem. Anyway, so let me look at your stuff. Come on, let me. Where is my camera? Let's go. We laugh. I made you laugh today.
And then,
Hold on. Let me open your email. Oh, completed email. Positioning.
Next up, another very important CSS property called position. So position allows us to change how an element is positioned in the document. So far, we haven't touched the position property with any of our elements in any of the documents we've created, and the default value for the position property, if you don't touch it, is a value called static. This is the default until you say otherwise. So here's the position page on MDN. If we look at the value for static, or the description, says the element is positioned according to the normal flow of the document. There are a couple properties we're going to see, top, right, bottom, and left. They will do nothing if an element is positioned as
So why you
static.
want me to look at?
So we could try
You
using those
have-
properties now, and they won't
Let me
do
come
anything
back
at all.
what we need to
But
do.
then as soon as we change the
Going to
position
use-
property to be some other value,
that
that element is now considered positioned, which means that we can use those properties that I just mentioned, top, left, right, bottom,
Okay.
that sort of thing. So anything non-static is considered positioned. Now there are multiple options for positioned elements, including relative, absolute,
so this
and
is-
fixed.
So you
we'll
have a
begin with
request for
relative.
medical document.
If we
That's
set
the
the
reasonable
position to be
accommodations.
relative on some element, what we're saying is that we
I
want it
see
to be positioned
something,
relative to its normal flow
leaf,
in the document.
book codes,
And then we can offset
PA.
it, we can move it. We could say, actually, I want you to move 10 pixels over to the right,
how you
relative
spell
to
her
where
name?
you
Lee?
normally would be. So the offset does not
Leah.
affect the position of any other elements.
Leah,
So the
people.
space given
Okay.
for whatever element we're positioning and moving
Oh,
around
wow.
is the same
This is I
as if
saw
its position were
last
static.
time.
So I have a
This
new
is too
document,
long.
nice and
Way
empty,
too long.
just
Oh
to
my
help
God.
illustrate
What?
this.
What?
If I put a H1
I
in
bet
here,
VA never
and
read it.
I say positioning.
This is it. I better
It's
give
there.
it to this guy because I'm not reading
Very
this paper.
beautiful.
I give everything
There
he
it
needs.
is. I have a
I give
style
him
sheet,
reasonable accommodation. It's
position.css.
okay. I
I'll
don't want
select
to
my
read.
H1. I'll give it a background
Okay, this is the second one.
color of light
No, you give me the second.
green.
This is
They'll also give it a smaller width, 25%.
this is for.
Okay, so here is my H1. What I'm going to do is change its position property,
This
to
is
be
for what? One is
relative.
for.
and if I refresh the page,
Also,
nothing happens. All that I've said is I want this element to be positioned relative to where it normally would be,
This is the headache.
but I haven't actually specified any values to move this element. This is where those properties that I mentioned,
What's the
top,
relationship
left,
between
right,
sleep
bottom,
and headaches?
did I say them all? Top, right, bottom, left? Yes. That's where these come into play. So I'll just show you one of them. Let's look at top. The top
Okay.
CSS property participates in specifying
so
the
this
vertical
is
position
for-
of a positioned
Man,
element.
she did too
It has no
long.
effect
man.
on static or
God,
non-positioned
man.
elements.
Okay,
So if I
let's
set
put
the
this one,
top
that's fine.
of this element to
This
be
is-
100 pixels,
She overdid
this is
it.
going to offset it 100 pixels, and you can see it moves down.
Looks fine.
Now, why don't I
Headaches,
add something
insomnia,
else in
provisional.
that is not positioned?
Okay, so
H2.
hold on.
I am
Let me
H2.
look. So
Not
we claim
positioned.
headaches. Let me remember. Headache secondary
Refresh the
PTSD, is that
page.
right?
Whoa, look at that.
Yes.
So it's not affecting the flow of the
So-
document. If I get rid of this, refresh the page, this is what it looks like normally. Then I add top of 100 pixels, and I'm saying that is
Is there
relative to the
headaches?
normal position of this H1,
Okay.
and it moves down 100 pixels. If I set the left to also be 100 pixels, now it moves over 100 pixels. So its normal position was here. I set down 100, left 100. And it's not altering anything else in the document. It's not pushing things around. I'm positioning it relative to where it normally would be. And for top, you can specify things using all different length units, pixels, percentages, Ms, rems, VHs if you wanted to, VWs.
Okay.
So that's the basics
So it looks good
of
to me, the
relative
one with
position.
headaches.
Another option is absolute.
And you
Now,
have the
absolute
insomnia.
is going
Did you
to
give this
position
to
our
VA?
element
No.
from the closest
Not yet.
position
No, I haven't
ancestor.
given that to the,
And what's most
the
significant
VA
about
yet.
this is that
Okay.
the element will be removed
So
from
let
the
me
normal
see.
document flow.
Should I
No
submit
space is
that
created for
with
the
my
element in the
head
page
plain,
layout
or
at
should
all.
I wait for
So we have
when I
space
submit
here
my
that was created
claim
for the
for
H1.
heading?
We've just moved the H1, but the flow of the document is unchanged.
You can submit
It's
it
as if that
anytime.
element was here. Now
You
when we
can
go
put them
with
in the record
absolute
anytime,
for
but you can
positioning,
still submit it
no space
again
will
when
be
you put the
reserved or
heading.
allocated for
I
our
will put it
H1.
now too.
It's kind of floating on its own.
Okay.
And we can still position
Anytime
it
you
with
can
top,
put
left, right,
it.
and bottom,
Yeah, yeah.
but it just behaves
For
differently. So if
head.
I go with position
And then for
absolute
the
now,
IPS, they asked me
and
the
refresh the
same
page.
question that they asked me for heading.
Now,
like,
our H2 goes all the way up
text
here,
that I sent you that
and our
says-
H1 is in the same spot, at least with the way we set this
Let
up
me
right now.
open the
Position
let me
absolute
save
is
it.
just going to free this element from the confines of this document. At least in this case it does, and we can still position it top 100 pixels, left 100 pixels.
Yeah.
Now absolute is actually going to be positioned relative to its closest positioned ancestor, if any. Otherwise, it is placed relative to the initial containing block. So what this means is that if we
That's
have
fine.
some other element that is already positioned, which we don't right now, we just have this H1. But if we had a parent of this div, or a parent of this H1 that was positioned, I can do that right now.
Hello.
We'll add in a div,
Designers are
just put that
killing me.
around our
I
H1.
know, so it's not only me.
Okay.
I even
And
took a
this
steroids,
div
man.
we'll have,
What
let's give
is
it a
wrong
border
with
so we
me?
can see it a little clearer.
Headaches. And,
So div, I'm going to get rid of position absolute for a moment.
okay.
Div will have a width of 50%, and it's going to have a height of, I don't know, 500 pixels maybe,
Where is that
and a
stupid
border,
thing?
2
God
pixels
dang.
solid red, just so we can see that border. Okay, and I'm going to give it a margin left. Or no, I'll just do margin 0 auto just to center it. Okay,
Where
so I've got
is
my
that
H1 in
crazy?
this
I sent
element,
you a message
and
and
if I
now
set the
it's
position
gone.
of this
What
div
are you looking for?
to be relative
Then why don't you say, let me go
and
back to my
refresh,
claim
nothing
mode.
changes.
Yes.
But now if I move that around, if I set the top to be 100 pixels again, this div will move
So
down,
should I submit,
as does
should
my
I
H1.
submit my reasonable
And now
accommodation
if I
letter
set
too, or
position
no?
on
Yes.
my H1 to be absolute,
Okay.
Everything. You
Get rid
put
of the top
all this
and left.
stuff, you download
Nothing
them
changes.
to my health
but
records.
as soon as I set top and left, they're no
Okay.
longer relative to
Yes.
this body
And
element.
all
It's not
these
just the
five-
top of the page.
Right?
And all these
It's
five
relative
documents,
to
you
our
put them there.
container that has been positioned. But if this container, this
Yes,
element
we
is
have-
not
yeah,
positioned,
mhm.
if it's just the
Well, then,
default static value
The
for position,
are
so I'll
kind
comment
of
that out.
extra documents where when I
Our
will
H1
see
is
you,
not going
I
to
will
be
say
positioned
according to
relative to
MRI,
this
blah blah
element.
blah. He
It's
has
positioned
this.
based off of
According
what's called the initial
to
containing
Leah,
block.
blah blah
Basically,
blah, in
the entire
1972,
viewport, the
she
body,
said,
the HTML, it's
"This
actually
is
the
what you
HTML
have,"
element.
and I said the same.
So
So
we
here
go
you are.
back
It's
to
kind of like
top
two
100,
people
left
against
100
VA.
relative to this here. Now there's also some margin on here.
If they
So
deny
I think
you,
that's why it doesn't look like a perfect.
nope.
Let's do this
They
one more
deny
time
you,
here.
you go there and claim it again,
Yeah,
and
there's
you
margin
win.
on top. So even though we are pushing it
Yep.
down 100 and to the right 100, there's a bit more space here
Oh,
because
wow.
we've got that margin. So that's the very basic idea of absolute. It can be very useful if you want things to stack on top of each other, because remember, the document or the element is out of the flow of the document. There's no space that has been reserved for that element. So I'll show you an example. I have two images in a folder here.
Yeah, you put.
Images. One is of a deer and one is of a landscape. So I'm going to put both of those images.
So no,
where
you
should
already
I
have
put it down here?
no.
Image source equals
No,
images
you,
slash
you already have
landscape.
PTSD, is that right?
then image
you don't need
source
to.
equals images slash deer. So here are the two
Yes, you
images
put
right there.
IBS
And
secondary
they're
to
actually both the
PTSD.
exact same size. They
And
have
migraine
transparent
secondary
backgrounds, so it's kind of hard to
PTSD.
see. But this is,
Two
I think they're
separate
500 by
claims.
500 pixels. Both of them are squares.
And put chronic fatigue
If I wanted them
syndrome,
to stack on
another
top
three
of one
claims,
another,
secondary PTSD.
what I
You
could
don't need
do
nothing.
is use
I will
position
not-
absolute
yeah,
on
just put
both
it.
images.
But
So I'm going to do that now.
for
Just select all images.
Please,
Position
please
absolute
briefly
like
describe
that.
how the
Refresh the
disability
page.
you selected,
And now take a look at what's
which
happening.
is,
They've
PTSD
stacked.
caused your
And then I can
new
set
disability,
top
which
and
is
left. If I want to set it
IBS.
on both of them, top 0, that's going to move them all the way up to the top
to
corner
describe, no, you
here. And
mean
they're stacked together. They're
describe.
floating on their own, right? It's not
Please
disrupting the
describe
flow of the
how
document at all.
PTSD
So I could also do
caused
something like
your
top
new disability.
50%.
IDS.
and then left 50%, although that's not actually going to center things
I don't know what to do there.
Like
because
a
we're not accounting for the width of that image. But I can move it around with percentages, can move it around with whatever I want. But all of this is relative to, in this case, the initial containing block, which is our root HTML. It's
I know.
relative to
I know what
this
you
entire
mean.
thing,
I know what
the
you mean.
window that we have, all the available space. But if I
So
instead
I will
nest my
send you
images
something
inside
and
of
you
something
choose
else,
just like a very short version of
like this div that has a position,
Yes.
when you claim.
and refresh. Now, what we've done is position it.
So
Let's
it's
go back instead of
IDS
percentages. Let's do top 0.
secondary to PTSD.
left 0.
And you can even, maybe she can
We've now positioned it relative
give
to
you
this div.
just give
which
her
is
one
also
paper, you
positioned.
write it.
I know, it's kind of confusing. It really just helps you play
Like on
around with
paper.
this. Now, the reason I did 2 images here maybe is that I want to come back and animate this deer across, or maybe I want to fade out the background, do something fancy, a fancy effect. I don't want them to be linked as a single image, but I can stack them.
Yeah. So
And
look
I
at
can
what
also
I
move
sent
my
you. Let
deer
me
over. So
look
if I
at.
select that
I go
deer
to.
specifically,
I'll be right back. Let me go
which
in
I
the
could do,
kitchen. I'll be right
probably
back.
just
But
by
look
giving
what
it an
at
ID.
my email. Okay.
Okay.
deer, and then select that here, deer. If I set its left to instead be 100 pixels, refresh, it now moves over. If I set its top to be a negative number, negative 100 pixels, that's totally fine. It moves up. So I have 2 images stacked on top of each other. Both of them have position set to absolute, which means that they are taken out of the flow of the document. There's no space reserved for them. And in this case, they're nested in a div, which has position itself set to relative. As long as it has position as anything other than static, my images here will be positioned relative to that div. I know it's confusing because I keep saying relative, even though it's an absolute position. So in both cases, we're positioning something relative to something else. But the main difference is that our relative elements have space left over for them. They're positioned relative to that initial space, and we can move them around. But it's as if they were in the document, that space is there, like when we had our H1, which is totally hidden now, versus the absolute positioned elements do not take up actual space in the document. It's like they're on a slide transparency on top. And in both cases, we use top, left, right, and bottom. Although a lot of the time you just use top and left to move things around. It's easier just to use one property for each axis. Now we do have another option for position. There's actually a couple, but another really common one is fixed. And if we set position to be fixed, this is going to allow us to position something based off of the viewport. So an element will stay wherever you put it. Its position will be fixed, as if there was a sticky, what am I saying, a piece of tape? A thumbtack, there we go. A thumbtack through the element into your computer screen, into the viewport. It will stay wherever we position it. So I'll show you an example of that. If I add in a whole bunch of content in here, let's add a paragraph that has a bunch of lorem ipsum. And then I'll duplicate this a whole bunch of times. Okay, so that gives me a good amount of content. And right now when I scroll, let me make my paragraphs a bit larger, by the way. Paragraph, font size, how about I just double them? Okay, when I scroll, all that stuff is left behind. It's positioned, and I can move it around, but it's just part of the document that will move as I scroll. It doesn't stay there. But if I want something to be always at the top of my screen, let's make a very ugly, simple nav bar. Let's put that up top here. We'll do a nav with a couple anchor tags. Maybe just 2 of them. Okay, there's our beautiful nav bar. I'll give that nav bar a background color of, how about olive, and then a color of white for those links, and a height of, I don't know, 80 pixels. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, that is just lovely. So stunning. And then let's select our anchor tags in there. Nav, anchor tags, color, white. Maybe font size will be twice as large as well. We're not going for looks, but there's our beautiful nav bar. Okay, it goes away when I scroll. But if I set its position to be fixed, so not the anchor tags, but the nav bar, position fixed, and I refresh my page, now I scroll down. You'll notice it really got weird looking, but it is stuck there as I scroll. it's not moving. So we can give it a new width if we want. We can hard code that in, width of 100% of the parent. And then I can also give it a top and a left. And then I can position it now based off of the viewport itself, this window here. So if I wanted to just go all the way to the top left,
Okay.
give it a top of 0 and a left of 0
Are you
as
still
well.
here, Darwin?
And now it's going to stay there. There's my nice little nav bar up top. Well, it's just beautiful. Stunning. Now, you probably noticed that my images and this
Are you here,
div, they're all
Darwin?
going on top of this. The text isn't, but this other stuff that was positioned absolutely is going on top. So we do have the option of moving things, moving layers
Yes, I'm
around
here.
using a property called Z
So
index.
did you see how?
We'll get to that in just a moment. But before that, let's go back to our little nav
Wow.
bar here. If I wanted something to go
I was hungry,
about
so I put
So
some.
what
the middle of the page or somewhere
So
that is
you
the
will
top
say
left, I can set the top to
PTSD.
be 500 pixels.
I will put PTSD.
Now I've got this lovely
uh,
fixed nav bar in the middle of my page. So
So
often fixed is used for
PTSD
nav bars or one of those really annoying
Cause,
ads thing that
say,
pops up in the middle of the screen and
did-
you keep scrolling and it just
yes,
stays
I
there until you
have
click out of
high
it,
level
or
of
a modal.
stress.
It doesn't have to be an ad, but any sort of pop-up, a footer
Res-
that stays there, or a
respo-
sidebar that stays on the
response.
side of the page as other content
And
scrolls by. Okay, so I'm going to go back
Increasing
to left and
cortisol
top, 0.
that is
And that's enough for
is
now. In the next
causing
video, we'll cover Z
my
index.
gut.
Here we
how
saw
my
3 different possible, technically 4 values
let me
for
see.
position.
is
The
causing
default value is static. You
gastrointestinal
don't touch it. You can also
disruption,
set something to be statically
pain.
positioned yourself. But then we have relative, absolute, and
So,
fixed,
due-
all of which
due
allow
to
us to
P-
use the top, right, bottom, and
Oh, you
left
can say
properties, as
PTSD
well as
is
Z
causing
index, which is
me,
what we're about to see right after this.
PTSD, don't say due to stress. So PTSD is causing me abdominal, no, how do you say? Gastrointestinal IBS symptoms like increased sensitivity to food and whatever IBS is. And say all the symptoms of IBS.
causing me.
What are the symptoms of IBS? Causing me increased gut sensitivity, and let me see what are the symptoms for. Well, let me Google IBS. What is the IBS symptoms? I forgot. IBS symptoms. And okay, abdominal pain and say abdominal pain and discomfort.
So let me see. Due to PTSD, no, PTSD is causing me
Abdominal pain and discomfort.
causing me gastrointestinal problems.
Like abdominal pain,
Like, okay, give me a second. Like abdominal
pain,
pain,
changes in bowel habits,
changes in
and you can say what do you have, constipation or diarrhea.
I get both. Like it's so crazy.
Yeah,
To be honest, so like
so you
one thing when I'm around military bases, I get diarrhea. I cannot get into in front of a military base because I get sick.
yeah. So say changes in bowel habits like diarrhea, frequent loose stools,
I'll have it, diarrhea.
with urgency,
Diarrhea with
urgency, bloating and gas,
bloating. How do you say blow?
bloating.
Bloating.
Yeah.
Just one thing, right?
Bloating.
Bloat.
bloating.
Yeah, bloating and gas.
Mm-hmm. Incomplete
But go ahead.
fatigue and disrupted sleep. No, don't say it. fatigue and fatigue and incomplete bowel movements and abnormal stool appearance. Incomplete bowel movements. And fatigue and abnormal stoop appearance.
So, you know, I'm taking medication. I take medication because famotidine,
Yeah.
and that's for GERD. It's for gastrointestinal reflux and all that. But so can PTSD provoke GERD?
Don't worry about it.
Or no?
What?
Can PTSD produce GERD? How do you say GRD?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'm thinking, I take famotidine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I take it to control my
Acid reflux.
yes. Is that part of the IBS?
No, that's the upper gastrointestinal. IBS is pelvic. It's stool.
Let me see, because I
IBS is the colon.
yeah.
For the colon, there is nothing you can do. You just take fiber and fluids
Yeah.
and change in diet.
Yeah.
They tell you to reduce the stress and quit your job.
Yeah.
I have my
They gave me esomeprazole.
Prilosec. Esomeprazole, yeah,
Yeah, what is that for?
for acid reflux.
Okay. And clarithromycin.
Clarithromycin.
Yeah.
That's for infection. Why they give it to you?
Okay, because I was like, let me see. Oh,
You take it every day or only?
they gave me like to take it for a long time. That's like an antibiotic, right?
Why you took it? Because of H. pylori?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you don't take it now, is that right?
No.
Okay.
So what is this? They did an EGD report.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Next up, we've got a pretty simple property. It's called z-index, and it allows us to set the stacking order of elements on our page, at least the elements that are non-static, so the elements that are positioned. So absolute, relative, fixed, that sort of thing. So we've already seen that right now my navbar is fixed at the top, but my images are going on top of it, and it looks kind of odd. I mean, the whole thing looks odd, obviously, but if I wanted to fix that, I need to use z-index. So z-index is pretty straightforward. We set it to some integer value, some number, and basically that number can be anything. Generally, I try and keep them as small as possible. But if something has a greater z-index than something else, it's going to be on top. So we could set everything to have a z-index of 99 and then give this navbar 100. But typically what I like to do is, just use 1 for the navbar. Everything else will have a z-index of 0. So let's start with that. We can also use negative numbers if you want to send something back multiple levels or multiple layers. We've got our navbar right here. There you are. And if I give it a z-index of 1 and save, refresh the page, start to scroll, there we go. It's now on top. If I give it a z-index of -1 and I start to scroll, it's now behind everything. And then if I were to give, let's say, the images, how about the deer, a z-index of -2. Watch the deer here. It goes back behind this stuff, but it's also behind, it's kind of hard to see that, it's behind the nav bar. It's not the best example, but see the antlers going behind and the clouds don't? Because everything else has an index, a z-index of 0 by default. So I said that the nav bar is behind, and then the deer is behind. But I could also have done something like, for our nav bar, I could have said
You can say
99.
CT
I
scan
don't know if there's an upper
done
bound or
or
not.
pelvis
Usually I just stick with smaller numbers.
done in
But this
1972.
does the
Whatever.
exact same thing. It's just whichever number is larger wins. And if there's multiple z indices that are set, the
And I
largest
was
number
told
is
I
the
have
topmost
IBS.
level or layer, and then all the way down to the
And to
smallest
start
one,
dieting
which will be
and
all
come
the way
back
in the
when
back.
it's worse.
But as I've said, I like to just go with small numbers to make it easy.
Yeah.
And that's all there is to z-index.
So it's an impression colony power while thickening the junction of the descending and signal column.
Next up,
with
a
the
quick
minimal
introduction to responsive design and
period
media queries in
fast
CSS.
trunking.
So this is a large topic,
Yeah.
something that we're not going to spend a lot of time on
So,
right
okay,
now,
so we're
similar
gonna
to
use,
Flexbox.
the
It's more,
migraines,
I guess, advanced.
okay,
It's also just something that we could spend a lot of time going into, but we're really just trying to give you the foundation you need to learn JavaScript and start building some applications. So this is a quick intro. So the term responsive design has to do with designing websites for different sizes of screens. Large desktop monitors.
Yeah, you
versus
remember when you
tablet
claim you can
screens
add
versus mobile
one by one.
screens. There are so many different sizes these days, even within
So it would
tablets,
be one
even
claim,
just within phones. There's
but you can
different
add
sizes.
more,
And then
or you
with
can make
monitors,
2 claims
we've got
separate.
laptop
Depends if
screens,
they let you
some
to
of which are
add
small, and then
diagnosis
huge,
in one claim
like
or
4K
separate.
massive displays that are super expensive and take up an entire wall in someone's home. All different screen sizes. And there have been some different approaches to address this in the past. At one point, we used to have a different site for a desktop app or a desktop website and a mobile website, completely different code base. And we would serve one or the other depending on the type of device. Then another option is just to have a native app, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but that was something
Yeah,
in the past
that's
where
one claim.
websites basically would be optimized for
So it's IBS
laptops
secondary to
or
PTSD.
desktop
That's one
sizes
claim.
and would look horrible on your phone.
And the other one
And
would
then
be
often they
migraine
would say,
secondary
if
to
you visited
PTSD.
them on your phone, they would prompt you to download the
And
native
you-
app, or it would just look awful, and you would just need the native app in order to use the website at all. But in the last 5, 6, 7
And put
ish
the
years,
chronic fatigue
the term
syndrome,
responsive design has become
secondary
very popular,
PTSD,
and it's a
another
different
claim,
approach.
3
It
claims.
refers to having a single website
Okay.
that responds to the size of the device it's being rendered in. So it will adjust thanks to CSS and to media queries, which we're about to learn, depending on the
the
screen size.
briefly,
So just some
Let
simple
me see.
examples. Well, this actually isn't a very simple
Um,
one. But this is a website I always like to show because it's just well made. This is Stripe's
yeah,
page.
Google
And
what
it looks really
chronic
nice
fatigue
on my
syndrome.
laptop
Let
size.
me Google.
But if I resize things, you'll see that
Um,
not only do we have scaling and things moving around, but we have content that might completely disappear. So far, nothing really changes. This space on the left is shrinking down. But then once I hit
Just
what
call
is
them and
most
say you
likely a
want
tablet size somewhere around here, if you see
you
right
want to
here,
go to the same
got this
people
little
of
piece of
VS.
code
You are
that I
treated
can
very
edit,
nice. So
and
call
then
VA,
sidebar.
the 800
And if I
number
shrink
from
just a little bit
VBA.
more, that sidebar
The benefits,
disappears, or it looks like it
VA
disappears. It
VA
actually
benefits
completely
administration
transforms
number. It's on
into
a.
a drop down. Whereas before,
There were,
it was a sidebar where I could click on different pieces. Ooh, fancy.
Tell them
this
that
is
you are
responsive
treated very
design right there.
nice last
Whatever
time when
this
you
size
went.
is,
Oh,
a
did you
tablet
went to
size, a small
VES
tablet,
last time?
very
No,
different
when you
layout,
went.
just for this one piece compared to what we had here, where we have this sidebar, and
Okay.
not to mention the fact that
So you
right
say you
here,
want to VES
there's a bit of a
again
change.
because blah
There's no
blah.
spacing
And
involved
after that,
between
after
these two
they,
things, or on the
you
edges
can
that we
even
get here.
tell
now we
them
have a
that
bunch
you
of
want to go
space.
in DC.
a bigger change that you might notice are these images here.
Or in Mantisburg, because
I think
Mantisburg it's
actually they might
only
be
me, and this
SVGs.
it's another
Whatever
girl,
these
so
are,
you might end up
these
with her,
tablets
so you need to
and mobile
change the date.
devices,
Either one,
as I shrink down,
but it
they're
takes
going
you
to take up a
longer.
lot of space on a mobile device. We don't want that to
I will
just
come
hog
back to
everything.
Mantisburg.
So
I
first of
don't
all,
know.
they
Let's see.
position
Don't even worry
differently.
about it. Just tell you
can
want to go
see
to
right
VS, so
there,
people.
we've got this iPhone-looking thing,
Okay.
And after
it moves
that,
above this tablet.
after
I guess because it takes up
we'll
less
see who
space.
called you.
it
If they
just
make
makes
a
sense to
mistake
fit
and
in
they
right
don't put
there.
you
That
in
was the
VS and
design decision they
LHI,
made.
you refuse to go,
It's
you
kind of
call
cool.
VS
But
again,
then here
or
on a
you
mobile
call
device
them.
size, they're
The
side
other
by side,
company say, send
completely
it back
different.
to VA, I'm not coming.
And probably the
I'm going
biggest
to
change
VS.
is our nav bar. So this is a really common thing to make responsive.
Okay.
They will
A
send it
wide
back
nav
to
bar
VA,
like
and
this,
VA will
where
schedule you
you
with
click on something on a mobile
with
device,
VS.
really is
Or
not a
you
great
can call
experience.
VS.
The links get
I would
way
call
too
them
close together.
both, and I
So
say, hey,
often
I
we
put
have
a
a
claim.
collapsing nav
I
bar.
was with you
You've probably
guys
seen
last
this
time, and I
before. The
put a
little
claim. Do
hamburger
you see
icon.
me?
You click or you tap on your phone,
After 1 or
and
2
then
weeks,
something
after
displays.
1 or 2 weeks,
Generally
or 3
a
weeks,
drop down or
when
some
you
sort
start
of vertical
to,
navigation menu instead of horizontal.
it takes kind
So
of
this is
2
all done with
weeks,
CSS,
maybe more
plus
than
some
that.
JavaScript for
Normally
some of the
3
fancier stuff.
months.
But all of
How
the
far?
elements
How
moving
fast
around,
you they
and
send you
changing
to appointment
sizes
last
or
time?
position or disappearing and
Oh,
showing,
last time,
spacing being added and
for
removed,
my
that's all done with
PTSD.
CSS
No, that's
and
very hard
media
to find.
queries. So media queries allow us to run CSS, or I shouldn't say run, but allow us to have CSS that applies depending on certain conditions. So things like the device's general type, if we're working with a screen, or we can define styles that apply for print rather than on a screen. But most commonly what we'll end up doing is applying styles based off of the width of the screen or sometimes the height of the screen. But there are a couple different things, more than a couple, that we can work with. Let's see, light level. The light level of the environment. So I don't know, does this, actually I've never heard of this one. I'm curious to see, okay, it does not work on any devices yet. But that will be pretty nifty to have different styles apply depending on the light level of the environment. So what kind of room you're in, if it's dark or light, you can change what your website looks like. That could be cool if you're like in a very glare heavy situation. But most of the time we're working with height and width. There are other things, as you can see here. Now the way that we write a media query is that we pick one of these properties or more of those properties, and then we target them with @media and then something. So this is very
So
common.
kind of in
@media
2 weeks you
and
start
then
calling
max
VES
width,
and say, hey, do
and
you
then
see
some
me
number
there?
of pixels. If we go back to the
no?
slides here,
Okay.
that's
Call
what I have
VA
here.
again. I will
have
call
min
VA
width.
every 3
This
days.
code right here
4
is
days.
taking an image and
Every
setting
4
its
days.
display
Hey guys,
to
did
inline block.
you
and
see?
its
I
width
want to go to
10
VS. Do not
ems.
send me nowhere else
On
because
larger
no,
screen
I'm not doing
sizes,
it.
anything
And you
larger
call
than
the other
800
people too a
pixels.
couple of times a
So
week.
we're starting
Couple
with
of times a
the
week.
smallest
No more than
size,
that, like Monday,
mobile
Friday,
size
Monday,
in this
Friday.
case. And then we're saying, actually, when you get to 800 pixels or more,
Till they
we
get
want
tired
this to
about you.
apply. So let me show you a very simple example. I'm going to change the background color
Yeah.
of my page right here, this beautiful page. So I'm going to give the body a background color. Body. Background color will be purple. Or let's do a light color just because I have some stuff going on there. Light.
I cannot do
Pink,
anything
sure.
because they do it mainly
And
on
let's take a look. There it is.
They do
Beautiful.
that, yeah.
claim.
But
Yeah.
I'm then going to write
So
my media query @media.
When the system
And then I'm going to
comes
do
up, I
min
will,
width, or we can do max, either one. I'll show you both
Let
of
me
them
give you
here.
one from
Max
the-
width of 1000 pixels.
Okay.
Then inside of this, I'll write my selectors and all the properties just like I would up here. So I could just copy that and say that
It might come
background
back.
color
Go
is
back
now
and see if it comes back.
about light sea green.
1,
Okay.
2, 3,
So
4,
I'll refresh the page
5,
here,
6,
and
7,
it's still
8,
pink,
9,
but
10,
as I
11,
resize my
12.
screen, where are you? Little handle, there we go. There we go. We'll see that background color change. So if we read what I just did, I said the body background color should always be light pink. That's our normal style. And then I said actually up to the width of 1000 pixels. So the maximum width of 1000 pixels, I want these to apply. These
Yeah,
styles in
they-
here.
they
So I could
give
do something
30s
else
in
too. I
there.
could say that
They
how
can
about
be
my
50,
nav
but
bar is a
not
different color.
very rare.
Or
You need
maybe
to
the nav bar
show
is
up in
thicker
here
or
twice
thinner.
or 3 times a year.
I can do whatever I
so.
want. Let's give it a, just to
I see some
make it
50s. You
easy
never
to
know.
see, a
Let's see.
background color of
Yeah.
orange
But
red.
mostly they don't give
Refresh the
that
page.
too easy.
So for 0 pixels up to that maximum width of 1000 pixels, which is what I specified here, I want these background colors. And then when we get to above that breakpoint of 1000 pixels, the other styles apply. Now I can have multiple breakpoints. I can just define them wherever I want. I could have another one that says actually up until 500 pixels, or I don't even know if my browser will get to 500 pixels here. What is this width? Usually Chrome tells
Let me
me.
find something.
Well, let's just
for-
do 600 pixels. Up until 600 pixels, I want light salmon, sure. And the nav bar will be
Fatigue syndrome, where is it?
light sky blue, or sea green, I guess is what I did accidentally. All right, so we hit that first one, and then if I keep shrinking down, there we go. 600 pixels and below, we're gonna have those colors.
So at 90%,
And then from
if
600 to
30%
1000, we get these colors, and then above
light
1000, we get
can
those
that
colors.
be 100
Now, changing
or no?
colors is not, it's
No,
not
you
typically
need-
what you're going to do.
That
You'll be
is
changing
weird.
widths or margin.
Yeah, no.
So as an
you
example,
need just a little
we
bit
take
more.
all of my
That's why I give
paragraphs
you
here.
free diagnosis.
If I wanted them to be centered in the screen, I don't like how they're going all the way across. I might put them first in some sort of section.
Okay, so you can
We'll just
say
call this
view
ID
to-
of, how about essay? And then end that all the way down there. Okay? And I'm going to center this. So I'm going to say section with the ID of essay. Or I could just say the ID of essay. I want it to have a width of 50% of the body and a margin of 0 top and bottom and auto left and right. I'll refresh the page. And sure, let's say I like that. But that's not going to look great on mobile devices. That's quite narrow. So maybe I want to apply some styles to make it wider, or get rid of that
you
margin
make
and just
a
make it go all
short,
the way
and
across.
you can
Who
choose
knows?
from that one
So in order to do that, I need to use a
for
media query.
chronic fatigue syndrome.
Now, I have a couple of options. I could do what I've already done and set the large size as the default. So I'm saying I want it centered at all screen sizes. I want it to be 50% width.
Okay.
And then I can go in and say, actually, when it's small, I want it to behave this way.
View to-
But there's this idea of mobile first
view to
design,
TTS.
which means your website should be designed
design
first
now.
to look good on a phone or a small device. And then you can use media queries to resize and change content for
This
larger
is
screen sizes
sensitive.
instead of going the other way around. So I can do that here. As far as the actual breakpoints that I use, the actual pixel values here, there are so many different screen sizes for phones and tablets and different windows that it sometimes is tricky to know exactly where to split things up. It really depends, but generally, according to this survey at least that I was looking at, or this stat counter here, some of the most common screen sizes here break down into these brackets. So you don't necessarily need to have a separate style for every single one of these breakpoints. Often you'll want to try and make things scale as much as possible naturally, and then just go with your media queries to update or to remove something by setting
Oh, I
display
don't
to
know
none,
that. You
or
don't
to
know
position
that.
it differently, to resize it, whatever you need to do.
No.
So to keep this simple, I think
You
we'll
live
go with,
somewhere in
I don't know,
Arizona,
maybe
German
700
town.
pixels.
She was in
Something
Germantown.
like that. Maybe, actually, if I open up the
I
dev
think
tools
it
here, I'll
works
show you
here. I
this
think it
tool.
lives there.
If you
Because
click
if
on
you
this
find
under
your
the
information
elements,
was
actually
online.
all tabs,
Oh,
I guess,
okay.
have this. The little mobile device
You
toolbar.
don't know, Venka. You know,
You can
Ven.
select from common
And
mobile
the
device
psych
sizes. You
works
can
from
actually
home
edit
most
and
of
add your
time,
own.
so
So if we wanted to know what a iPhone X resolution is, it's 375 by 812. If we look at a Galaxy S5, it's 360 by 640. So why don't we do something just based
when
off
I
of
read here, I
500
realize I
pixels
have
for the
chronic
screen
fatigue
width,
syndrome.
or maybe even larger, just because I can't remember what the smallest my Chrome window
This
will
job
get here.
causing me
Let's do
chronic
600
fatigue
or something.
syndrome.
So I've got this width
When I read,
50%,
when I read all
margin
this stuff
0
here,
auto
I have a
for
lot
this,
of chronic fatigue syndrome,
couple
and
of
I
paragraphs
did not
inside of
serve in
that,
service.
What is it, a section? And when we get to a mobile screen size, I'd like
It was
for
better
to
to serve in service, but you
not
know
look
what?
like this.
I
Let's maybe
developed
make the width
PTSD from this.
80%.
If you
something
go in
like that.
service, maybe it give you some.
Yeah, I think that
You
would be
become a
best, 80,
veteran.
90%.
Hey, you
So
are Coast
do
Guard,
that.
is that
With what I
right?
have right now, I am specifying a desktop size
Ah, you are in Air
first.
Force?
The default size
Yeah.
before media queries is what I want on a large screen,
Oh.
which typically is
I wanted to find
it's not a
a
bad thing, but it's not
recruiter,
that
but I
common.
wanted.
A lot of people
I
prefer
don't
to
think
go
he
the other way
qualifies
around.
for Air Force.
So actually, I
due
already
to
have a
his-
media query here.
I want him to
for
go a
anything
couple
up
of years.
to 600 pixels. So we could just go with that.
And
I
I was
select
thinking maybe.
my section with the
Huh?
ID of essay,
He tried to go to the
section,
military
ID of
academy,
essay,
or
and give it a width now of
No,
let's see what
let's
80%
wait
looks
for
like.
him to become an officer.
So resize.
to finish his bachelor.
Yeah, just a little bit
He
better.
will finish his
Although,
bachelor in
Above this, it's
2025
still
at
a
the
little bit
end.
clumsy. So
So,
maybe what I'll do is set it to be
Okay, okay.
90%
so I was
there.
thinking, Charles said, because you don't want to go with enlisted.
Yeah, I think
Because
that's better.
enlisted,
But then
it's,
on
it
some
put him to go
size,
on the,
right around here, I'd still
if
like
he
it to be
goes
maybe
officer
80%,
as a
and then
bachelor
it
in
can go to
cybersecurity,
50%
computer
about
science,
here. So
he wants in
Yeah.
he wants
DevTools,
in
if I
cyber
open up
command
the
anyway.
DevTools here,
So.
we can actually see if I pop
Okay,
this
so
out
I
into its own little window.
but someone said Coast Guard
that
might
over
be
there,
easier for him, and
and
they
get
have
rid
a.
of this.
If you find
We can
a
see
Coast
our
Guard,
screen
so he
size.
tells
So
us
I
what
can
he needs to
decide exactly
learn.
where I want that.
Yep.
Let's say it starts
So-
looking awkward. Well, that does not look good.
For every
And it still does
recruiter.
not look good until, yeah, probably about there.
I
So
think
what
they
kind of
even
width are
have
we
some
looking at?
internships they can go
Let's see.
now for
Aren't you showing me
cyber. I heard like
Where is it?
last year in high school, and he can get
And
something
that's
there
about,
done
let's just go with
Colorado,
1,000
DC.
pixels. So at 1,000 pixels, which
Yeah.
And
conveniently
if they see
we're
him
already
in freaking
targeting,
marker, he is.
we can now say that section with the ID of essay
Nice.
should
he's a
have a width
nerd.
of
He's my
80% up until
handsome
1,000.
nerd.
So the way you would read this is anything up to
Man,
600, 90%,
yeah, he is.
and then anything
And
up to
he's-
1,000,
I don't know.
80%,
You will
and
meet
then
him.
after
We need
that,
to, we need
just a
to
normal
hang out
50%.
together.
So I'm going to refresh, and you can see we start with 90%,
Yeah.
and then we go to
Yeah.
80% of the
Don't
width,
you see? We
and
laugh
then
all
we
the
hit
time.
50. Now the way I would
I laugh
prefer to
with you
do
all the
this
time.
is actually the other way around, where we
Okay,
would
so I
rewrite
sent
this
you,
and instead
due to
have our normal
PTSD,
size. So I'm
I
just going to
had
comment this all out.
it, blah blah blah.
We would have our mobile size laid out first. So I want it to be 90% on mobile. And then I can add my media query,
Chronic
at media,
fatigue.
and then I can say anything above, so min width 600 pixels.
And
I want
tired
section with the
all
ID of
the
essay to have a
time.
width of 80%,
affecting my
and then anything above 1,000 pixels,
work and
I want the width to be 50%. So this would be known as mobile first design, where we're laying out the mobile website as
Fatigue.
the first choice here, and then resizing it for other screen sizes.
we should
So it looks the same.
what is your
but
division?
here's our 90%.
I should work with you.
Then we
Can
hit
you
the
imagine if we
80%,
work together we laugh
stay at
about
80 until we get to 50,
Yeah.
which happens after 1,000 pixels. So there's a lot to making responsive websites. That's just a very, very brief introduction. If you complete this prep
tell
course
them
and
that you know
continue
someone who
on
is a core
to
level
our
3.
main software engineering course,
Yeah.
we will spend a
Senior
lot of
PM
time
core level
working with a
3.
tool called
They will
Bootstrap
they
that
will
really
get me
helps
to
us make
be their
responsive
slave. You
layouts.
know what?
It does a
If
lot
I
of
get
other
there,
things.
okay, so I
but
help
the
him.
most
I help
important
this
tool
guy and
that it
I'm
gives us
I'm
is
not
the
in
ability to lay out our
IOIT.
content on different screen sizes.
I
very
help the other
easily
guy
without
too.
having
Here
to
you
write a
are.
ton of
Sign
queries
here,
ourselves.
35
So we
million.
can
See, you want
recreate
me to go in
things
jail.
like, where'd you go? Like the
Are you
Stripe
sure
website with this
there where
layout.
you go?
We can make a
Are you
responsive nav
sure
bar
this is what you
super
did?
easily.
Where are your
We can move
products? I
images
don't see
around.
them.
We can show and hide things. We can split our
know,
content
right?
50% here and 50% there.
I have here
50 or
hotel
like 80%,
invoices.
20%, and resize, move them
And I
around
have cab
based off of the
invoices.
screen size
I
very,
have to
very
go there
easily.
too.
But the basic idea behind all of that, whether we use something like Bootstrap later on or not at all,
This
it all
contractor
hinges
they
upon
send you.
media
So did you
queries.
PTSD? Come on, this looks good. Yeah, look at that one. That's for chronic fatigue syndrome, and you fine, man.
Okay. Let me see right
And let's do it tomorrow night if you want. But see if you can do it by yourself. If not, you share the screen. Maybe tomorrow during the day. In my break, I think I have a break. Oh no, because tomorrow I'm in DC.
Okay.
Tomorrow I go to see veterans, so in DC. Are you in DC tomorrow?
Next up, we're going to talk about one of the more
No,
fun
okay.
topics, in my opinion, CSS transitions. So transitions are one form of a simple animation in CSS. We're not going to go into complicated multi-step animations. That's a more
So I will
advanced
see
topic.
five days
Transitions allow us
patients.
to
Oh my
control
God,
the timing
veterans.
of one property
And tomorrow I have
animating
like
into
five
another
veterans.
property, or one, let's say, background color turning to another background color, or one font size changing into
Yeah.
another font size. So we can have a smooth transition. We can make it very fast, very slow. We have a couple different options. So I'll show you some simple examples of transitions. Here I'm on the Stripe webpage, and as I hover over this, we often use transitions with hovers. we have this button that's appearing. I think it's actually an anchor tag, but it's appearing when I hover. And there's a blur effect happening to this element in the background. I think these are LIs and a UL. And they're also sort of moving inwards a little bit. There's different properties that are changing. And it's not happening immediately. It happens a little bit delay. It's not a delay, but it happens over the course of maybe half a second. And if I inspect this and I remove that transition, or if I change that transition, we'll do it on the UL first. Let's see, the UL contains all these LIs. Okay, there's a transition set here. I'm just going to remove it. And now when I hover, you can see the links in the background, or the logos. Those are blurring immediately. Now the button still takes a little
In
time
what
to
division
appear.
are you?
So if I find that, I think it's right here. If I select that,
But what?
and then
Which
change
one?
its
OIT.
transition, I'm just going to remove all transitions on it. Now when I hover,
What is OSS?
all things happen immediately, pretty much instantaneously, and it's a little bit, it's a little jarring. And this is a simple example, but there are transitions all over this web page. Little
So
changes
what you guys are doing
often
there?
when you hover over something, but it doesn't have to be based off of a hover. But you need to have some way of changing a property in order to trigger a transition. So here's another example. As I click on one of these, you'll see this little box moves down there, moves up or down depending on where I clicked. That is being transitioned to its new location. It's not just immediately appearing there. So I just removed it. Now when I click, it just goes to the next element, or it appears instantaneously where it's supposed to go. Okay, so transitions are relatively simple to understand, a very basic idea. We have a couple different pieces to each transition that we can
And
change.
you are trying to kind of
There
like
is a shorthand property, and that's what I'm going to show you,
sourcing
called
accordingly
transition.
guidelines
And then we
and
specify
policies
what
and
properties we
procedures from
want to
Fitara.
actually transition. So we might have font size and color and border changing. Do we want to transition all of them? Can we transition everything? That's something we'll talk about shortly. And then how long do we want the transition to take? And then there's this thing called a timing function. We'll come back to that, and a delay. So why don't we start with a simple example. I've got an H1 here, and I'm going to transition its font size. So I'm going to open up some CSS. I've got a new file, just so we can start clean here. I'm going to select H1s. I'll give it a hard-coded font size. We'll just start with maybe 2 M's. And then we're going to transition that.
How many people are
So
in your
I'm
team?
going to add my hover effect first. H1 hover. Font size will be maybe 4 M's. Okay, so I hover.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like it did not connect my CSS. I was wondering what was going on. All right, transitions.css. Try that again. Okay,
Oh.
so now when I hover, it immediately grows to that new font size. Now if I transition that instead, I add the
Yeah.
transition
I
property.
think I would like in
I tell it
compliance
what
more
I
than
want to transition. So
policy.
font size and how long. Let's go with 1 second, which is 1s.
Yeah.
I'll refresh the page and hover, and there we go. Now, font size is not really something that you should be transitioning. You can see it's kind of janky. If I scroll in there, it doesn't look very smooth. We're not going to go into, ooh, look at that, that's beautiful. We're not going to go into a lot of detail about what you should and shouldn't be transitioning, but just know that actually most properties are not very performant if you do transition them. So if you're making a large-scale application with lots of transitions all over the place, there are really 2 properties you should be changing. I have a YouTube video you can check out on that, but the 2 properties are called transform and opacity. But for small projects, for personal stuff that you're playing around with, I wouldn't worry about it. But things like font size are not going to look great when you transition them. So why don't we also do something like change the color instead of just the font size? Or, yeah, let's do color. Color will go from, how about
Yeah.
cyan
Oh, perfect.
to magenta.
It's okay. It's a little bit too long, but who cares? They will
like
read
that.
the first page and the
So
last
right now,
page
if I hover,
anyway,
the
and they will
transition
give
only
it to you.
applies to
Remember,
font size.
don't
You
worry
can see it
about
goes
the
magenta
main.
or magenta
You
to
don't
cyan
understand who will give you
instantaneously
what
when I
will give
hover.
you, don't you?
But if I instead come back here and say, actually, we just want to
So
transition
you.
color. Now
So
when I
you need
hover,
to end up with
font
me.
size, I
Here.
have to refresh, the font size changes instantly but then
You want me
the
to
color
explain
transitions
how many
over
times I
time,
should not
over a
tell you
period
this?
of 1 second. And if I wanted both,
Stop
instead
worrying
of
me. The
saying
only thing you
transition
need to
color,
worry
I
is
can
you
say
end up with
transition
me
all.
and worry about
However,
that. The
this is not
waiter.
really a good idea unless you know
Don't say
exactly what's
no and
changing
pray
and
to
you
God,
actually
go to
want all
church.
of
We
those
go to
things to
church
be
every day.
transitioned.
But it doesn't
Because you might
matter
have a
because
bunch
I
of
said
changes you add
so.
in later
So
on.
you appeal and you'll
When
get
you
it.
hover, there might be a bunch of different properties being
Even if you
changed, or at
say
some
no,
point
so
they
the
might
main
change,
one
and then
is.
if you're transitioning
Let
all
me
of
not
them,
talk.
it might lead to some unexpected results. But here, you can see
The
now
main
font size
one is the
and color
one you will
are
go
being
to an
animated.
assessment.
It looks like garbage, so
Don't
I'm
worry
probably
about
going to
what
get
you
rid
are
of that
doing.
font
Just
size,
put something
but we
there.
can do it. And if I wanted to give
You
them
have too much.
different timing,
You have too much.
so instead of just
Do you
everything
think I'm reading
1
what
second,
you are
maybe I
writing
want
there in
font
that
size
letter?
to happen
No.
over 2 seconds
I don't
and
have
color
time
to
for
happen
that.
over 1 second. I can
I
add a
need to
comma
search.
separated list. So I could say transition font
No,
size.
you.
Let's actually
How
do
many
1
gets
second
denied
for
because
font
we don't
size,
read and we don't understand anyway?
and then comma color. Let's go with 3 seconds.
For
just
me,
so it's very
I don't
obvious.
even need those letters. I don't even
Okay,
read the stupid
so
letters.
watch what happens
I
with
know
the
who
color
you
versus
are
font
from
size.
the moment you come
The
in the
color
door.
is still transitioning. It took 3 seconds.
I know
Font
from
size
the
finished
moment I
much
read
earlier.
the DD214 and I
So that's
just
how we can
one
have
page
multiple
I need.
properties.
DD214.
This is a shorthand, so if you
I read
prefer,
the
there
DD214. I
are
close my eyes. I
individual
already know
longhand
what you did
properties:
in the
transition
service.
duration, transition property, transition delay,
I
or you can use the shorthand, just like
remember
border
my
or
father was
padding
in
or margin, any of the other
counterintelligence
shorthands
and I
you've
was
seen.
running around bases,
Okay.
so I know things.
So that's the basic idea. Now let's talk
I
about
was a
this
child,
part,
and you
the
know how these
timing
children
function. What is the timing
they
function?
go there and run
Well, to
around and
demonstrate
listen.
this, I'm going to add a different element in.
I was a mess
I think
with my
we'll do
soldiers.
a button here, and it's
I
gonna
was
say
like,
hover
oh,
me.
I saw you.
And
I
then
want
when
the
you
cake.
hover over
Nope.
any button,
What is my
we're going to
cake?
do something we have not seen before called
I
transform.
know what you're doing. I told your father.
X.
I don't care.
This is a way of moving something on the
I
X
want the
axis, so left
cake.
to right.
I
Let's
want the
do
cake. You go and buy me a
200
cake from the
pixels.
restaurant.
So
I remember that
before
when
we
I
have
was
any
asking
transitions
them
added,
cakes
let's see, ooh, that's lovely, isn't it?
from the restaurant.
When I hover, it
Cause
moves
we
over
used to
100
work in
pixels.
a
No
undisclosed
transition whatsoever.
position. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
So
it
now what I'm
was in
going
a
to
mountain,
do is transition
very,
that on
like
button. Just going to
2,000
set transition,
like very tall
and let's go with transform, which is our property name.
satellites. You know
Over
where you
1
put the
second.
satellites to listen
Or
Russia.
maybe 2 seconds to make it obvious.
So I
And
was
then
he
we're going
was
to put a
always
timing
took
function
me in a
in.
mountain
And
like
these timing
2,000
functions
kilometers
control
high,
the rate
whatever.
of change over time.
And
So
it was like
this cheat sheet is kind of cool. It shows these
with
different
a
timing
teleferic
function
with those
graphs.
gondolas.
Watch
on
the element on
it's
the
like
right
a
hand side
steep,
moving up and
you know,
down.
very.
And watch how
You can
fast
see.
it moves up
I
and down.
remember
So it's the same
one of the
transition. It's
mountains,
going
kind of
from
like
whatever this
one of the
height
other
0
ones. One
is
of the
to, let's say,
mountains
100 pixels.
were in the clouds.
And it's happening over 1 second or 2 seconds.
And I used
But
to,
it's happening
yeah,
very differently
you know,
depending on
back
these timing
then they
functions.
didn't have this
Take a look at
technology,
this
so
one
you
right
needed
here.
to have
Starts
all
very
this
slow and then
antenna
speeds up.
at a
Or
higher
something like this one right here,
altitude.
where it goes slow and then fast and then slow again. Here's
Man, it
another
was
one,
cool.
starts
I
very
have such
slow
a
and then
cool,
goes way
amazing.
fast. Here's one that goes very
I have-
fast and slows down.
So you
these are
understand
different
why I'm
timing
so
functions that you
like.
can use.
It's
Here's
getting me
an
crazy if I
elastic
don't
one.
speak
That's kind of
about
fun.
technology. It's
See it right
getting
there.
crazy.
Let's just pick a very obvious one so we know that it's
Because
working.
I
How
was
about,
like since I was like 4 years
this one
old
right
around
here,
this
where we start slow
technology.
and then we go fast.
You know.
So if we want to use
Surveillance
this,
guys.
we can copy this timing function right here. It's a
Then I end up
Bezier
in
curve.
Chapter
You don't have to
36.
understand anything about it to use it. It's just a
Chapter
curve,
36.
and we can put that in as the
Education
parameter
department.
after the number of seconds for our transition.
Really?
So now I have my transition
Well,
set
I'm
up,
in chapter
and I have
36, you
this
know, chapter
curve that I've
31,
specified the
36,
timing function with,
35. Yeah.
and I'm going to
I end
hover.
up in 36. It's so
Starts out
annoying. I
way
can
slow and
handle
then
these
speeds
people
up.
low IQ.
And if we
Like,
got
you know
rid
me.
of that,
I'm like,
we just
yeah.
go to the default and refresh again. It goes at the same rate
Don't you
pretty much the
see?
entire
I'm doing
time.
the full stack right now.
So there
I
are
just
some
listen to this guy
built-in
just
timing
because
functions that we
I'm
can use,
up
including
at-
linear
I like to hear
and
people
ease.
talking.
Let's
Like,
see, is
I
there a
don't know.
full comprehensive
You know,
list
like
here?
other people, like these women, they go there and listen to
Yeah, so we've got
movies, like love story
linear,
movies and stuff like
ease,
that.
ease in, out, and then you can define your own
For me,
custom one
you
as
will
you see
find
it.
me in
Let's
computer
go with
listen,
ease
some kind of
in,
technology.
out. So we'll play around with
whatever.
that one. Ease in,
Oh wow, look at this one.
out,
Very
and
interesting.
why don't
man.
I
Look at
translate
this.
this further? How about 800 pixels
I'm such a
over
tomboy.
2 seconds?
I don't even know how.
Okay,
I don't don't even understand
I'll zoom in a bit.
Charles,
I'll
how
hover.
he got in love with me. I don't even
Can you
understand.
see
him.
how it's going very fast?
I
or
don't
going
see what
slow
is
at the
wrong
beginning
with you,
and then
man.
speeds
Like
up and then
I'm-
goes slow again.
He just look at me like he just shake his head.
And if I change that to be linear, it's
See, I don't
just
even
going to go the
understand. I'm
same
like,
rate the entire way across.
You are
Never
not even
speeds
on
up or
my
slows
list.
down.
You don't
And then
have
the
the
last
qualities
optional
I
piece
need.
of transition is a
See, what do
delay.
you need?
So if
I
I
need
did
this
like
and this
0.5
and this and
seconds,
this.
I also have
Well,
milliseconds, so I could say
you have
500
me. That's
milliseconds
it. I
or
don't have any of
2000
those.
milliseconds. I'll mix it up here. So this will be the delay. So now if I refresh
Oh,
and
God.
hover,
He's upset.
at
He was
first
at the
nothing will
show.
happen, and then it takes
Baby,
off. One
uh,
more time,
you,
nothing, and then it
you don't
moves.
want to take
So
advantage of me.
0.5 seconds or
You're
500
taking me for
millisecond delay.
granted when I will.
All right, so
Baby,
to end this, I think I'll show
let me go
one
continue
more
my full
example
stack. I'm coming.
of
Go ahead,
something
go upstairs.
that might be a
I'm
little bit
coming.
more practical.
He's
How about
probably
some
he was
anchor
probably
tag
with the
elements?
foot with a
Let's
mask.
go with what should we put here? Sign up,
You are asleep tomorrow. We have
and
stack
we'll just
tomorrow.
pick some random href / sign up.
Tomorrow it's another day.
All right, it's gonna be beautiful, and we're gonna make
Oh
it look
my
kind of
God,
like a
this-
button,
I'm-
I guess.
I
So
probably
I'm gonna
looks like
start
he's
by
telling
giving
me
it
I'm
a display of
crazy.
inline block,
I'm like
inline
I'm kinda
dash
like,
block. We'll give it
the
a
mind of a man
what
in
else
a
should we do here? Some
body
padding
of a
maybe,
woman.
1M, and we'll make the font size
I
a bit
am like
larger
that.
too.
And he's kind of
Font
feminine actually.
size.
You know what?
Let's see.
He looks kind of
0.5
like
Ms.
whatever, but he's
Let's just see what that
feminine.
looks like.
I think he has more estrogen
Okay,
and I have more
No more text
testosterone.
decoration.
Nice. That's a good combination.
And let's give it
Don't
a
you
border.
think? Even though
About,
his
3
testosterone was
pixels
more than
solid
he should
black,
have, I
just
laugh
to begin
about
with.
him, man. Oh my, I laugh about. I was telling
Okay.
him, baby, I think you
And
need
then
some
I'm gonna do
testosterone. What is
some
wrong with you?
text
Why you fall asleep?
transform.
But he fall asleep from sleep
Transform to
apnea.
make the text all
She's like,
uppercase.
maybe you need testosterone or
And
something.
maybe
And
a
he
little
did
bit of
laugh.
letter spacing.
And his
0.1
testosterone
Ms.
was,
Let's see what that
listen to
looks
me,
like.
his testosterone was
Sure.
abnormal high.
Now, when I hover, I'd like to change the color. So I'd like the text to be.
Oh my
what
God, I'm
should
no
we go
wonder why you are too
Let's
big.
go with
You know,
some color
see,
like
baby,
not
what is wrong with
red.
you?
It's a
62,
nice-
you should be,
I
you
guess
know,
a purple.
problem and give you
Rebecca purple
Viagra or
will be our
something.
text color.
Oh,
That'll be
God.
the color of our border
I
as
think I
well.
need to take Viagra.
So instead of black, we're gonna have a Rebecca purple border, and then the
Because you want
background
too
will be
much.
white.
Sissy,
Then
you
when I
need another
hover,
partner.
I want that
Sissy,
to
can you get
invert.
another woman
I want
on the
anchor
side?
tag
I laugh
hover
about you. I'm not doing this.
to have a
Okay.
color of white, and I want the background color to be Rebecca
I laugh
purple.
about him.
And let's see what that
Oh my
looks like.
God. Baby, my testosterone is fine.
Good
I don't know how much is
And
it.
then I wanna
What?
transition
I never heard anybody
So,
like that.
all I
She's
can
like
do
my entire
is
life. I put
add a
people on
transition property.
patch and testosterone patch. How in
Transition.
the world you are that big?
And then we can decide which properties
I
we
don't
want.
know. It's my
Let's just go
gene.
with background color for now. Or we
See,
could
probably
do all,
your
but,
family,
whatever,
everybody
we'll
in
do
his
all
family
just to
lives
keep it short.
90s, 100s.
We're just changing background and background color, but just keep in mind all can be troublesome if you have other
Sissy,
things
you are
changing
from Georgia.
that you don't want to transition.
You are a hillbilly from Georgia. You have a
And let's
good
go
gene.
with maybe 0.3 seconds. You usually want something to be pretty
You are
short
from the
if it's
mountain.
like a button hover effect.
My baby.
Yeah, I think
My
that's fine.
baby. On the
And
mountain.
we can change the timing function as well. Maybe
What
it
are you doing in the
is
mountain there?
in.
I
Let's see
can
what
put
that
up
looks
with
like.
those mountain. They are in a
Yeah,
mountain
that's
in Trump.
Okay.
Trump.
Now, if you see when I refresh the
Everybody
page
likes
that
Trump
this
in a
thing is
mountain.
growing, can you see that? It's a bit difficult if I elongate this. How about 2 seconds? When the page
Well,
loads, the very first
Did
time,
you apply? What
that
are you
anchor
doing there?
tag is getting styles
So
applied to
I'm
it.
gonna,
And we have transition set to
I
all.
submitted
So
the
I guess I just
documents
made a
for
case
migrant.
against
I'm
using
gonna take the
transition all.
gastro
Let's
Friday
simplify
and
this and say
then
we actually only
on
want to
Saturday, I'm
transition.
gonna submit
What do we
everything.
want here?
So
Color.
for chronic fatigue, do I need
and-
to submit any documentation
And then we'll also
or
do.
I will put the
background
I
color.
will put the
And we
one
don't want 2
with
seconds. Let's do
the
0.3
migraine,
seconds.
and remember he
0.3
says some
seconds
sleepy
ease
shoots
in as well.
there.
All right. So now we don't
I will
get
put
that
I will put that again.
conscious, when we refresh.
Or don't put nothing. Oh, don't put
And we
nothing.
still get our
Don't
nice
put
little
nothing. No,
hover effect.
don't put nothing.
So a simple thing.
Don't worry
but
about
it does
it.
make a nice.
That they will
it's a
give
little
it to
nice
you
touch.
if I
And
say
you can put
yes,
these
and
all over the place. You don't wanna
that's
go
his nothing.
crazy with
Don't worry about
transitions. Definitely nothing like
Okay.
that. That's
And I can
horrendous.
ask my
Something like
doctor
this
to
here.
make
That's
a
just a horrible experience. Goodness. But
just
things
in
like this are
case,
pretty
say,
common.
you know,
And if you ever need inspiration, you can always go on CodePen and different websites. There are tons of
Okay.
blog articles
Yeah.
about really cool transition effects,
let
or
me- I'm
CSS
gonna
button
look for a
transitions,
recruiter and
or
see-
anchor tag hover effects. There's lots of inspiration that you can
I
find
know
out
it's
there.
kind of
The last thing I'll
yeah,
mention is that
it's kind
there are
of
some
too
properties that you cannot
um,
animate.
early, but I
So
want to
the
find
list
out
of
what he
animatable
needs.
properties
Blah
you
blah
can find
blah.
on MDN.
yeah.
Generally,
If he
I tried
qualifies,
to
he might not
specifically
qualify.
list,
Remember?
As I already mentioned, opacity, maybe color
What
or
is?
background color if needed,
No.
but definitely opacity and then transform.
No,
which is
he
something
did
we haven't
not.
really talked about. I showed it to you briefly.
Someone said
Transform allows us to
someone
move things
said
around,
that if you go
make them grow, move left, right,
as
up,
an
down.
officer,
We can
you
rotate
don't need to
the
take
page,
this.
as an officer
and
different.
it's
So
very
as an
performance
officer,
relative to
yes,
other
as in-
CSS properties. So you
to-
can
to
transition
become an
these. These actually
officer,
have a transition, as you can see here.
you
It's not
have to
happening
have a degree,
instantaneously.
or
There's a bit
like
of time, and it's a nice
He
little
will
animated
have-
effect. All right, so that's transition. It's a shorthand property for a whole bunch of different pieces that allow us to transition one property value to another property value.
Military Academy is like 2-3 hours for here, so he's getting a degree in psychology, and then he's gonna transition to an officer.
So he is in VA, which one? Army? Which one is it?
Yes, it's the VA, Virginia, what is it?
National Guard.
Virginia Military Academy. So it's let me get this information. VMI.
Virginia Military Academy.
Yes, VMI. Let me see.
So he needs to go there every day.
Yeah, he's out there. He's there.
Well, but so he did.
He had to apply for the program, right? He needs to apply, and then very few are selected, and very few make it. It's a prestigious.
To wrap up this section on CSS, I'd like to talk about some
Virginia
best
Military
practices.
Institute.
Professional
Virginia
CSS is the
Military
term we're
Institute.
using
Send
here.
it to me to
Basically,
look at.
what are some guidelines and some
I
things
know.
that
I
you
think
might
I
wanna
know
keep
what.
in mind
It's not
as you
like
start writing more
ROT6
CSS
type.
or
No.
larger CSS code bases. For now, things have been very
let me
simple.
let me
Maybe
see this
10 or 20 elements
How
on
old
an
is
HTML page,
Jorge nephew?
and
How old
maybe
is he?
100 lines
when he
max
got
of
it?
CSS.
is,
But larger code bases will have thousands of CSS files, or not files,
I think it was
thousands of
18,
CSS lines
19.
across
When he applied?
maybe 5, 6, a dozen different
Yeah,
CSS
but he
files,
got
maybe
it.
more.
I think he applied when he was
So
in
some of the
high school
guidelines that I'd like to
in
cover
12th
include
grade.
avoiding
Oh, okay. So
important,
my
which
son
we've
is
talked
11,
about
so
before.
he needs to
You
apply
should try and
next
avoid
year.
using important
Okay,
as
yeah,
much
so
as
let me
possible.
give you this
And you
let
should
me send-
basically tell
let me
yourself
send you
never to
this.
use it
Okay.
until you get to a point where you may not have
And
a
he
choice
applied.
but to use
He
it,
applied to
which is pretty
NSA
rare.
too.
You're working with something
but
that has some styles
I think he
baked
needs to
in,
apply
and you
next
want
year,
to
'cause he
override those
needs to be
styles,
18
and
years
you don't
old.
have control. And if you're backed into a corner, you could use important,
just sent
but
you
always
something.
try and avoid it
And
because it's
and
so
he
specific.
applied to
It makes it really difficult
FBI.
for
He
you to
wants
ever
to go for
override
forensic.
that later on. It can just be confusing.
Oh, really?
In general,
Yeah, man.
prefer classes over
I mean,
IDs.
he's kind of like in between. He's
IDs
in
are
between
one-time
computer
use,
science because he
as
likes
we already
it,
know. We've
and
been
forensic.
using IDs
I
and
just
classes.
apply to both and see which one
IDs
you
are
actually
one-time
like you to
use
do
per
every day for the
page,
rest of your life.
and
So
you could add an
he
ID to
applied
every single
to
element you need to style, but whenever you
FBI,
can use a class,
NSA,
definitely use classes.
and
So
we'll
if you
see.
have one element that
And
you
when
need
he
to call
applied to
out,
NSA,
that
they
will
asked
only be
him, "Do
used
you
one
want
time
to
across. Let's say you have
pay
a
your
website with
school
multiple pages
and
on it,
join?" And he
multiple
put
different
air
HTML
command.
files, and there's one element that
Okay.
exists in one
And
place
someone
and it needs to
told
be styled
me,
in one
someone told me
particular
they have
way. Use
intel
an
in
ID,
army,
sure.
they intelligence.
But if every
so,
page
man, he
has
would
a
be
little
good
logo
intelligence, 'cause
in the
he
top
knows
left, or
geography,
if every
history.
page has,
He even knows
I don't know,
everything
some
about
element that's
China and
repeated
Russia and where
across
they come
different
from.
pages
Man,
or across the same page
oh
multiple
God, you're
times,
too
prefer a
You're
class.
being
Classes are more
intelligent, but I don't want
flexible,
to do
they're
CIA
less
stuff,
specific, which is nice if you're using
I
an
know what
ID
is that.
and you need to
So I said,
override
you can
styles
go in
later on.
FBI, that's it.
You're going to
No
have
more
to
than that.
reference that ID again
Or
up the
Army
specificity in some other
Intel is not
ways.
that bad.
This third line is a note about
The
commenting in
Intel,
CSS.
Intel command,
As we've seen before, you can write comments
Okay,
in
yeah.
HTML, you can write
those are
comments
not
in
bad.
CSS.
But
I've
we'll
got
see.
Yeah.
a code pen
We'll see
open
which one.
here. In the
Okay, we'll tell
CSS
me,
section,
"Mom, I don't
if I
like this."
type
Okay,
command
next.
slash, I get those comments there. I'll zoom in a bit. This just allows me to write
But I wish
notes
him.
in here.
I told him, Zig, if you
And
don't
whatever I
get
write
into
here will
this
not
one
be
because
actually
of your
considered
whatever, I
as
want
styles by the browser.
to
It will be completely
go
ignored.
to
Sometimes your CSS
Surgeon
can get a
General.
bit
Okay, you
odd
remember
looking,
Surgeon General?
especially once
Almost
you get
everybody
to more
like they
complicated
become
layouts, and
like
things just
GS17.
might not make sense. If you
Some
look
of
at
them,
immediately.
some
So
of them,
we've been
some
doing
of
simple
them,
things,
some
color
of them,
purple. We don't need to explain what that is. But
If you are
sometimes
smart, but
you end up
I
putting
know
some
they don't
pretty
have a
weird
big
stuff in your
IT,
CSS
but they still have
in order to
some,
make something
some
work.
people there.
This happens a lot where
How you
things
call the
aren't
public
going the way
health?
you expect them to go. You do some
Yeah.
Googling, you find somebody
PSF
referencing
something.
a solution or a
PSF,
workaround on
Public
Stack
Health
Overflow or
Federal.
some other
Yeah,
website,
yeah.
and then you put that in your code, and now it does what you want it to do. And then you need to go and add
Service.
a comment so either you remember in the future or other people who are
Federal
looking at your
Service,
code
Public
understand what you're
Health
talking
Federal-
about. So don't be
something.
afraid to use those explanatory comments to explain what the
Yeah,
hell is,
yeah,
what the heck is
They
going on.
have good
Lastly,
life.
adopt and use
because
and
I have so
manage
many
schemes.
people,
So this is
and I know
something
this,
that
you
is a
know,
bigger
SES
topic,
is from where
and
they
you
used
don't
to
really
come
need to
to,
consider
you know,
any
to
of this
exit
for
out from
smaller projects,
the
personal
assessment.
projects.
And
But most
this is how I
companies and large
remember,
code
like
bases are going to adopt
if you
some sort of
if you stay
system
there
for
like for
how
20
they
years,
name
you
their
always
CSS
become, I
classes
don't
and how
know,
they structure their styles. So
SES
here's
is
one
somewhere,
example.
you know what I mean?
We can group together different pieces of
Yeah.
content
They learn
on our page,
policy, they learn, they do
different
this
HTML elements,
stuff.
and give them
Like
a
they are the
class
one
name
who run
that
around with
explains
the
what they
policy
are.
in all
For
these
example, a tweet or
organizations
a
at
blog
higher
post or
level,
comment
and
or
DOD,
header or nav
and all
link,
this
just some
stuff.
description of what the element is. And
Yeah,
we could use
yeah.
uppercase letters or an uppercase first letter to
You know,
indicate
the
that
one
this
who are
is
hard
some sort of
workers.
component or a thing on the page. It represents one tweet
And it's
Yeah.
not that
represents
hard. I
one
don't know.
nav
Do they
link, a
deploy
link in a
public
nav bar,
services?
or
Probably
one
they deploy
comment
only in the
or
United
one
States.
button or something like that. And then we could have small variations.
Yeah, they might.
For example, we could
Yeah.
have a
At
button
least
component that
they
could
wants
have
to go
button
somewhere
large
to
and button small.
donate their
Or we
coin
could
or
have
whatever in some
a
kind of
alert
country.
class, a CSS class called alert or pop-up
Okay,
or
let's go. Let me
message.
go to my
And then
man.
we
I
could
don't
have
know.
different
He's already
variations like message,
snoring.
danger,
He's already
which
snoring.
would be, you know, something red or
Oops.
something that makes it very clear you're about to
Poor
delete
baby, he
something,
wake up.
or are you sure you want to do
Talk
this?
to
And
you
this pattern also
tomorrow.
applies to
Yeah.
smaller
Okay.
pieces within a larger component. So, for example, a tweet, which might be a div with 20 different pieces inside of it. There might be the date of the tweets, the username, a profile photo of the person who tweeted it, the actual
Well,
tweet
this is not for
text, the
tomorrow
number of
necessarily,
tweets
but
or
I
what
got it.
retweets, the number of likes or
Okay.
hearts or whatever they call them
Talk
on
to you
Twitter. There might be a link to take you to
Bye-bye.
Twitter
Good
to
night.
see that tweet in
Bye-bye.
full.
Bye-bye.
Those could all be individual
Come
pieces.
on, babies.
So we might give
Come
the
on,
div
babies.
itself,
Come on,
if I was just to
babies.
make it up here, we might come up with a div that has a class of
Let's
tweets.
go in bed. Let's go in bed.
with a capital T. You don't have to, but that's just a pattern a lot of people
I
follow.
still have some of
And then
these
we could have
material.
different
I cannot
pieces in
handle
here,
it.
like maybe there's an H2 that is the username at Thomas the Train, and then we could give that a class of tweet username. And this is useful to keep all of your CSS organized. If you have hundreds of classes and thousands of different lines in your CSS file, it can be a little bit difficult to remember what goes with what. And if you're just trying to select, H2s inside of a div, even if you just had your tweet div and you were styling H2s inside of it to try and target that username, you might not remember what that H2 actually is. It's the username, but we don't know that just looking at the CSS. Versus if we have tweet username, it's pretty clear what our styles correspond to. So it does mean that we add a lot more classes than we technically need to our markup, but it's all about alleviating future pain and organizing our code. So another common pattern is to give your utility classes things like muted or small, large, what else? Some colored class or a bold class, a disabled class. If you wanted to have a button that you disable, you could write a disabled class. So different classes that you can apply at will that don't correspond to an actual component or thing necessarily. They're more of a way to tweak something. So muted is actually a pretty common example. We make something smaller and make it gray. Anyway, these are just patterns that are relatively common. In fact, they're actually based off of, or these rules are lightly based off of something called BEM or BEM, Block Element Modifier, which is a pattern, an actual pattern with a website that lots of brands use or lots of companies use. You can learn more about it here. I wouldn't worry about it. It's just good for you to know that it's a thing, that people use it. Again, it's Block Element Modifier. It's a pattern. It's a pattern for structuring our CSS styles. So if you look at some of the examples of class naming, it can look a little bit wonky. We'll have things like this: form submit -- disabled, form theme Xmas, form simple. Anyway, that's honestly all that you need to know about it. That's more than you need to know at this point. I would not worry about it at all. But just know that there are these more legitimate systems that people use. They're just patterns that people follow, which can be very useful when you're writing tons and tons of CSS. The last thing I'd like to talk about are meta systems for CSS. These are tools that basically add superpowers or extra abilities to CSS, including things like giving your colors names. So instead of having a hexadecimal color hash symbol FFE543 or something like that. You could instead have logo color or secondary color, I don't know, light blue. You could just come up with whatever names you want and reference them within your code. They also let you do things like calculate different colors or widths or dimensions using fancy math, where you could say, I want this to be 10% darker, or I want this to be 5 times the size of this other element. So you can kind of do some of that in CSS, but you can't quite do the same thing. And 2 of the most common examples of these systems are Sass and Less, and I'm just going to show you a very brief demo of Sass. Sass stands for Syntactically Awesome Style Sheets. And basically with Sass, you write code that is not quite CSS. It looks a lot like CSS, but it has these superpowers, and then it's turned into CSS behind the scenes. So if we look at just some of the most basic features, we can do things like make a variable. So here's an example. We can make a variable called primary color. And then we can use that in our code. I can say I want the body to have a color of primary color, and then that will be turned into CSS for me. So this variable is just a name, a label for this color. And I can use that throughout my code without having to remember what 333 actually is. And then a really nice thing I can do is nest my styles. So something like this right here, I have nav, open curly braces, and then another CSS selector right inside of that. That's not valid CSS. But what this will do is allow me to write styles for ULs inside of navs, and LIs inside of navs, and anchor tags inside of navs, which without Sass, I would write this way: nav UL, nav LI, nav anchor tag. So I can nest my selectors to make things more readable and just shorter. There's also a whole lot more. We can do things with math like this. You could take 600 pixels divided by 960 pixels and multiply by 100%. You can do things that in CSS you just would not have the option to do. You can see that this will eventually be turned into some number at the end of the day that is valid in CSS. So in CodePen, there's a reason I'm using CodePen, because with Sass, you have to actually install Sass and you have to set it up on your machine, and it's far beyond the scope of what you need to know for now. But on CodePen, I can configure the editor to use Sass. So I'm going to select a CSS preprocessor of SCSS, which is actually, it's very confusing, but Sass is the old version of Sass. Now we use SCSS, which is the extension. Let's not worry about it. And then I'm going to click Save and Close. And now I can write stuff that is not valid CSS. For example, if this is my very simple markup, I'm just going to recreate what I showed you from the Sass webpage. I can do things like select navs, all navs, and then if I want to work on the anchor tags inside of navs, I can directly nest that selector, which I can't do normally. And now I could give it a color of, how about pink? And there we go. And if I click on this button, this button, I can go to compiled CSS, and this will show me the CSS that we get at the end of the day. Anyway, this is not a course on Sass. There's so much that we could talk about. It could be multiple hours long just to understand the basics of Sass. It's very powerful, but I just wanted you to know that it's a thing. And there are similar tools, including another very popular one called Less. I think it's getting less and less popular. I think Sass is, at least in my experience, I prefer using Sass, and I encounter it more frequently. Anyway, that about wraps it up. So this video, honestly, probably did nothing except maybe intimidate you a bit with CSS or show you some stuff that you probably don't need to care about at this point in time. But it's good to know that these exist, these naming systems for working with large CSS code bases and these CSS preprocessors. But don't worry about them. They're things. That's good enough for you to know for now. And that pretty much wraps up our intro to CSS.
She poo-poo?
So of course, we have left
Where?
off a lot of properties. There's so much more to know
She
about
came to me
CSS,
to
but
tell me,
we've
but I
given you
didn't
a solid
realize she wants to
foundation.
poo-poo.
Just remember to have the right attitude around CSS and
Why?
not try to master every property at once, but being comfortable finding the information you need when you need it. How do I add a box shadow to this element? Or can I make a rounded box
When
shadow?
is the last time you took
Or
her
how do
out?
I rotate this image 45 degrees on its side? Google that. You can find it out relatively easily
Put
and
her in a-
find
in
some
a-
blog post or Stack Overflow
in a
post that
cage.
explains it and try it on your own. And that's kind of it. That should be your approach for a lot of CSS. CSS. It's certainly mine, and most developers that I know pretty much do the same thing. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Bye-bye. Next up, one of the most essential pieces of CSS, the box model. So we're going to cover a few different properties that have to do with this thing called the box model. And why don't we just lay out the basic goals? We want to understand what the box model is. Then we'll talk about properties like border and margin, padding, outline, width, and height, and how they all relate to this box model thing. And then we'll also talk about a property called box sizing. And along the way, we'll see a couple others that have to do with this box model. Okay, so what is a box model? Well, every single element in CSS has a box around it. Here is a very simple unstyled layout. It's just a couple of elements, H1, H2, two massive images in a paragraph. Every one of these elements has a box around it, and we might not see it, but if I right-click and go to Inspect in Chrome, and I hover over one of these elements, you can see there's a box around that element. It's quite rectangular. We've got a box around that. Our image has a box. It's kind of hard to see because it's so big. And then if we go to the paragraph, there's a box all the way around that as well. And the body itself actually has a box around it too. It's just very large and hard to see the whole thing at once. So every single element has a box, and each box consists of multiple pieces or different properties that we can use to control the size of that box. So if you notice over here in the DevTools, whenever I select one of these elements, there's this little box that pops up here that shows me a couple different things: padding, border, margin, and then some numbers in the middle. And if we take a look at something else, you can see those numbers are changing. So these are different properties that we can manipulate in order to space our content out differently, to add more spacing or to remove spacing. To make, how about these two images? We could make them share the screen 50-50 across the width and not be so massive. I could give them a border. I could give my H1 and my H2 less spacing. You can see there's spacing between them. I didn't set that. Where did that come from? So the box model is really, really important. You're going to be using these properties that we'll be covering here pretty much nonstop in any layout, any website that you make. You might not need to adjust all of them for every single element, but these are definitely must-know properties. So let's go back to the slides and take a look at this diagram right here. Every single element has this box around it, as we've already talked about. And the content of the element is pictured in blue right here. So in this example, it's something that is 450 pixels by 9,272 pixels. This is the content. So in this example of the H1, this is our content right here. I think I'm zoomed in a bit. That's the actual content. It happens to be text. In an image, the content is the actual image there. So there is a box around that content. And then we have this next layer. It's like an onion, something called padding. Then we have the border, and then we have margin. So in the next video, we'll learn how we can control the size of that blue box first, and then we'll learn how to control the green box, and then the border, and then the margin. And to wrap this video up, I'd like to show you a couple of examples of why this matters. So I mentioned every element has a box around it. We saw even the simplest things like a paragraph in H1 and H2, they have a box around them, even if we don't see it. Let's go to a more styled web page. This is nothing crazy, but if we look at MDN, this is the home page for MDN. Notice how the content is laid out. Just take one of these pieces, this right here. This element, whatever this is, a section or a div or something, wrapping around each one of these blog posts. Let's see. Oh, is it really just an LI? Okay, it's just an LI. But notice the spacing between each one of these elements. So we've got that LI there, and then we've got another LI there. Can you see that green stuff? Well, I can't highlight it and hover to show you, but you can see that green stuff. That is some spacing that's been added using one of those box model properties. Without understanding how to manipulate padding and margin and border and all of that, we wouldn't be able to control that spacing. Or here's another example. Take a look at these two actual literal boxes right here. There's some spacing in between them. And if I hover over this one, you can see there's some orange space there. Again, that's one of the properties that we'll learn how to set, so that we could have two elements side by side, and one of them could be whatever this width is. Let's say it's at 30% and 60%, or who knows. Whatever the dimensions are, there's some amount of spacing between, and there's also spacing on the sides here. Or here's another very simple example. This sign in button is an anchor tag, and there's space between the anchor tag and this input. Normally, we wouldn't have that sort of space. If I just made an anchor tag and put it next to an input in some document, just do that at the top here, anchor tag, blah, 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 and I'll put an input right there. I'll put them side by side. And if you see what we end up with, my content is right up against that input. There is no spacing there. So those are just some really minor examples of the box model, but just one web page has all sorts of properties being set. Notice that space around each one of these links. This space right there, there's tons of space around this element. So there's some element right there. What are you? The parent. This thing. It's a div with the ID of content. And inside we've got another div that has this content actually in it. But notice that there's all this green stuff showing up. That's kind of like, it's not quite empty space, but it's space that belongs to this element, but it's not part of the actual content. The content is in here. This is additional spacing that we can add, and I think there's a background image applied to it so that we can get this, or maybe it's just a yeah, I think that's an image. Yeah, it is. Anyway, these are properties we'll learn how to manipulate. So, in the next video, we're going to start with this first one, the innermost layer of the onion, the size of the content box itself. All right, so the first important piece of the box model is the content area itself, the actual content in some box, whether it's an H1 or an image or a div, whatever it is, there's some content in there. So we can resize that content box size. We can resize the dimensions using a couple properties, including width and height. So we've got these massive images. So why don't we start there? These images are very large. There's two of them, and I'd like to resize them. So I've got my CSS style sheet. It's totally empty, but it's connected. App.css with my link tag. I'm going to select all images and give them a width.
She asked me to let her out. Let her out.
300 pixels. We can start with a pixel unit. And there we go. My two images now are 300 pixels wide. Now, they're not the same aspect ratio, so this one is taller than this one. But if I give them a hard-coded height, which is going to look kind of ugly, but if I did 300 pixels tall, they're both going to become squares, 300 by 300, and they're going to be stretched. The actual image itself will be stretched to accommodate that. There are ways of making images where you can kind of crop them in the browser. You're not actually cropping the image, but you would stretch the image itself evenly, zoom in on it, and then cut a square out that you actually see. But that's generally done with a background image, not with an image itself. Anyway, that's beyond the scope of this video. I just wanted to show you that images, if you set their width or you only set their height, they will keep the same ratio. But if you set both of them, you can force it to be some dimension. But the more important part is that we're changing the area of our image, the content box. Now let's try it on something else. How about the paragraph here? So we've got our paragraphs. I'm just going to select all of them and set a width of, we could do pixels. We could do rems if you wanted to. We could do 5 rems wide, which is not going to be terribly wide. There's our paragraph there. This is the content area that we have configured. I could also do a percentage, which I often end up doing. I could set the paragraph to be 50% wide, which is going to be 50% of the width of its parent box. And the parent box is just the body. So I'm going to refresh, and now we're taking up, I'm zoomed in so it doesn't look like it, but there we go, 50% of the body here. Okay, so that's width and height. Why don't we try another example? I'm going to give the H1 a background color. And let's do lavender. And let's see what that box looks like. So why is this box going all the way across, even though my text is only right here? Well, remember that an H1 is an example of a block level element. So it takes up a whole block of content. It forces other content off the line. It's a space hog, and it takes up its own line. We will see a way of changing this behavior, of making something inline, like this link right here. This link does not take up its own line, neither does this input, nor does it, neither, whatever. This input doesn't do it either. They share space, but an H1 and H2 is not willing to share space. But I can change that width. So I can give it a different width. How about width of, sure, we'll do 50% as well. Refresh the page. Now it takes up only this much space, but there's still nothing over here. Why is there nothing over here? Well, remember, this guy, this H2, is also a block level element. So if I just duplicate this style, and then I say H2, background color is pink, or light pink, width is 50%. Okay, so now they're both 50%, but they're not going to share this line. Why is that? Once again, it's because they are block level elements. If I inspect, you'll see that their content box, the blue, only extends 50% of the way across. But then there's all this orange stuff that we didn't configure. I said it should only be 50% wide. Where's all this other stuff coming from? Well, we have yet to talk about it, but just keep that in mind, that the behavior is different between a block level element and inline elements like this input here. And then there's also a third option. Again, this is something we're going to come back to and discuss. There's something called inline block. Let me illustrate the difference very quickly. If I take this anchor tag right here, and I try and give it a width, I'll just select any anchor tag. There's only one, and I'll give it a width of 400 pixels and a background color of light blue. I'll refresh. Well, the background color worked. Why is it not taking up 400 pixels? Is it because it doesn't have space? Because these images are in the way? No, but if I got rid of the images, we can still see it's not going to grow to 400 pixels. Why not? Well, it is not a block level element, it is an inline element, and it behaves differently. We don't control the width and the height the same way. Width is not going to work in the same way. But again, this is something we'll come back to, and we'll learn how we can control that width. Okay, so let's go back to our images here, and I think I'll just get rid of the anchor tags, or the single anchor tag and our input, just to clear this up. And now let's talk about height briefly. We've already seen height on the images. If I set height on one of these elements, like the H1, let's go with height of, I could do a percentage, I could do a VH or VW. I'll just do, how about pixels for now? 100 pixels. Okay, so we just changed the height. But notice our text content is not going to be centered in that. It's not going to apply that height evenly on both sides. We're simply changing the width of the content area, but our font size is still the same. So generally, you're not going to be changing heights on H1s a whole lot, although there may be times you do that. More commonly, if we need something to be bigger vertically, if it's an H1, we would set the font size to be something larger, like font size of, how about 5 rems? And the height of that content box adjusts, it grows based off of the content inside, based off of that text. Anyway, so that's the basics of width and height. You can control them by setting width to be some length. So that could be a percentage, it could be a number of pixels, it could even be some of those weirder units like centimeters or millimeters. More typically though, I like to use percentages, sometimes pixels. You can use M's and Rems, and then VH's and VW's. There are also 2 properties that go along with width and height, which are min and max. Actually, it's 4 properties: min height, min width, and max height and max width. So I've got this paragraph right here, and I'm setting it to be 50% of the width of the screen, or well, technically it's just 50% of the parent element, which is the body, as you can see right there. But on a mobile device or on a small screen, that's pretty cramped. Not that we're really trying to make this great on any device, but still, on a larger screen size, that's fine, especially if we had it centered. That would be better, and we'll see how to do that later. But anyway, it's just way too small. So I could say, I want you to take up 50%, but there is a minimum size that you have to be, and I can set that with min width. So min dash width, and then give it a number of pixels, or you could do a percentage. Typically though, I'll do like 500 pixels. Let's refresh. So it will be 50% of its container until we hit 500 pixels, which is somewhere over here. You can see it's not growing or shrinking at all. It's just staying 500 pixels, and then it starts to grow there. So shrink, 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 and then it hits 500 and it stops. And then we could go the other direction. I could take my images, and instead of giving them a width of 300 pixels and a height of 300 pixels, I could give them just a width of a percentage. How about 40%? And if I don't like them getting that large, I could give them a min, or actually a max rather, width. So max width could be, I don't know, how about 300 pixels just to demonstrate it. I'm going to refresh. That's the largest that they'll ever be. But then they can still scale down, they can shrink down to be whatever we set that to, 40%, assuming that they're not larger than 300 pixels. Okay, so we have max width, max height, min height. Same idea for height. I don't think I need to demonstrate that. And then we have regular old width and height, all of which are controlling that inner box. If you open up the DevTools, let's go look at the H1 here. You can just click this button and then click on an element. That blue box that highlights there, the blue part, not the orange, is the content itself. Same thing here, same thing there. And then if we open up the DevTools further, we have that little panel that shows us the dimensions of that inner box. So the content box for my paragraph right there is 500 by 576. But then as I grow it, you can see it's now 537 pixels wide. Or come back here, where'd you go? Is it down here? Here we go, 644. So you can see that min width is kicking in and it flattens out at 500. So that's width and height. Next up, we'll see another property, which is border.
Bad girl. Very bad girl.
Poop on the floor, didn't you?
Very bad girl. Very, 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 very bad girl.
All right, so we talked about the content area. Now we're actually going to skip padding for just one video and come back to it. And we're going to focus on border next. And the reason we're doing it this way is that in order to understand and visually see padding, it helps to have a border set up. So on every CSS element, we have this box, and we have the option of adding a border in. And a border is kind of, it's actually exactly what it sounds like. It's a line, typically a rectangle or a square, that goes around the outside of some content. So there are multiple ways of setting a border. I'll start by showing you the three individual properties that we can use. We can control the border width, the thickness of the border, the style, if we want it to be dotted, solid, dashed, and we can control the color. So border color, border style,
And put
and
the foot
border
away,
width.
Mamika.
So let's pick one of these elements. How about, actually, what about both of our images? Let's give them a border. So I have my images selected here. I can begin with a border color. I'll do border color of purple. Now let's see what we end up with. Nothing. Why is that? Well, our border does not have a thickness, does not have a width. So I can give it a width with border width, and then I can use whatever units I want. Generally for borders, I use pixels because your borders are typically pretty small and you don't want them to scale necessarily. We're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels, maybe super thick, might be 10 pixels. There might be situations where you have a larger border. So that didn't work either. We set a width and we set a color, but we're missing the border style. So we have a couple options, and I'm just going to go with solid as the first one. So a solid border is just a line. And there we go, I've got my border. A very heavy, chunky border, all the way around, purple and solid, and it's 10 pixels wide. So I can change that thickness. I could do something like, how about 1M? And there's my border. I could even do something like, how about 10 VWs, 10% of the view width, and then we get, wow, nice picture frame there. So that's border width. Generally, I use pixels. I guess I'll keep it at 10 just for now to illustrate border style. So we have a couple different border styles. I guess more than a couple. We've got none, dotted, dashed, solid, double, groove. I've never actually heard of groove. Ridge, inset, outset, and we can combine some of them to set a different border style on the top versus the bottom, on the left versus the right. So let's pick one of them. Why don't we try double? I've never used that one. I've also never used groove. So let's try double first. All right, so there's a double border. Let's try groove. What does that do? Interesting. I see. It's supposed to be what, like I don't know. Is that supposed to be 3D or something? And then we've got dashed and dotted. These aren't that common. Most of the time you'll have a solid border. At least in my experience. I'm not a really great designer, so who knows? Maybe they are more common. And if you're going for a more retro look, you can definitely use some of these borders. I think some of them are coming back into style, having these chunky borders that look kind of 90s-ish or 80s-ish. So that's border style. As you saw, we can set a different border style for each side. We didn't see all of them. I guess I could have shown you ridge as well, and inset and outset. But anyway, we've got these different styles that we can apply on different sides. So if I pass in two different styles, the first value will be used to set the vertical, so the top and bottom border, and the second will be used for the left and right. So why don't we do dashed, and then a space, solid. Refresh, and we get the dashed on the top and bottom, and solid on left and right. And then if I pass in 3, we get top, and then horizontal, which is left and right. And then if we pass in 4, it's top, right, bottom, left. So it's clockwise, top, right, bottom, left. And that is a pattern we'll see throughout the box model with a couple different properties. So we'll do one more example, dashed, solid, dotted, and then how about none? And there we go, dashed, solid, dotted, none. And then we have border color, which is pretty simple. It works the same way, where I can pass in multiple options like purple and teal. and we get top and bottom purple, left and right are teal, although we don't have that left border showing up. And then I could do 4 if I wanted 4 different colors. Now we also have the far more common border shorthand, which is a single property, just border, and it allows you to set all 3 of those individual properties at once. So I can set the thickness or the width, the style, and the color. So if I wanted to, I don't know, how about I wanted just a solid pink border that's 10 pixels or 5 pixels all the way around, I can do border, and then 10 pixels solid pink. And that will set all 3 properties. So if you look at the different options, we can either just pass in the style, width and style and color, or width, style, and color. Generally, I'm doing all 3, the width, the style, and the color, which is what I just did here. So that's the border shorthand. Now there are additional properties if you wanted to single out a single side. So if I wanted to give everything a pink border all the way around 10 pixels, but then I decided actually I want the left side to be a 8 pixel border, I can do this: border left width. I have border right width, border top, border bottom width, and same thing for color and for style. So border left width will be 5 pixels, and you can see it's skinnier. Okay, so that allows us to set the border on all sides. We can change one side at a time. We can use a shorthand property to do style, color, and thickness, or we can do individual properties. And that's kind of it for border. I know there's a lot of properties there, but almost all of the time, this is what you'll see being used. Occasionally, you may want just a border on the bottom. For example, let's take this H1 right here. You'll see something like this, border bottom. And then I can use the shorthand. 10 pixels solid blue. So it's not beautiful, but this is something that you will see sometimes. Like if we had a nav bar and we wanted to highlight which link you are currently visiting, which tab you're on, we could turn on the border bottom, but not all 4 sides, just the bottom. All right, so that's border. And if we open up our dev tools, you'll see that it's included. All right, so we talked about the content area. Now we're actually going to skip padding for just one video and come back to it. And we're going to focus on border next. And the reason we're doing it this way is that in order to understand and visually see padding, it helps to have a border set up. So on every CSS element, we have this box, and we have the option of adding a border in. And a border is it's actually exactly what it sounds like. It's a line, typically, a rectangle or a square, that goes around the outside of some content. So there are multiple ways of setting a border. I'll start by showing you the 3 individual properties that we can use. We can control the border width, the thickness of the border, the style, if we want it to be dotted, solid, dashed, and we can control the color. So border color, border style, and border width. So let's pick one of these elements. What about both of our images? Let's give them a border. So I have my images selected here. I can begin with a border color. I'll do border color of purple. Now let's see what we end up with. Nothing. Why is that? Well, our border does not have a thickness, does not have a width. So I can give it a width with border width, and then I can use whatever units I want. Generally for borders, I use pixels because your borders are typically pretty small and you don't want them to scale necessarily. We're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4 pixels, maybe super thick, might be 10 pixels. There might be situations where you have a larger border. So that didn't work either. We set a width and we set a color, but we're missing the border style. So we have a couple options, and I'm just going to go with solid as the first one. So a solid border is just a line. And there we go, I've got my border. A very heavy, chunky border, all the way around, purple and solid, and it's 10 pixels wide. So I can change that thickness. I could do something like, how about 1M? And there's my border. I could even do something like, how about 10 VWs, 10% of the view width, and then we get, wow, nice picture frame there. So that's border width. Generally, I use pixels. I guess I'll keep it at 10 just for now to illustrate border style. So we have a couple different border styles. I guess more than a couple. We've got none, dotted, dashed, solid, double, groove. I've never actually heard of groove. Ridge, inset, outset, and we can combine some of them to set a different border style on the top versus the bottom, on the left versus the right. So let's pick one of them. Why don't we try double? I've never used that one. I've also never used groove. So let's try double first. All right, so there's a double border. Let's try groove. What does that do? Interesting. I see. It's supposed to be what, like a, I don't know. Is that supposed to be 3D or something? And then we've got dashed and dotted. These aren't that common. Most of the time you'll have a solid border, at least in my experience. I'm not a really great designer, so who knows? Maybe they are more common. And if you're going for a more retro look, you can definitely use some of these borders. I think some of them are coming back into style, having these chunky borders that look kind of 90s-ish or 80s-ish. So that's border style. As you saw, we can set a different border style for each side. We didn't see all of them. I guess I could have shown you ridge as well, and inset and outset. But anyway, we've got these different styles that we can apply on different sides. So if I pass in two different styles, the first value will be used to set the vertical, so the top and bottom border, and the second will be used for the left and right. So why don't we do dashed and then a space, solid. Refresh, and we get the dashed on the top and bottom and solid on left and right. And then if I pass in 3, we get top and then horizontal, which is left and right. And then if we pass in 4, it's top, right, bottom, left. So it's clockwise, top, right, bottom, left. And that is a pattern we'll see throughout the box model with a couple different properties. So we'll do one more example, dashed, solid, dotted, and then how about none? And there we go, dashed, solid, dotted, none. And then we have border color, which is pretty simple. It works the same way, where I can pass in multiple options like purple and teal. And we get top and bottom purple, left and right are teal, although we don't have that left border showing up. And then I could do 4 if I wanted 4 different colors. Now we also have the far more common border shorthand, which is a single property, just border, and it allows you to set all 3 of those individual properties at once. So I can set the thickness or the width, the style, and the color. So if I wanted to, I don't know, how about I want just a solid pink border that's 10 pixels or 5 pixels all the way around, I can do border, and then 10 pixels solid pink. And that will set all 3 properties. So if you look at the different options, we can either just pass in the style, width and style and color, or width, style, and color. Generally, I'm doing all 3, the width, the style, and the color, which is what I just did here. So that's the border shorthand. Now there are additional properties if you wanted to single out a single side. So if I wanted to give everything a pink border all the way around 10 pixels, but then I decided actually I want the left side to be a 8-pixel border. I can do this: border left width. I have border right width, border top, border bottom width, and same thing for color and for style. So border left width will be 5 pixels, and you can see it's skinnier. Okay, so that allows us to set the border on all sides. We can change one side at a time. We can use a shorthand property to do style, color, and thickness, or we can do individual properties. And that's kind of it for border. I know there's a lot of properties there, but almost all of the time, this is what you'll see being used. Occasionally, you may want just a border on the bottom. For example, let's take this H1 right here. You'll see something like this: border bottom. And then I can use the shorthand. 10 pixels solid blue. So it's not beautiful, but this is something that you will see sometimes. Like if we had a nav bar and we wanted to highlight which link you are currently visiting, which tab you're on, we could turn on the border bottom, but not all 4 sides, just the bottom. All right, so that's border. And if we open up our dev tools, you'll see that it's included over here in that little graphic. If I select my H1, the border is highlighted in is it pink? It's kind of hard to tell here. Whatever that color is, I guess it's more like a yellowy color. It just looks pinkish here. I don't know. Whatever that color is, you can see it gets a different color from the content, which is highlighted in blue. And then if I click on it, we can see that the border is set to 10 pixels and then 5 on the left. And in the dev tools, if I wanted to experiment and just see what it looked like if I had a bigger border, I can change one side at a time like that. This is not permanent. If I refresh my page, it's gone. I'm just changing it in the browser on this one page view. But it's useful for playing around and just seeing how things look. All right, so now that we have the border properties mastered, or at least we've covered them, let's talk about this stuff in between the content box and the border, which is called padding. That's coming up next. So the next property we'll talk about is padding. Padding is the space between the content area and its border, or an element's border. Think of, I don't know, if you have some valuable, fragile item that you're shipping across the country, maybe a glass vase or an urn filled with my grandmother's ashes. That's very delicate. I don't want it to break. It's a relatively small item, so I get a box for it, but that box is not going to fit it perfectly. And then I add padding between that box edge, which is the border, and then the content, which is the urn. It's a horrible, horrible analogy. But basically, it's the spacing between your content and the border. So if we take a look at any of these elements right now, like if I look at that H1, we don't have a border all the way around, but we do have border on the bottom. There is no padding. If you look here, you can see border is set to nothing. But if I increment that padding, why don't I do it on the bottom? I'll add in, how about 100 for padding? Now we get a whole bunch of additional space there. Let me get out of here. There you go. So it does have the same background color as the rest of the content. I'm trying not to highlight it for you. There we go. But it's not part of the content box. If you look there, this is the content area, and then this is padding. And there's actually ways of controlling where that background extends to. We'll talk about that in a separate video. So let's go back and actually add probably a new element in that we can play around with, maybe just a div. So I'll do that quickly here. We've got our box. So let's add in maybe a section here with some lorem ipsum text in there. Okay, so there it is. And I'm going to give it a width and a height. So I'll just select all sections, which we only have one. So it's a little bit rushed and sloppy, but it's good enough for now. I'll give it a width of maybe 200 pixels. And I'm going to give it a border of 1 pixel solid black, just so we can see that border edge. Okay, so there is my content. It takes up all that space. Yeah, there's some extra room here because we have text that's not going to fit inside of that line, so it just moves over to the next line. But the content itself is going all the way to the border edge. So you can see there, there, and there. So if I add some padding in, using the property padding, I can specify a value for all 4 sides just by passing in some length. So I could do 10 pixels. I'll refresh, and now we have space on all 4 sides between the content box or the content area and then the border itself. I could do something more dramatic, 100 pixels. There we go, lots of padding. So once again, padding is the space between the border and the content area. So I'm not going to do that, but we can also use other units. I could do things like 1em. Just give me a little bit of padding. In this case, an M is going to refer to the font size of this section or whichever section we're applying it to. So the computed font size is, I don't know, it's probably 16 pixels is the default if I didn't change it. But whatever it is, if I scale this font size, if I set font size to be 40 pixels, you'll see that my padding also grows. Okay, now that looks horrible because my width is so narrow there, but it does demonstrate how M's work in case you forgot. So that's kind of the basic idea of padding. You can set it on all 4 sides, but we also have the ability to set it individually on every single side if we wanted to. We have separate properties like padding top. So if I wanted more space on the top, I could do 100 pixels. Generally, I don't like to use pixels for padding. I use it for border because borders are generally small. You don't want them to scale. But if I set this to be 100 pixels, it's always 100 pixels. I like to use things like ems or sometimes percentages even, depending on what I'm doing, so that the content is going to scale, or at least we can resize it. It's not hard-coded to be 100 pixels. So now I only have padding on the top. We have padding left, padding right, padding bottom, and this padding property, just the shorthand padding, allows us to pass in 1 value, 2 values, 3, or 4 values. And we can also remove all padding by setting it to 0. So that can be useful. Sometimes you'll work with things that come with padding built in, certain HTML elements, or when you get to topics like Bootstrap or different libraries where we're working with CSS somebody else wrote, we might want to remove the padding that's been applied to elements. We can set it to 0 on all 4 sides. So if we only do 2 values, in this case 10% and 0, the 10% applies to the vertical, so top and bottom. The 0 applies to left and right. If we do 3 values, this one always trips me up. The first one is top, the second one is left and right, and then the third one is bottom. I kind of avoid that one. I think it's confusing. But then if you have 4, it goes back to making sense in my opinion. It's the same pattern we saw for border, where we go top, right, bottom, and left. It's clockwise around. So that's relatively common to see if you have different padding that you want. I wouldn't say it's that common to have 4 different sizes of padding, but often you'll want 2 different types of padding on the top and bottom and left and right. If we had a bunch of these boxes, or a button, for example, I might want more padding, I don't know, maybe on the top and bottom and not the left and right, or vice versa. So we'll play around with that. I'll just go back to having 10 pixels of padding, or maybe 1em of padding on this section. Jeez. But if we go to that button, where are you? Right here. If I set padding to be 1em on all sides, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, see, it's a bit extreme, a little bit large. So maybe I only want some padding on the sides. If I wanted that, I would say 0 space 1em. This will be top and bottom, left and right. Save, refresh, and there we go. It might be a little bit too much. I might do 0.7ems, and maybe on the top and bottom 0.2ems. Yeah, that looks okay. So if I inspect this element now, you'll see that there is no border that we see, but there's the content in the middle. If I highlight it right there, that's our content area. Then we have padding going around the edges between the content box, and then we have our border and a border radius. So padding is that space between the content box and the border. So to recap the different properties, we have padding left, padding top, bottom, and right. I don't know why I went in that order, but we can set them one at a time with the actual property names padding top as an example. Or we can use the shorthand where I can apply padding to all sides. If I did something like 10 pixels, that's all 4 sides. We pass in 2 values, top and bottom, left and right. I can pass in 3, and I can also pass in 4 values, which will be applied clockwise, top, right, bottom, and left. And that's pretty much it. Next up, we've got one more piece, one more property to cover, margin. Next up, we've got the final piece of the box model, which is margin. So margin is spacing that we can add on the outside of an element's border. So padding is between the border and the content. Margin is between the border and any other elements. So I added in a little bit of extra HTML markup. I have a div with the ID of container and then 3 divs inside that each have the class of item. So not much to look at the moment. What I'm going to do is just add a border to the container and a border to each item. So I'm going to select the container. It has an ID of container. Give it a border of probably just 1 pixel solid black. And then I'll select the item classes, anything with that class, and I'll make sure they're inside of the container in case I have others. I'll give them a height, maybe of 100 pixels, and I'm going to give them a border of 1 pixel solid red. How about red, orange red? I like that color. Okay. And then I'm going to give the container a width as well. So let's do that now. How about 500 pixels? Alrighty, so we have our 3 divs inside of one parent div. Right now, they each have a border, and we can see that there is no space whatsoever between each one of the items and between the items and the parent container. But I have a property called margin that I can use to add that spacing if I wanted to. So margin is much like padding in the sense that we have a shorthand version, but I also have 4 individual properties: margin top, bottom, left, and right. So let's begin by adding margin to all items. Margin, and this will be 4 sides. I'll just add in maybe 1em. Refresh the page, and there we go. We now have spacing on all 4 sides between the various elements outside of the border. So each item here has a class of item, has 1em of spacing between the border and whatever it's touching or it was touching on all 4 sides. So I could instead use different units. I could do something like, I don't know, 1 VH if I wanted to, 1% of the view heights. There we go. Probably would not do that. I can also add a top and bottom margin. So maybe 1em on the top and bottom, and then maybe 2ems on the left and right. So just like padding, if you pass in 2 values, top and bottom, left and right. And there we go, more spacing on the left and right. I also could do 4 separate values, 1em, 2em, 3em, and 4ems, which is top, right, bottom, left, clockwise around that circle. Top, the least amount, right, bottom, and then left, the most. So I can use this to add spacing around my elements. It's that's really the whole point of it, is to add spacing. We also can call things out individually. So instead of just giving everything a margin, let's go back to margin 1em. I could instead say, actually, anything that has the class of item that is how about the second one? So nth of type 2 is going to have a margin left of, what should we do? Margin left of 2ems. Now there's an issue with this approach. There's nothing wrong with what I'm trying to do, but it's not going to take effect. Why not? Why am I not going to see a larger margin on the left if I refresh? It has to do with specificity. So as we talked about pretty recently, IDs are far more specific than a class. So an ID plus a class is always going to win out if there's a conflict over just a class, or a class plus a pseudo class. So what's going on here is that we have a conflict. Margin of 1em on all sides, margin left of 2em. These are both going to impact margin left. This one also impacts all the other sides. So what will margin left be? It depends on which selector is more specific. So I could just match the specificity by saying inside of the container ID, nth of type 2, margin left 2ems, and there we go. We get more margin left, more spacing between the border on that second element. That's kind of it for margin. We have the same possibilities as we did with padding. 1 value, 2 values, 3, 4, or you can just set margin to be 0. An example of when you might want margin 0 is the body itself. If you take a look at any of these elements, or actually just an H1, if we look at an H1, out of the box, without me doing anything, an H1 has margin. See how that orange there on the top and bottom, and on the left and right? By default, same thing with an H2. the browser applies some margin to heading elements. If I wanted to remove that, I could select them. I think I already have some stuff going on. Here we go, H2. I can set margin to be 0. And I'll refresh, keep your eye right there. And now we don't have any of that spacing. Now, this is showing up as margin on the right-hand side, that orange stuff. That's not actually margin. You can see if I highlight it, there's no margin over here. That's just because it's a block level element. It takes up space all the way across the block. There are ways of changing that, which we have not yet covered. So another thing you could do, if you see here on this body element, if I select the body, there is a little bit of margin. I'm highlighting it right there. It's orange on the edges. Notice that my H1s don't go all the way to the edge, or the H2s. There's a little tiny bit of space. So I could also say the body has margin 0, which I probably don't want to do here, but sometimes you do. If you have some fancy background image or an effect or an animation that you want to take up, or you want it to go all the way across the screen, and it's maybe in a div or something, if you tried to set it to be full width, the body still has margin, so you'll see a little border. It's not actually a border, but you'll see a white border looking thing, which is actually just the margin on the body. But now we got rid of that margin. But I'm probably going to undo that. Not that our page looks nice, but it makes it look slightly better. Okay, so that's kind of it to margin. Very similar to padding in the properties and the values that they accept, but very different in terms of what margin actually is. Padding is additional space or padding between the content box and an element's border. And even if there is no border showing up, nothing being displayed, we can still add padding. Then we've got margin, which goes between the outside edge of the border and other elements. And just like with padding, if there is no border, we can still have margin. I can still add spacing between this H2 here and this button, even though there isn't a border. Also, just like width and height, if we have an inline element, for example, if I added an anchor tag in the middle of my paragraph somewhere, how about right here? I don't know, sure, right there. An anchor tag, just make up some href, and then put some text in there like click me. If I select that anchor tag, which is inside of a paragraph, so PA, and then I'll give it a different color. How about, I don't know, olive? Sure. Spend way too much time picking those colors. Give it a slightly larger font size if I want. Font size would be 1.5 ems. Let's just take a look at it. There it is. If I add a bunch of margin to that element, so margin, maybe just 2 ems to start, notice that we do get that margin on the right and left, but not the top and bottom. So margin, much like width and height on inline elements, is going to behave differently than it does on a block level element like these H1s or H2s. So we can still add it in, but it's not going to interrupt the flow of this content. That's kind of the point of an inline element. If we have a link or we have a span or something in a paragraph, if you set margin, it will apply to the left and right, or if you set width, you can make it wider, but you can't change the height. I can't make this 100 pixels tall. It's not going to do anything. Same thing with margin on the top and bottom. But again, you can change that display property when we talk about it. You'll understand, hopefully. We can change it so it's not an inline element, or it behaves differently. Even if it looks like it's inline, it behaves differently, more like a block level element. So there are some distinctions there. And that about wraps up margin. In the next video, I'll show you one useful value for margin that we have not yet talked about. And then we'll talk a little bit more about something called box sizing and maybe a few other box model related properties. But we've talked about the big 4. It's more than 4, but width and height for the main content area. We talked about border, we talked about padding, and now we've wrapped up margin. To wrap up the discussion around margin, there are 2 little side notes I'd like to highlight. First of all, there's something called margin collapsing, which we're not going to go into very much at all, but I do recommend that you look into it. They mention it somewhere on this MDN page. Here we are, under Notes, Margin Collapsing. Elements' top and bottom margins are sometimes collapsed into a single margin that is equal to the larger of the 2 margins. See Mastering Margin Collapsing for more information. Okay, so there's a whole article about this. Basically, in certain situations, the top and bottom margins might be combined for certain elements, particularly adjacent siblings. So these divs that we have right here, these are adjacent siblings. So if I go with something like, how about margin of, let's go with a hard-coded pixel value here. How about 20 pixels on all sides? And I'll comment this out here where we're setting margin left. If you take a look, I wanted to use something more obvious. How about 50 pixels? All right, so if we look at this closely, you can see that, all right, we have 50 pixels here, it looks like, and here, but shouldn't we have 100 pixels between these two elements? A bottom margin from this element and a top margin from this one. But that's not the case. We end up with what looks like just 50 pixels. And that's all because of margin collapsing, which, as I mentioned, you can read more about. We're not going to go into much more detail than this. And if I inspect, you can see, yes, we actually have 50, 50, 50, 50. That is 50 pixels. So each element still has that margin set. It does have a 50 pixel margin, but they collapse onto each other. And that's not just if they have the same margin. If I added to one of them maybe a margin bottom on that second one, margin bottom of 100 pixels, that gap is just going to be 100 pixels. It's not 150. That 50 pixel collapses, so we just end up with that 100 pixel margin. So there are ways of getting around this, and this does not apply to every element. It also does not apply left and right. So as an example, if I take my images, which here we are, if I give them a margin of, how about 0 top and bottom, and then left and right is 30 pixels. These two guys, if I refresh, let's inspect, and you'll see that we have our margin here on each side, left and right, of 30 pixels, and we also have 30 pixels on the other one, making for a gap of 60 pixels. So they are summed together like you would expect, typical behavior. They're not collapsed. So collapsing only happens on top and bottom, and it only happens in certain cases, and that's all I'm going to say about it for now. There are other situations where collapsing is something that you should be aware of. But anyway, that's enough of that. Now I want to talk about one more value that we can use for margin that we have not seen. It's a little bit different. If I keep scrolling down here, here are the three possible types of values. A length, like some unit, 5 ems or 5 pixels or VH or whatever, a percentage, or auto. And the description of auto is kind of garbage. The browser selects a suitable margin to use. For example, in certain cases, this value can be used to center an element. So in the past, before we had nicer ways of laying out content and centering things horizontally, we would use margin auto in order to make that work. Now we have things like Flexbox. That's actually a topic we'll be talking about in just a bit. But in older code bases, and still sometimes in newer code bases when people don't use Flexbox, you'll see margin auto. So this is used to center content. We're basically telling the browser, you take that margin and just decide what it should be, center this. So this is not going to center every possible element ever. It really depends on the display property if something is, and also the position property, which we haven't discussed. But for now, we can center this div right here. If I wanted to center it in the middle of the page, how would I do that? If we take a look at it, it's right here. Where are you? Container. I could give it a margin on the left, maybe margin left, and if I tried to do, how about 50%? Well, that's not quite centered. I just took 50% of the page width, or the container width, which is the body, and added that margin there, but we're not accounting for the width of this element. So what is that element? I guess I could figure out it's 500 pixels, and then, I don't know, calculate how many pixels the whole body is, and subtract that, but we're not going to do that. Instead, if we set margin auto, margin, and then usually we'll have top and bottom be 0, and then left and right be auto, it will center that element, and it will keep it centered as long as there's space for it to be centered inside of. So that margin is changing. The amount of margin is fluctuating. So that is something you may encounter. It's used sometimes to center something horizontally, but it's not going to work for every single situation, just know that. It is very different, of course, from setting text align to center. If I were to take this H1 and set text align center, we are centering that content inside the content area. We're centering that text. So we'll do one more example on that H1 right here. Text align center. Refresh. That's all that we did. I think I'm going to adjust the width a little bit more. Maybe instead of 50%, maybe 40%. Sure. But if I want this in the middle of the page, with what we know right now, I can set margin. If I do 0 in auto, I think we're actually going to remove some of the margin on the top and bottom. You can see that space there and that space here. If I refresh, that space is gone. But now, left and right, those margins are set automatically. So maybe I'll set this to be 1M, top and bottom. Sure. Now an M is quite large here because the font size of an H1 is quite large. The way that it's set up, I have 5 rems, so maybe I'll change this to be 1 or 2 rems relative to the root. Okay, good enough. And that's pretty much it. So we talked about margin collapsing, just something to be aware of, and then margin auto, just another thing to be aware of. Okay. Next up, we're going to talk about a property called box sizing. So it definitely has to do with the box model. It has box in its name at least. Specifically, it allows us to define how the overall, the total width and height of an element is calculated. So when we have box sizing set to content box, the default, whatever width we give our element, if we give it 100 pixels width, that 100 pixels is the width of the content box, the content area. It does not take into consideration how large the border is, how much padding there is. So if we have 10 pixels, or in this case, a 5 pixel border plus some padding, the overall width of that div, if you include the border and you include the padding, is more than 100 pixels. And this can be kind of frustrating at times. Not always, but it can be. As a simple demonstration, let's say that I want to add a hover effect to any of these divs here with the red border. When you hover, I want the border to grow maybe to 10 pixels. I think it's 1 pixel right now. Yeah. So I'm going to add a hover effect using the CSS pseudo class hover. So I'll just be specific again. Container item, when you hover over them, I want to give you a border of 10 pixels solid. Let's do olive. All right, I'll refresh my page. Hey, and it works. Cool. But what I want to show you is what happens when I hover. It might not be that noticeable with 10 pixels. Maybe if I do 50 pixels. Can you see how everything on the page shifts? Well, not everything, but everything afterwards. So these boxes, the boxes in here, all shift downwards. And this content down here moves around. And that's happening because we have a height set on each one of these items, which is, 100 pixels. That's our height. But we're also adding on this border of 50 pixels on all sides. So all of a sudden, this element that was 100 pixels tall plus the border is now 100 pixels tall plus 50 pixels plus 50 pixels, and everything down below is shifted. Whatever we set as that height does not include the border, and it does not include the padding. So this can lead to some annoying results, but fortunately, we have a remedy. We can use a different value, the only other value for box sizing, which is border box. So border box is going to take whatever width and height, if we set a width and a height, or whichever one we set. In our case, we're working with height over here. It's going to take that 100 pixels of height, and it's not going to set the content box to be 100 pixels. It's going to set the entire box, including the padding, the content, and the border. It doesn't count margin, but it takes everything up to the border, and it makes sure that is 100 pixels. So when we add in 50 pixel border, and if we set box sizing to border box, it's going to add our border on the inside of the element to keep the whole thing 100 pixels tall. So I'm going to refresh the page, and it just turns green, but if I go back to 10 pixels and refresh and do this again, you can see that nothing is shifting around. Our elements are staying exactly the same size because we've explicitly said that the height that we set should be the total height, including the border and the padding. So if any of that changes, if the padding changes or the border changes, that should come out of the total 100 pixels. So we can do another demonstration just very quickly here. If I open up the DevTools and I inspect one of these here, you'll see that, well, where are you? Here we are. That the width of this element is set to 100, or the height is 100 pixels, but it's actually only 98 pixels in here. The content is 98 pixels plus 1 pixel for the border and 1 pixel for the border. So that means 100 total pixels. And then if I hover, is it going to update over there? I guess the DevTools don't care about me hovering, do they? Well, if I just increment that border size here, how about I go to a 10 pixel border and refresh? Now the height of the actual content area is 80 pixels, and then 10 and 10, there's no padding. So that ends up with 100 pixels total. If I added some padding, let's just do padding. We can do it on all sides. We'll do another 5 pixels of padding. Refresh the page. Now the content area is 70 pixels plus 5 and 5 for the padding, so 10, that takes us to 80, 90, 100 for the entire height of the element going from border to border. And if I switch that back to instead be content box, or if I just leave it off, that's the default. Refresh. Now the height of the content is 100 pixels. Then we have 5 pixels on each side for the padding, and then 10 for the border. So the overall calculated height is significantly more. Now the calculated height is what, 130, 2030? Yeah, 130 pixels. So a lot of the time, not just for these border hovers and what I showed as an example, but a lot of the time it's more useful or it's easier to work with if you have box sizing set to border box. If you know that you have, I don't know, let's say you have 500 pixels of space for some element and you want to divide it between 5 boxes, you want each box to be 100 pixels, and then you might want a border and some padding, but you don't want that to screw everything else up. You want to stay within 500 pixels. You want each element to be 100 pixels wide total, and no more, no less. If you set box sizing to border box, that's the way to go. So I'm going to go back to that. Border box, and I'll get rid of the border here, or go back to a 1 pixel border, and sure, we can keep the padding. Okay, so now we don't get that shifting effect, although on the inside, obviously the border is applied to the inside, so we do get that effect. Although the downside, of course, is that the content itself is moved on the inside, but nothing else on the page is shifted around because the height is set in stone. So that's box sizing, only 2 options for the values: content box, the default, and border box.
If you are not trying to sign in, press 0. Your sign-in was successful.
So another property that we'll talk about pretty quickly here is outline. Outline is similar to a border. It's a line that goes around your content on the outside. It goes beyond a border. So they're outside of borders, but they never take up space. So you can set your outline to be 20 pixels or 50 pixels or whatever it is, and it's not going to take up space and move stuff around. So for example, if we add an outline to these elements, the item elements, when we hover, the outline will actually go beyond the box, beyond the border, and it's not included in that height calculation like our border is. The border has to stay within that 100 pixels that we just set thanks to border box for box sizing, but an outline will go beyond that and it's not going to shift things around. It's almost like it's in its own layer, its own world, where it doesn't impact the rest of the content. So I could add on, when you hover over an item, I could set outline using the outline property, which is just like border. It's a shorthand for outline style, outline width, and outline color. So we won't use each of those individually, but you can. But I'll just use the shorthand. So we'll also do a 10 pixel solid. What's another color? How about light blue? Just like that. Okay. So I'll refresh, and now when I hover, try and keep your eye on where that border stops, you can see the outline is added outside of that. So I could add a huge outline, 100 pixels, and it just sits on top of everything. It's just an outline around my content. It is not included in that space calculation, so it doesn't shift everything around. Now that's kind of a bit much, so I think I'll go back to 10. So you might think outlines are super useful, and they can be, absolutely, but they are more limited than borders. Specifically, if we try and add an outline to this element, which is our box element, not a great name since it's not a box anymore. If I give it a 10 pixel solid yellow outline, unfortunately outlines are not, they don't respect border radius. So we can't curve that edge. There isn't, as far as I know, I just tried to double check, there isn't an outline border radius or an outline radius or anything like that. It's going to be a square or a rectangle. So that's outline. You can make them different styles. You can make it dashed. Same thing as what we saw with border. I'm not going to do that, but that is an option. So another situation you might need to use the outline property is to actually turn off one of the default outlines. So buttons by default have an outline when you focus on them. Can you see that right there? That is coming from my browser. I did not set that. I didn't do that myself. And it's not a border. There actually is a border already. It's really hard to see, but if I set the background color to be nothing or just remove that, there's that border. That is there by default. I changed the border radius, but I did not set the width or the color or anything. So that border is there, and I can remove the border, that's no problem, but that outline is not something that I added. So if I want to remove that outline, which we'll come back in just a moment to talk about, you shouldn't just remove an outline and not replace it with some sort of focus effect. But if I do want to remove it or change it or do something else, I can set outline to be none. And now when I refresh, I click, and I don't get that outline effect. Now back on MDN, they have a little note about this, that if you remove the outline, if you set it to 0 or none, you'll get rid of the default focus style. So when you focus on a button, that outline that we just removed is gone. But you should make sure that if any element can be interacted with, like a button or an input, it should have some sort of visible focus indicator so that visually it's clear that you're focused in that input. So provide something obvious. Here's an example. What do they do? Well, that's rather obvious, but you should do something to indicate that your button has focus or that your input has focus. Inputs also have that default outline. Otherwise, it's just not very clear what you're focusing on. So I'm not going to set outline to none, but just as one more example, if I added some input in here and refresh, you can see that outline there. If I set outline to none, I should do something. I can change the background color, add an underline or a border bottom, add something, a glow effect. Just visually, I should make it very clear that this element has focus. Otherwise, if we're filling out a big form and the only indicator of focus is that cursor, it can be difficult to figure out where you are and what element has focus. So just keep that in mind if you are removing outlines, the default outlines. So that's it for outline. Similar to a border, we have the shorthand property, but we also have outline with outline color and outline style. You cannot round or curve the edges of an outline, but the advantage is that outlines don't take up space. They're floating on their own. They don't shift content around. So they're commonly used for hover effects and for focus effects. Okay. Okay, so I'd like to wrap up by talking about background. We've already seen how to set a background color. We actually talked about gradients as well, but there are some other properties that are worth covering. Now, they're not necessarily related to the box model, they're not the core properties, but this is a good place to put them just because we're talking about, I don't know, boxes, and we can put backgrounds in boxes, and why not? So we've already been using background color, right? This has a background color, that has a background color. The property is background dash color. That's how we're making this button have a blue background. But there are other properties, including background image. So background image allows us to set an image as the background of an element. And you can actually set more than one image. As you can see, there's a couple examples of that here. You can even set a gradient and an image. So we saw how to do gradients. You use the background image property, but I'll just be working with images. And the way that we pass in our image URL is to use URL, and then inside of parentheses, in quotes, the URL to our image. So this can be a local image that we have in our folder or somewhere on our machine that we can reference with a path. So in this case, this is saying go back one folder, then back another folder, and then into media examples. So this is something on MDN, they have this folder structure. But we also can use an image from a link that is hosted somewhere else. So I have this image from Unsplash, which is just a really nice resource for free images that we can use without having to worry about copyright and all of that. And I'm going to set that as the background image on something, maybe this paragraph element. So am I doing anything with that paragraph? I think that's the only one. So I'm going to select that paragraph, maybe give it a bigger font size, how about 1.5 ems, and I'm going to give it a background image of URL, and then in quotes, that image URL. And there we go. There's my background image. This is what the image looks like itself, just on its own. It's much larger. And then this is what we see showing up. So the background image itself is working, and notice that it's not the entire image that we set. The entire image has like 3 little circles in it. That's one way to reference it. And here we're just seeing a very small portion of the image. So if we want to change how that image is displayed as the background, we have a couple properties. The first one we have is called background size. So background size allows us to specify whether the background should be left to its normal size, if it should be stretched, or if it should be scrunched down or constrained to fit the available space. So we have a lot of different options. I'm not going to spend time going over all of them, but I'll just show you what cover does versus contain. So we have this image as our background, and I'm going to set the background size to be contain to start. I'll refresh, and now we get the entire image showing up as the background. The entire thing is in there. And I'm actually realizing maybe this is a poor choice of an image to use. So I went and grabbed another image. I'll use that one. I'll put that in here. And this one's a bit easier to see that we're getting the entire image. So here we go. We're getting the full image. There's a person in there. There's a mountain. And if I remove that and go back, we just get a tiny portion of the image. It's left as its original size. So it's a much larger image. It's not fitting within this container as the background. But if I put it as contain, it's now going to fit in there. But you'll also see, it's a little tricky to notice it here, but the image is starting to repeat down here. There's a light background color there, and then that's exactly the same as what we have up here. If I made this thing a little bit taller, this paragraph, maybe a bigger font size, how about 2 ems? It might be easier to see. There we go. It's repeating. So why is it doing that? Well, that's what contain does. It scales the image as large as possible without cropping or stretching the image. In order to fully cover this, it's going to repeat. Otherwise, we just wouldn't have anything down there. So there's another property called background repeat that we can use to turn that off if we don't want it to repeat. There are other values as well. You can decide how it should repeat. It's not something we're really going to go into now, but if we set background repeat to no repeat, background dash repeat, no repeat, then we just end up with this. So we've got the image, it's as big as it can be in here without being stretched, and then it's not repeated at all. We also have the option of setting background size to cover, which is going to cover the entire image, or the entire paragraph in this case. Now maybe this is closer to what I want, but I want to adjust where the image is actually positioned. I don't like that I'm only seeing a portion of the mountains and I don't see that person in the foreground. But I do want the whole thing to be covered. So that brings us to another property, which is background position. We use background position to set the initial position. So if this is the background image with that star, you can see we have different values: center, left, top, bottom, right. We also can set using percentage values and length values. So this allows us to set the initial position of our image. Although it's confusing because there's another property called background origin, which is where we can decide, or where we can specify where the origin of the background is. Does it start from the border, from the inside the border, or inside the padding? We're not going to worry about that for now. But let's just go ahead and set our background position to be center. So our image is going to be anchored at the center. There we go. We now have whatever the middle of this image is. So it's not perfect. This person's not right in the middle of the image, but whatever that middle point is will be in the middle of this background. So that's position. There's more to position. You can move it around with percentages, you can move it around with pixels and different units. There's background size, which has a whole bunch of options as well, but we just talked about cover and contain. And then there's also background image, which we use to set that background image in the first place. And then there is the mother of all, just background property, which allows you to set all of those and more at once. So background is shorthand, just like border is shorthand for border width, border color, border size, border style. Background is shorthand for a lot of different properties. These here: background, clip, color, image, origin, position, repeat, size, and attachment. So we only covered a couple of these, but if you do happen to see something like background green, this is the same as setting background color to green. So you don't really need to go ins and outs of this, but just know that it's an option to all the possible options here. It's a little bit overwhelming, but you will see that. Some people just use background all the time. I prefer generally to split things up. If I have a lot of different properties for background I'm setting, I just like to have it clearer. If you use the shorthand, it's definitely shorter, but it can get a little bit dense. The last thing I'll show you with background is that if we set, let's go to contain here. If we set background size to contain, and then we set repeat to none or no repeats, uncomment that, we have this empty space. And what I can do is still give my element a background color. Now this would be very ugly in this example. Background color of purple. Or how about something light, like pink? But I just want to show you that you can have a background image and a background color. You can have multiple background images. You can have multiple images with a gradient. You can have a background color and then an image on top. You might have a small image, a very small image that you're setting as the background image. You want it to be behind this text, maybe like a logo or something. And then you still want a background color. So there are tons of options for background. It's not necessarily part of the box model, but I figured it would just be good to cover it at some point. Now that we've absolutely destroyed this web page and made it look awful, I think that's enough of the box model and all of these properties for now. I'm going to go away now. We've covered a ton in this section. Let's just recap the most important pieces, which would be border and then especially margin and padding. So margin and padding, we have those shorthands where we can set all four sides at once. We can set top and bottom and left and right if we use two properties or two values. We can do 3, which I never do, and then we can use 4 values to set each side in a clockwise direction. So top, right, bottom, left. Same thing for padding. Just remember that the content on the inside, our content area, is what we set with width and height by default, if we haven't set box sizing to be border box. And then we add padding, which is the space between the content area and the border. And then we can also work with margin, which is the space between the border of an element and anything else. It's like the force field around our element starting outside the border. So that's the box model. It's been great telling you about it. I'll see you shortly.